Chapter 76, Sacrificing Captain Timo. Chen Yi shook off the thoughts on his mind and steeled his resolve as he made his way towards the stage while waving robotically at the audience. It felt as though a field of green wolves' eyes were scrutinizing his every move, causing his husky fur to stand on end. Seems like our little colleague here is quite surprised by the decision. Zhou Shanlong pretended to engage the audience with some humor. Simultaneously, he glared at Mayor Zhou. Didn't you inform him beforehand? Mayor Zhou returned the look with some measure of confusion in his eyes. I did. The decision to invite Chen Yi onto stage was something that had already been set in stone some time ago. After all, talk is cheap, but seeing is believing. If someone apart from Zhou Shanlong would take the stage and demonstrate what they had all been referring to all this while, it would most certainly facilitate the citizens' understanding of the situation. He was an S-class agent who had broken 9 hunting zones in just one night, and then answered the call of duty and joined the Special Investigations Department. Furthermore, all who had participated in the battle 2 nights ago had nothing bad to say about him. What better choice was there than to invite Chen Yi on stage? After all, it wouldn't make any sense for any Judge class or Hellguard class experts to take the stage for a simple demonstration of abilities, right? Hunter class experts weren't too outrageous, yet they also wouldn't be so weak as to leave no impact with the audience as well. It was the perfect decision. Chen Yi's smile was so twisted that he may as well have been crying. His hand was still primed at his waist, ready to pull out his saber at the moment's notice. What do you mean surprised? This is just pure dumb astonishing. Zhou Shanlong walked towards Chen Yi. Then, under Chen Yi's watchful and wary gaze, he gently handed a certificate of honor to Chen Yi with a faint smile. 20,000 merit points isn't easy to come by. They may be exchanged for some pretty decent rewards. You can browse the options on the app. Even our Hellguard class agents have only accumulated 40 to 50,000 merit points over the course of their entire stay with us. Chen Yi nodded with a stiff smile on his face. Apart from smiling, he truly didn't dare to say much else. Zhou Shanlong looked at his disposition and raised his eyebrows curiously. Are you still able to hang in there? I'm still all right. Chen Yi's mind was almost drawing a blank. The king of the wolves is standing right before the husky, staring him down and asking if he's comfortable in the den of wolves. Of course he would be all right. Can't you let me go now? I don't think I could hold on much longer. I can't even breach properly because of your judge class aura, all right? Even Arthes was completely silent. That's good. Zhou Shanlong heaved a sigh of relief. Then, why don't you give everyone a demonstration? Aha! What did you say? I don't think I heard you correctly. Chin Husky Yi maintained the dry smile on his face as he stared at Zhou Shanlong in horror. His fur was standing on end. He had the urge to give himself a few tight slaps across the cheek. You're pretty good, aren't ya? What did I say earlier? Director, I think I've got the wrong script. This line wasn't in the script earlier. Zhou Shanlong thought that Chen Yi's expression was one that merely evinced a lack of understanding in this regard, so he smiled once more and explained, demonstrate your abilities to the camera and the audience. It doesn't have to be too profound, but it must still be shocking and awe-inspiring. Let everyone see with their own eyes what a cultivator is all about. Then, before Chen Yi could respond, he turned back and addressed the audience. Perhaps everyone watching at home don't know what exactly an inspector does. So, I'll leave everyone with a first impression with what you're about to see. Don't say any more. Please. Chen Yi looked tearfully towards the heavens. Even if the heavens collapse, I beg of you. Stop speaking right now. You've already strung up this husky. What else do you want from me? What do you want? Then, almost as though he heard the cries of Chen Yi's heart, Zhou Shanlong's voice broadened in an instant. Therefore, it is with great pleasure that I'm inviting the world's youngest investigator in history, S9527, to demonstrate once and for all the prowess of a cultivator. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted, and countless envious gazes landed upon Chen Yi. PFFT. The handsome man in the third row of seats snorted disdainfully. If only I'd been there that night. 9 hunting zones. I could give it a shot. How fortunate. A lady beside him exclaimed, this demonstration is the perfect opportunity to leave an impression with the future Academy of Cultivators as well as the top brass of the Special Investigations Department. Why don't I have such luck as well? Chen Yi felt like his mouth was no longer his own. He tried his best to maintain the smile on his face as he responded, Chief, kindly allow me 5 minutes to prepare myself. Zhou Shanlong nodded. Chen Yi walked to the side of the stage and immediately muttered in a low voice, "What do I do? All of my moves rely on yin energy. Displaying my skills would be tantamount to suicide. And don't worry, you can count on the fact that I'll sell you out just before I die." "You bloody. Don't panic." Arthas was shoved right into a spot. It had been centuries since an infernal judge has had to deal with such an awkward situation in person. She murmured, "It's fine. The shard of King Yanluo's seal is one of Hal's divine artifacts, and a single piece would contain more than enough power to fool the whole lot of them. Other than the eruption of yin energy when you're promoted to an infernal judge, the shard will be able to keep you concealed at all other times. But even though that deals with your abilities, what about your clothes? You can only unleash your abilities when you enter the Hal's emissary state, but they'll be able to recognize you immediately from your clothes even if your abilities are masked by true energy. It's far too obvious. The mortal realm has its records of the Hal's emissary uniform as well. So hurry up and think of something. Or should I unseal the soul sphere and release you right now?" "Don't. Please don't. I feel like it's better being in here than out there. There must be a better solution out of this conundrum. Aren't you always goading me into unsealing the soul sphere? Do you think the circumstances right now can be considered anywhere near remotely ordinary?" Arthas bellowed. Then, after seconds more of deliberation, her eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. "I've got it. You can change the appearances of your Hal's emissary uniform. But you only get one chance at it with every rank you attain. As long as you transform your uniform to something that is completely different, then, coupled with the shard of King Yanluo's seal masking your yin energy, you'll most certainly be able to muddle your way through. What form should it take? It's up to you. Isn't there an information explosion these days? Can't you just use one of the more domineering transformations that you see all the time in the animes these days? Iron Man. Hulu Kid. Hatsune Miku. The options are endless. Just use any one of them." "What kind of nonsense is Hatsune Miku?" Chen Yi gritted his teeth. The more anxious he got, the less he was able to come up with something. Just then, a male voice echoed beside him, "Mr. Chin, the chief has asked me to check on whether you're ready." Chen Yi gritted his teeth. "I am ready." "Then, please." With a stiff smile on his face, Chen Yi took center stage once more. More than 3 million pairs of eyes were on him at this very moment. Zhang Linhua's eyes widened immensely. He couldn't believe that this godfather of his was in fact someone from the Special Investigations Department. He finally understood some of the more enigmatic references that his father had earlier made. Just what kind of opportunity have I passed up upon there? Most of the others watched their screens with great interest. What's a cultivator? Is it like those fictional characters who are able to leap over clouds and summon fog and mist at a whim? What kind of terrifying battle power is this young teenager going to show everyone? Go ahead. Zhou Shanlong nodded his head with a faint smile. The stage right now was akin to any celebrity endorsement of products. It was going to be the first impression of a national brand name. Chen Yi drew a deep breath. His temples tensed up as his eyes met with the innumerable inquisitive gazes from below. Yet the only thought on his mind right now was, transform, transform, transform. Bloody hell. The more I think about it, the less I think it's suitable. Everything's unsuitable. Illidan? Too exposed. Iron Man? That's more science fiction than fantasy, isn't it? Mr. Chin? Zhou Shanlong raised an eyebrow. You may begin. He's prompting me again. Chen Yi smiled stiffly as he cursed in his heart and attempted to buy himself a little bit more time. Then, I guess I'll begin, huh? Zhou Shanlong nodded his head with a faint smile. But this time, his gaze had grown far sharper than before, as though he were saying, "Damn kid. Hurry up." There was no avoiding it. Chen Yi drew a deep breath. Then, as everyone watched with bated breaths, he coughed dryly once more. I'm really starting now." Faint smile. All of the important men on stage smiled faintly as they nodded their heads. Their smiles were subtle. Boom. Gritting his teeth, thick dense energy abruptly erupted from his body and began to swirl powerfully around Chen Yi, forming a 3-meter-tall vortex of energy from nothing. One of the directors witnessing this sight nodded his head in affirmation. The quality of true energy is quite decent, and the magnitude of the explosive force was quite substantial as well. He truly deserves to be called a genius for breaching 9 hunting zones in one night. That's right. I recall that back then, breaching 2 hunting zones in a night was already considered quite the feat. The other director chimed in excitedly, the nature of his true energy has transformed. I imagine he must be of the lineage of invokers, whose arts have almost been lost to this world. I wonder what powers he's going to invoke. Buddha? Or the city god? Those who were seated in front of their screens and watching with bated breaths immediately gasped in shock. And then the entire city exploded with uproarious chatter. Seriously? Is this really something that humans can do? That's not cinematic effects, is it? Holy crap. That's a cultivator? Really? The astonishment from a live demonstration was completely different from that one saw on films. After all, everyone knew that films were created with the aid of computer graphics. But now, everything that they were seeing was as real as it got. Everything was happening before their very own eyes. What's in the dense fog? What's going to come out of it? Somewhere, in a villa, a chubby boy tightened his grip around his mouse. In the school, several students of the same age held their breaths as they awaited the huge reveal. Yet elsewhere, a lady sitting in front of her LED screen also set down her snacks and stopped chewing entirely. Millions of people were watching intently. In the main plaza, Chen Yi's entire body appeared to be transforming into a different state. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, the cocoon of mist that was swirling around his body exploded violently. A figure appeared from it. He's coming out. The director's gaze gleamed brightly. Let me take a closer look. But before he could finish speaking, he found the rest of his statement lodged in the back of his throat. In the very next moment, the entire plaza was rendered completely silent. No. Not just the entire plaza, it was the entire city that had been rendered completely silent. Ha! Chen Yi wiped off the sweat on his forehead. The first thing he did was motion to reach for his waist, before slowly relaxing his stance once more. Very good. Nobody attacked me. That means that the pack of wolves hasn't discovered my true identity. Then, as he reached out to wipe off the sweat from his forehead, he suddenly noticed that he was presently wearing a pair of gloves on his arms. Military green. This is. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart as he wiped the sweat from his face. Then, as soon as he glanced down, he almost exclaimed in horror and collapsed from shock. Millions of people were staring at his appearance right now. He was wearing an old jungle combat helmet with a pair of red-framed goggles resting on it. He wore a red scarf, green army boots, and carried 2 backpacks that ostensibly contained rolls of drawings and blueprints in them. This is. Of all of the people who were watching the screen with bated breaths, 70% of the young men and women found themselves completely dumbfounded for a moment, before they burst out into an uproarious laughter. Awesome! Awesome! One high school student rolled on the floor, laughing. Timo. It's Timo. 1, ha ha ha. This is all scripted, isn't it? It has to be. I'm laughing my ass off. That's a perfect cosplay of Timo. Awesome. I'm a huge fan. Holy crap. TT, this is too outrageous, isn't it? You'd scared my pants off, and then you show me this? God, please bring Timo back to the meta. I'll only accept losses to it. Awesome +1. Even though I thoroughly respect the Special Investigations Department, why do I have the urge to laugh so badly? I can't. I can't hold back anymore. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha. The handsome man in the third row rocked back and forth as he laughed. Holy shit. I can't. I'm going to die of laughter. Su Feng stared at the man on stage in complete bewilderment, blinking his eyes vacantly as though he were out of it. On the main stage, Chen Yi stammered as he addressed the ashen-faced Zhou Shanlong once more. Chief. Would you believe me if I said that? All of this is a misunderstanding? Chapter 77, Insignia Province's Gathering of Geniuses. Zhou Shanlong gave a classic curt response. You didn't ask him what his profession was? Governor Gao lowered his head and asked softly. Even though Governor Gao didn't play League of Legends, he could tell from the atmosphere of the plaza that something was wrong. On the other hand, it was obvious that Mayor Zhao was forcibly suppressing a smile from his face. Even his shoulders were somewhat trembling. PFFT. He let out a little chuckle from his mouth. Then, as soon as he heard Governor Gao's comments, he quickly adjusted his expressions and coughed dryly. Chief, I'd never expected something like this. I'm not sure of the exact details, but I know that Mr. Lu Qing was the one in charge of the coordination at all material times. Lu Qing, who was seated in the audience. How could he have known? He hadn't thought to clarify such details back then. After all, shouldn't it suffice that his profession wasn't scary or repulsive in any way? Who could have expected such an incredulous situation? The members of the live audience were caught in an incredibly awkward situation, while the citizens watching from the comfort of their own homes were exploding with jubilation. Just then, a man in black suit rushed to the stage and whispered softly in Zhou Shanlong's ears, "Chief. Please continue with the order of matters if possible. After checking on a sample size of 12 surveillance monitors, we've discovered that the response is surprisingly good." "How is that possible?" Zhou Shanlong barked hoarsely as he turned around abruptly and glared at the man in black suit. He should be of the lineage of invokers. The manifestation of a god's presence is what changes his appearance. But what god is this? "Chief. Even though it's unbelievable, our surveillance shows a fair bit of cheering and applause, especially from the young men and women around. Furthermore, the heavy atmosphere from before has been somewhat alleviated." Zhou Shanlong took a few deep breaths to regulate his emotions. And then, he turned back to the cameras and the screen. "Everyone, this was a little joke. All right, we'll now continue with our second order of business." Simultaneously, he turned his head slightly and glared at Qin Yi. "Are you still not going to take your leave?" There was in fact a deeper, more profound purpose for having Qin Yi demonstrate his abilities, and that was the establishment of the Academy of Cultivators, and the enrollment of students naturally meant that there was a need to instill a role model in the minds of these prospective students. The effect of witnessing a demonstration from a young person would leave far more of an impression in this regard than if one of the old fogies had displayed their abilities. Truth be told, Qin Yi did leave an impression. However, the effect of this impression was far from what they had desired. Qin Yi wanted so much to bury his face in the ground and flee from reality. This was undoubtedly the most shameful moment in his entire life. It was the kind of embarrassment that would cause a person to hide under the blankets at home and scream at the top of his lungs whenever he thought about it. "Arthes Minithal? You'd better have a good explanation for what went on out there." Qin Yi didn't return to his seat immediately. Instead, he ran off to a washroom not far away, pulled out the soul sphere and barked at it through gritted teeth. The fact that he was calling on the full name of Prince of Lordaeron clearly evinced the extent of his fury. "How would I know?" Arthes also revealed a bewildered expression. "Logically speaking, as long as the conception in your mind isn't too far removed from reality, it would most certainly adopt the image in your mind. What were you thinking of at the point of transformation?" Qin Yi was suddenly silent. He simply stared at the soul sphere in fury. When he was transforming earlier, the image that he had in mind was the monkey god, Sun Wukong. Courageous, resourceful, and unrelenting. But the transformation that he got turned out to be Timo. Wimpy, focused on survival, and sneaking about, scattering mushrooms as he watched his teammates duke it out with the other team from afar. It was as though life had just given him a sudden slap on the face. "Don't you worry. I'm never wearing this uniform in front of others ever again, even if I die." Seconds later, he gnashed his teeth and supplemented his earlier declaration, "At least not until I get promoted to the Unitya Helguard rank." After taking several minutes to regulate his mood and adjust his expression, he finally returned to his seat, only to discover that the conference had already been adjourned. To be precise, the panel of important people were still seated at the main stage. An entire city was going to be razed and rebuilt, and millions of citizens would have to be pacified, relocated and resettled. Naturally, there was a good deal of administrative loose ends to tie up. Even though plans had been made some time ago, Zhou Shanlong would still need several hours to finish reading everything that they had prepared. That said, the live audience was exempted from staying for the details. However, just as Qin Yi made it to his car, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Mr. Qin." The person who called out to him was a man in his 30s who appeared to be a secretary of sorts. He smiled politely. "I'm the personal assistant to Deputy Attorney General Zhang Baogo. My boss has invited you to have lunch together if you're available." "I'm recuperating from my wounds." Qin Yi's expression was somber. "Tell Mr. Zhang that I'll visit him once I recover." How could he bear to face the world right now? If he went out in public right now, there's no doubt that everyone would be pointing at him and exclaiming, "Look, that's Timo. Oh, that's him all right. It's the godlike cosplay of Timo. Do you want his autograph?" He felt bitter no matter how he looked or thought about it. "I've noticed that you look somewhat downcast. Shall I tell you some good news instead?" Arthy's voice cut through his train of thoughts. For some strange reason, Qin Yi found her voice to be unusually chirpy and cheerful. "Speak." The smile on Arthy's face faded away. "I've thought for some time. The yin energy from before doesn't belong to something that's alive." Qin Yi forced himself to turn his attention away from the Timos that were jumping and bouncing around in his mind. He muttered, "I'd guessed as much. But the terror I felt earlier was undeniable. The thought of it made his eyelids twitch. He whispered, "Ghosts possess an insatiable thirst for blood and flesh. If that entity were a ghost, the City of Salvation would already be devoid of any living creatures by now." But what exactly is it, then? The City of Salvation. Are we missing something here? Just then, a voice called out to him, "Mr. Chin." It was Su Feng's voice. "These are the arrangements pertaining to the Academy of Cultivators. The month-long training for teachers will commence in 1 week's time. In other words, we still have a week remaining." "What do you mean?" Chin Yi furrowed his brows. Su Feng's words were too abrupt and enigmatic. Su Feng propped up his glasses and whispered in a hushed tone of voice, "Have you already forgotten your anomalous behavior earlier?" Chin Yi's gaze flickered. "Right now? Come with me." Su Feng nodded. They didn't board the transport that had been arranged for them. Instead, they hailed a taxi and went straight to a restaurant. It was an ordinary restaurant. The decor was alright, and the rooms were somewhat elegant. That said, the downside was that the food didn't seem spectacular. Su Feng reported the elegant name of a room to the front desk, and both of them walked over. Then, as soon as they opened the door, an enthused voice echoed, "Hey, Timo. Can I give you a flying kick?" Fury burgeoned in his heart. As rage manifested, Chen Yi gritted his teeth. "Are you picking a fight?" There was a round table for 8 in the center of the room. 3 people sat around it. The one who had spoken was the 1.9-meter tall young man seated in the center. Incidentally, the 26 or 27 years old young man was the type that Chen Yi hated the most. Handsome. Very handsome. He wasn't of the innocent-looking type either. Rather, he appeared more ferocious, like a cheetah. He was well-built and fit, with deep, abstruse eyes and impeccably sharp eyebrows, and he was wearing his full camouflage uniform replete with military boots. Furthermore, the level of true energy emanating from his body was not far off from the level of Chen Yi's energy. There was a bald plump man to the left of the young man. He, too, was wearing his camouflage uniform. A white rat perched on his shoulder as he puffed on his cigarette and played games on his phone. A short-haired lady sat to the right of the young man. She was also approximately 26 or 27 years old. Her eyebrows looked stern and incisive. She wore a beige windbreaker over her white woolen sweater, and she toyed with her silver daggers as she raised her eyebrows at Chen Yi. "Why would I dare to pick a fight against an expert who's conquered 9 hunting zones in just one night?" The young man raised his eyebrows and continued enigmatically, "Big brother here only wanted to ask. What level are you now?" Chen Yi fervently repressed the urge to send the young man to the underworld with a barrage of swift, deadly kicks. "I don't think I can cross that hurdle, can I?" Dang. 5 silver daggers struck the table at the same time before the young man could even finish speaking. The lady raised glared at the young man menacingly. "Bloody hell, Lin Han, are you trying to ruin my day? What's the matter? Got something to say? Want to take this outside? Whoever loses will call the other daddy." The young man glared back and sneered. Swish. The air in the room tensed up. Chen Yi noticed that the 5 daggers on the table all had ring-shaped hilts, and a single thread was tied to the hilt of each dagger. Without shifting her gaze, the short-haired lady flicked her fingers gently, and the 5 daggers immediately rose into the air and shot towards the young man's throat like a viper soaring through the air. "I'm just saying. Do you have to go so far? Enough." The earlier statement was from Lin Han, while the latter was from Su Feng. The short-haired lady snorted as she kept her daggers underneath her windbreaker. Then, she looked back to Chen Yi. "Professor Chin." She dragged out her words meaningfully, "School's starting. I look forward to your kind guidance. This is Li Runxu, and that plump man is Zhou Qianfen. You can ignore that crazy lady." Su Feng beckoned Chen Yi to take a seat. "She was the first and only S-class agent before you came along. It's normal that her heart's in a mess right now." "There's no mess." Li Runxu looked at her pristine-looking hands. "It's just that I haven't approved of you. I never believe anything that I haven't personally witnessed." Chen Yi sized up each and every one of the other persons within the room. Everyone in this room were hunter-class experts. Now that everything had settled down, Su Feng coughed lightly and began speaking. "All of the hunter-class experts within Insignia Province that are under the age of 30 are present in this room. Furthermore, all of us are S-class agents. Mr. Chin, this isn't to be taken lightly. The number of S-class agents are few and far between. Let's make some formal introductions. I'm Su Feng, and I'm from a family of linkers." Li Runxu's lips moved. Li Runxu. No profession, The plump man finally set down his phone. "Joe Quinfin. I also don't have a particular profession. I've been at the Special Investigations Department ever since I was born. I guess you can say in some ways that I'm simply following in my father's footsteps." Lin Han smiled. "Executioner. You can say it's a family business as well." Chin Yi. "No profession." Chin Yi raised his teacup and smiled. "Mr. Su, I thought this incident was going to be something between us." Su Feng smiled and responded, "Before officially joining the Special Investigations Department, there was in fact another boot camp which culminated with the selection process. Back then, we were all part of the same group, and we also happened to be the only group that qualified as a whole. They're all absolutely trustworthy people. Besides, I'm afraid that the matter is going to be far more difficult if we keep it to just the two of us." "Get to the point," Lin Han interjected. His patience was wearing thin. Su Feng nodded and glanced meaningfully at the surroundings. Displaying his tacit understanding, Joe Quinfin immediately stood up and shut all of the windows around. It was only then that Su Feng drew a deep breath and pulled out a piece of paper. "The four of us have all been assigned different postings and tasks. Lin Han and I are at the Institute of Anomalous Sciences. Just 1 week ago, we received a particular drawing." He didn't immediately open up the carefully folded paper in front of him. Instead, he continued to explain in a deep voice, that drawing was in fact the blueprint of a particular building. Blueprints like these would generally be sent to us for our review before forwarding them to the relevant authorities for submission. However, my supervisor withheld this blueprint. Incidentally, I'm the right-hand man of my supervisor, and I've had the privilege of taking a few looks at the blueprint. According to our regulations, there are two main reasons for withholding the blueprints. He held up his finger. Firstly, it doesn't comply with regulations and failed the review. Rejected. Secondly, he glanced around and lowered his volume to a whisper, the blueprint pertains to something so important that it has to be discussed and reviewed again. I'd noticed that the blueprint looked incredibly peculiar, so I made a copy of the drawing itself. And it was only at that time that I realized that this was in fact the blueprint of the First Academy of Cultivators. He unraveled the piece of paper on the table. Chin Yi took a look, and his gaze immediately trembled. "This is the main building of the First Academy of Cultivators?" It wasn't that he was in disbelief. Rather, the beams of the building were to be constructed entirely out of bones. The building was designed with an ancient Cathayan style, and the bone beams were incredibly thick and large. That said, it wasn't clear just what type of bones would be used. The entire building was supposed to be 7 stories high, but that fact itself was hardly obvious from the external facade of the building. The slightly raised eaves of the building were exceptionally beautiful and tastefully done. But for some strange reason, looking at the design of the building itself gave Chin Yi chills in his heart. "This is..." Just then, a soft voice rang out, "The 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda? The mortal realm is going to build the 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda in the City of Salvation? What are they trying to suppress? Or are they already aware that something is amiss with this place? What extravagance!" Chapter 78, 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda. What was that sound? The other 4 in the room were all hunter-class experts, and they immediately asked in unison. "Nothing. I need to make a trip to the washroom." Chin Yi stood up and made a beeline towards the washroom. As soon as he entered, he immediately pulled out the soul sphere. "What's that?" Arthis was somewhat lost for words, and it took her several seconds before she finally responded, "The 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda. It's hard to explain exactly what it is, but I guess you can say it's a type of formation array. Those bones aren't just plain, simple bones. Each and every single one shown in the blueprints comes from the bones of an ancient demon." "Hang on," Chin Yi interjected, "demon? What's with the sudden new patch?" "There's nothing strange about this. Since they were in a cubicle in the washroom, the soul sphere floated out. Man, ghost, and demon all live among the 3 realms of this world. Demons have spirits as well, and these spirits also enter hell when they die. That said, the flourishing of humanity has come at the cost of dwindling demonkin. Even I have only encountered 2 or 3 in the past, all of whom were hardly noteworthy existences. On the other hand, there used to be some demonkin spirits residing in hell. But, truth be told, they're quite the pitiful existence as well. While they're on Earth, apart from their cultivation, the demonkin are completely disconnected from society. Incidentally, it's even more difficult for demonkin to hide their presence than emissaries of hell. Then, as soon as they perish, their lack of marketable skills or abilities prevents them from thriving in hell. Most of them end up making a living by acting all adorable in the Fengdu Central Zoo. Qin Yi grew taciturn. For some strange reason, he had the feeling that the Fengdu necropolis that he was supposed to re-establish was something absolutely strange and peculiar. Am I getting delusional? Arthy's voice grew somber, going back to the topic at hand. If this were indeed a 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda, the bones that you see are at least 1,000 years old, hailing back to the era when the three realms thrived equally. In turn, the entity that the 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda is intended to suppress is most certainly a millennial ghost. The incident with the ghost combing your hair is merely a mirage caused by the mysterious entity's leakage of yin energy. It was completely devoid of any killing intent to begin with. Furthermore, after considering the matter further, I think I can safely conclude that the government's decisions weren't made on the spur of the moment. Qin Yi deliberated for a few seconds before clarifying, are you referring to why the government has decided to establish the first Academy of Cultivators in the City of Salvation? That's right. There are so many other options, South End Mountain, Greenwich Mountain, Dragon Tiger Mountain. All of these places are perfectly fine alternatives. Furthermore, there are several other great mountains that are closely affiliated to Buddhism and Taoism as well. Even though they might not be green zones, they're still no worse than yellow zones. Furthermore, these other locations would most certainly welcome the establishment of an Academy of Cultivators in their vicinity. So, why did the government have to pick the City of Salvation of all places? Qin Yi's eyes flickered with a bright glimmer, unless there's another unstated reason that makes it absolutely necessary to establish it in the City of Salvation. That's right, it would be far too conspicuous building a 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda in the middle of the city. The public would never agree to it either. Relocating millions of citizens for that very purpose would be met with an even greater resistance. Cao Yudao's insurgence has given the government the perfect opportunity. With this as a cover story, everything would make sense and be completely justifiable. Without waiting for Arthy's to respond, Qin Yi continued, at the same time, our previous conjectures still hold true. There exists a deeper, darker secret hidden in the recesses of the City of Salvation. Perhaps it could even be a ghost king who has existed for over a millennium. But it must either be sealed or dormant. Otherwise, with yin energy readings that are in the tens of millions, its presence alone could justify sending half of Cathay into a state of emergency. The government wouldn't even dare to begin constructing a soul-suppressing pagoda in this place. That's right. The 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda is also known as the Reverse Mandara One. Once constructed, all they have to do is to enroll up to 1,000 students who possess dense true energy at their disposal, and they can be sure that the suppressed entity will no longer have any chances of breaking through the formation array. In other words, it can be said to be one of the heavyweights in the world of sealing arts. It's unfathomable. It's truly unfathomable that such designs are still being passed down in the mortal realm. After getting a better understanding of things, Qin Yi once again returned to the elegant, private room. He nodded at the gathering of hunter-class experts and took his seat once more. Su Feng unraveled the drawing again and continued, everyone, even though I'm not certain why exactly my supervisor has rejected the blueprint, I can say with the utmost certainty that this is a seal. Take a look here, the Harkin, the Pichot Chimera. Each and every beam has the exact same statues on them. And if you look from a topological view, what do you think you'll see? Su Feng pulled out a red pen and marked all of the statues on the blueprint with a red dot. Li Rongxu took a look and exclaimed in shock, Taiji? That's right. All of the densely packed statues actually formed a Taiji pattern when viewed overhead. It gets even better. Su Feng pressed the pen down heavily on the blueprint and marked out a particular spot. The yang eye of the Taiji symbol is placed directly over the last remaining hunting zone in the entire City of Salvation. The fourth hunting zone. I postulate that this is a massive seal. And there's an 80% chance that I'm right. With a blank look on his face, Qin Yi asked, what are you guys going to do about the fact that it's a seal? It's what we are going to do. Su Feng smiled faintly as he looked straight back into Qin Yi's eyes, don't you think we ought to take a look and learn of the truth ourselves? The truth about the City of Salvation, and the truth about the existence that possesses energy readings at 30 million yen. After all, you wouldn't want to take up a teaching post at a location that is potentially sitting on a time bomb, would you? How can we possibly live while watching over our shoulders all the time? Without waiting for Qin Yi's response, he continued, moreover, of all people in attendance at the conference, including the judge class experts, that mysterious entity still locked right onto you. Are you sure you want to repeat that earlier experience again? Old Su, you didn't share this piece of information with us. Lin Han looked at Qin Yi with a beckoning expression that seemed to delight in his misery. Yo, wanna tell us about it? Of course I'm going to tell you about it. But why do you have an expression that gives me an urge to slap you to death? Qin Yi rolled his eyes at him and recounted to everyone his earlier experience. Everyone grew taciturn. Moments later, Li Rongxu finally spoke up. Then, there's even more reason for us to make the trip. Courting death. Qin Yi chucked coldly. No. Su Feng was unexpectedly also on their side. Mr. Qin, you've just joined the Special Investigations Department, and there are many things you're not yet aware of. For instance, you've got no clue as to just how precious and rare these merit points are. Whenever we complete our regular tasks and assignments, we get anywhere from as few as 50 to as high as 100 points. These merit points can in turn be exchanged for some surprising rewards with the Special Investigations Department, ranging from weapons, spirit stones, or other resources. They've got practically everything in their stores. I'd even heard that the treasury of the Special Investigations Department had been handed down from dynasty to dynasty. If this is true, we're essentially talking about thousands of years' worth of accumulated wealth. Can you imagine what kind of treasures lay in store for us? With merit points, we'll be better equipped. With better equipment, we'll be able to earn more merit points. It's an unending cycle of growth. Even if we leave aside the weapons and artifacts that we can get, the spirit stones that we can exchange merit points for are in and of themselves a universal currency that can be used in all human societies, including foreign nations. Mr. Qin. Do you know how envious we are of the 20,000 merit points you have in your possession? How many spirit stones would I be able to get? How long would it take us to accumulate such wealth? Qin Yi blinked. How long? Li Rongxu snorted. Even if we personally undertake missions day and night without rest, we'd still need at least 5 years to accumulate 20,000 merit points. And the exchange rate for spirit stones is 10 merit points for a single spirit stone. You do the math yourself. 2,000 spirit stones. Just then, the soul sphere in Qin Yi's pocket suddenly bumped into his leg, and Qin Yi coughed dryly. Excuse me. Washroom. The impassioned atmosphere in the room was instantly interrupted, and everyone's lips began twitching uncontrollably. As soon as he left the room, Lin Han blinked vacantly and probed curiously, does he have kidney problems? Do you want to test it for him? Li Rongxu sneered. Sister Shui, it seems like you're getting more and more comfortable in the driver's seat, aren't you? When did you get your license? As soon as Qin Yi entered the washroom, he immediately pulled the soul sphere out of his pocket, and Arthes automatically floated up. 2,000 spirit stones. You might want to seriously think about it. Qin Yi rolled his eyes. Is my life only worth 2,000 spirit stones? Actually, what's there to think about? Your life is worthless, cough. Sorry, Freudian slips are a common symptom of old age. Put down your saber, we can talk things through civilly. Arthes coughed dryly, before speaking with a more serious tone of voice. I know you're reticent to even consider this suggestion. Someone like you who prioritizes his own life above all else under the sky would never know what it means to know your boundaries. No. Perhaps you might know your boundaries too well. Whatever the case might be, it's a fact that your cultivation doesn't require these things at all. You can rely solely on your proof of identity as an emissary of hell to rise through the ranks. That said, this is something that is of crucial importance to the re-establishment of hell. I've done some calculations. The mortal realm's ability to extract and harvest the solar and lunar essence is profound and effective. If you possess 2,000 spirit stones, you'll almost have enough to construct the first prototype soul induction platform. Qin Yi's temples throbbed. First? And it's still only going to be a prototype? Naturally. Cathay has 600 or 700 cities and several thousand provinces. Each and every place would require a soul induction platform. However, I'm talking about the primary soul induction platform here. In other words, this is the first place that the Yin spirits would see as soon as they enter hell for the very first time. With the soul induction platform in place, Yin spirits would continue to pour in endlessly. It's part of their nature and instinct. And it's only with the manpower on hand that you can truly begin to rebuild hell from the ground up. Qin Yi was baffled, but how does this have anything to do with the soul-suppressing pagoda we were talking about earlier? Of course it's got everything to do with it. Arthes' voice grew agitated. Think about it. This evil ghost is presently in either a sealed or dormant state, but we simply cannot afford to let it wake up. As soon as it does, everything is over. So why don't we add another layer of seal just under the 7-star soul-suppressing pagoda? Qin Yi's eyes immediately widened, and he stared at Arthes as though he had just seen a ghost. Are you saying that we should build the dam entrance to hell right underneath the soul-suppressing pagoda? Are you out of your mind? Haven't you learned from the lesson of the incident with Kashitagarbha yet? That's right. Back then, none of you had ever expected him to fulfill his great vow right from the onset, huh? But what was the result? A sky-piercing explosion that devastated all of hell. Do you want history to repeat itself? That's just a possibility. Do you know what possibility means? Arthas responded with exasperation. Besides, the soul induction platform requires a place of extreme yin. The fact that such a terrifying existence has been suppressed and trapped in this location for such a long time would naturally imply that the place of suppression has already become the most natural hunting zone around. Have you ever considered how dense the yin energy in that area must be? Apart from this place, can you think of any others that might even be remotely as suitable as this? Are there other locations with denser yin energy? Secondly, having such a terrifying existence near the entrance would be a form of assurance that nobody would come probing about as well. The entrance would be incredibly safe. Hell can automatically absorb the yin energy in its surroundings. This is undoubtedly the best location of choice to lay down the cornerstone of hell. With all due respect, I can't think of a better place than this. Furthermore, the dual seal would ensure that the evil ghost would never be able to awaken or break out of its suppression. In other words, it would become a perpetual source of yin energy that will continue to power the new hell. Chen Yi shut his eyes and pondered deeply over Arthas' suggestions. He understood everything that Arthas was saying. The soul-suppressing pagoda would naturally be built over the location where the government estimates the evil ghost to be. And Arthas was suggesting that he should in turn establish the entrance to hell between the soul-suppressing pagoda and where the evil ghost was located so that the evil ghost's yin energy would be continually absorbed by hell. That way, under the twofold suppressive effects, the evil ghost would be reduced to a harmless little rat on a wheel as long as it remained dormant. Then, what would happen if it wakes up? He asked cautiously. That's why you'll have to go take a look personally. Arthas responded, as long as you can ascertain that its sealed state remains intact, this is absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would also mark the starting point of your ascension to King Yanluo. Chapter 79, Fixed Anchor. Chen Yi returned to the elegant room once more. Hwire and kidney tablets. Everyone benefits. 1, Lin Han declared emphatically. Chen Yi immediately told him to get lost. Let's continue. Chen Yi muttered with a light cough. He didn't give Arthas any promises as to what he would do. However, he was prepared to listen to their plan. Su Feng nodded, all right. Picking up from where we left off, Mr. Chin, merit points can only be earned through missions and assignments. But this time, I can almost guarantee that, as long as we're able to investigate and learn of what exactly lies underneath, the reward won't be less than this amount. He held up 3 fingers. 30,000? Chen Yi's eyes quivered slightly. It's 30,000 each. Su Feng licked his lips like a hungry wolf. Furthermore, the merit points we obtain for completing a mission are but secondary rewards when it comes to places like this. The main draw is something far more delightful. The denser the yin energy in a place, the higher the likelihood of discovering a yin artifact. If we go by the standard rate of exchange, a Hunter-grade yin artifact would be worth 10,000 points, a Hellguard-grade artifact would be worth 30,000 points, while a Judge-grade artifact would be worth 100,000 points. 100,000. Everyone's breaths grew slightly ragged as soon as they heard the astronomical number. Lin Han drew a deep breath. If the yin energy readings of 30 million are accurate, then any other oddly shaped stone we find down below could easily bag us 50,000 points. And this is the price of the internal market. If we expand the scope to include the black market, then the price would only be higher. With some luck, each of us would be able to walk away from this with tens of thousands of merit points. Chen Yi muttered softly, but what if our luck isn't as good? Lin Han grinned, then we'll all perish down there. I believe that our luck won't be that bad. Su Feng pursed his lips, 30 million yin energy. It makes my scalp go numb just thinking about it. But if we don't stake everything on the line and grasp this opportunity, are we going to simply wait around for a good mission or assignment to land on our laps? Li Rongxu looked at Chen Yi. There are countless people vying for good missions all the time. Not only is it difficult to nab a good assignment, many of these assignments would require us to travel far and wide as well. Now that we are presented with such a perfect opportunity that doesn't require travel either, why not give it a shot? Or are you simply afraid? Protracted silence. Everyone blinked their eyes awkwardly as they gave Chen Yi an incredulous look. Su Feng adjusted his glasses. No. Mr. Chen, you Are you injured? You might not know how difficult it is to earn merit points with the Special Investigations Department. Solar and lunar essences are things that can be obtained elsewhere, but there are some invaluable treasures that can only be obtained through merit points alone. You'll appreciate just how important these things are in no time. Lin Han blinked and coughed lightly. The earlier abrupt silence had made him somewhat uncomfortable. You're not afraid, are you? You're the hero who has breached 9 hunting zones in the span of one single night. Your earlier silence was truly unexpected. Chen Yi was instantly filled with an irresistible urge to slap Lin Han across the cheeks. What do you mean, afraid? This is called deliberation. Can't you give me some time to prepare myself? I was still contemplating how viable the plan is, so can you just stop jumping to conclusions like that? How can I possibly worm my way out of the situation now? About that. 4 pairs of eyes were staring transfixed at Chen Yi as he cleared his throat. I was just wondering whether the merit points exchange list can be found on the Special Investigations Department's app. I haven't had the chance to look at it yet. It was a feeble attempt at changing the topic. You can find it on Momo. Li Runxu blinked as she continued probing. You're not really afraid, are you? Oh he. How could I be afraid? Ah ha ha ha. His laughter was so awkward that it made the rest of them feel embarrassed for him. The atmosphere in the room was as awkward as it got. Seconds later, Chen Yi coughed dryly, but seriously. When are you planning to make your move? The day after tomorrow. Su Feng responded affirmatively. The training for teachers is commencing in a week's time. As far as I know, we'll be under military-like regimentation. Who knows what will be in store for us? If we don't move soon, we might not have the time in the coming weeks. Chen Yi stood up. All right, we'll communicate through Momo then. We're all in the group, right? After he left, the smile on Lin Han's face faded away, and he looked at Su Feng. How was that? What do you think? Su Feng asked Li Runxu. Li Runxu continued to twirl her flying daggers as she raised an eyebrow. I can't tell at all. My profession is a 3-bloom heart-querying seer. As long as someone looks at me for more than 10 seconds, I'll be able to see their innermost thoughts for a brief moment. But this man. His heart appears to be shrouded by a layer of black mist. I can't see a single thing. The originally playful smile on Lin Han's face also subsided as he remarked, a person who's able to break 9 hunting zones in a single night can't possibly be a slouch. At the very least, he can't possibly be as unreliable as he seems. To put it nicely, it seems like he's putting his own safety before matters of principle. But if we put it bluntly, it seems like he's just afraid of dying. That said, someone with his track record cannot possibly be like this. I'm of the view that there's more to it than meets the eye. Even Zhou Qianfen thought to chime in. That's right. I believe this is all a pretense as well. Unfortunately, his acting skills aren't good enough. This is a good thing. It means he's also wary of us, and it also means he's not confident of taking us down all by himself either. Silence. After some time, Su Feng finally nodded. Well, that's that. I'll notify everyone of the assembly time tomorrow night at 8. Chen Yi was completely unaware that the party of S-class experts had only elevated their assessment of him after concluding that he was merely putting on a pretense. Yet the truth of the matter was that he was truly afraid and cowardly. He had been showing his true colors earlier. He switched on Momo and delved into the app for a closer look. This was part of Arthy's plan. Brother Chin. Are you really thirsting so badly? Wang Chenghao's voice was filled with righteous indignation. I haven't seen you use any other app these days apart from Momo. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Why does it feel as though you give me less respect these days? What happened to the adorable, innocent sledgehammer Wang I used to know? He's probably already vanished after being tainted by your lack of morals and integrity. Arthy's lamented. Ignoring the ragamuffins around him, Chen Yi delved deeper into the app. Naturally, the first thing he did was to skim through the pictures profiles of the goddesses on the app. This app is so filthy that I can't even fathom what people might use it for. Chen Yi cursed hatefully. The fact that he could only browse their profiles led to a classic case of sour grapes. Gritting his teeth, he clicked on My Profile, greater than merit point redemption system, greater than customer service inquiries. Chen Yi was quickly connected, and he immediately typed, where's the list of items I can exchange my merit points for? And how would I receive the items redeemed? Hello. This is your customer service bot. Dear customer, the answer to your question is located under Category A Question 7 of our list of frequently asked questions. Please wait while we redirect you. Ding. The shipping and delivery of all cultivation resources are handled by the Thousand Miles Cultivation Group. As long as the delivery is within Cathay, their guarantee is that you will receive your goods within 2 calendar days. The redemption exchange list is set out below. The internet speed was incredibly quick, and a long list of redemptions appeared before Chen Yi's eyes in less than 5 seconds time. Yin Artifacts, Ghost Infant Skull, Operative Grade, 5,000 merit points, Hunter Grade, 10,000 merit points, Helguard Grade, 30,000 merit points. Chen Yi watched a video preview of the artifact on his phone as he murmured to himself. As he scrolled through the list, he discovered a wide variety of peculiar artifacts, including ghost ears, root of an old lightning-struck locust tree, ghost portrait fruit, and so on. "What's the Special Investigations Department doing collecting these things?" he asked with some measure of surprise. "Naturally, for the purposes of their investigation. Furthermore, some of these are important components for setting up certain formation arrays." Arthy's voice wavered slightly. "Kid. Joining the Special Investigations Department was a really good move. This place is like a treasure trove. Some of these things aren't things that the mortal realm would use at all. But that said, you'll definitely be able to find a use for most, if not all of the components in this list in the process of rebuilding Hell. Let me give you an example. Let's say you want to develop a high-end luxury tomb for ghosts. What would constitute luxury? It's naturally objects that would make it comfortable for their stay. Without Yin artifacts acting as the foundation, no amount of renovation works will suffice. And there's also your governmental office, court of law. All of these need to be built on a firm cornerstone. It's a huge waste of time if you go about looking for the artifacts of your own accord. But with the Special Investigations Department doing the searching for you, all you'll need to do is to gather merit points for the necessary redemption at a later stage. It's simply too convenient for you." Chen Yi was dismayed. No matter how he tried, he couldn't shake off the image of a little rat sneaking into the cookie jar and moving cookies away surreptitiously. This was akin to biting the hand that feeds him. The punishment for such crimes is the 3 knives punishment. 2. However, his heart was nevertheless still inclined towards making the trip in 3 days' time. That's right. He was lazy. But the precondition for his laziness was that there must be no life-threatening circumstances to begin with. The fact that a ghost was combing his hair in broad daylight meant that something was wrong with the seal that was suppressing the terrifying 30 million yen presence. Furthermore, why? Why was its target him? Why was it him of all people present that day? Was it because he was an emissary of Hell? The lack of clarity meant that he couldn't rest easy. The next night, Su Feng disseminated a pile of information. And all of it pertained to the 4th hunting zone. Since he had already made up his mind, Chen Yi set aside the lethargy in his heart and began to pore through the details. The picture revealed a small, old building, half of which had already collapsed, while the other appeared to be in the process of demolition works. The mottled white exterior of the walls revealed traces of its decades of existence. Furthermore, the corridors in the building were filled with innumerable marks and blood stains that appeared to have been scratched and clawed out by hand. It was a striking, horrific image. Entering the building alone, even in daytime, would most certainly make one's hair stand on end. Was it once a nursing home? After spending 3 hours on the documents, Chen Yi finally switched off the Momo app and retired for the night. The meeting time was fixed at 11 p.m. tomorrow night. The next day passed quickly. When night fell once more, Chen Yi donned his camouflage uniform and arrived at the agreed meeting point early at 10:30 p.m. That said, the others had already gathered by then. Everyone had coincidentally put on camouflage uniforms. Lin Han and Li Rongxu each carried a 1-meter-tall flat chest on their backs. On the other hand, Zhou Qianfen had a series of flying daggers pin-tied to his belt. Each and every one of them could be said to be armed to the teeth. They were picking a fight with an existence with yin energy readings of 30 million. Even if it were in a sealed, suppressed state, they couldn't afford to be complacent at all. Even if the risk of death were incomparably low, nobody wanted it to become an eventuality at all. The neighborhood where the nursing home was located was hardly considered prosperous. They gathered at a tall building to the side that overlooked the nursing home. There, they could see that the dilapidated nursing home was cordoned off by a red rope with innumerable talismans tied on it. Hundreds of soldiers stood guard and patrolled around the building. "This is the City of Salvation's last remaining hunting zone." Lin Han spoke in a soft voice. "It's definitely sealed off even if it hasn't been broken. We don't have permission to enter the premises. However, they'll be changing shifts at 11 p.m. sharp. As arranged, we'll enter through the third entrance at that time." Nobody said a single word after that. Time passed by minute. Everyone had shut their eyes to rest for the moment. The night breeze tickled the trees and caused their leaves to rustle gently. The nursing home grounds stood imposingly at night, as though it were a growling behemoth, waiting to devour the next sign of life that encroaches upon its territory. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. As soon as the clock struck 11, everyone opened their eyes at the same time. Su Feng nodded his head gently. Then, drawing a deep breath, he ordered, "Now." As soon as the rest heard his command, all 5 figures leapt off the building without hesitation. Chapter 80, Haunted House. One whoosh. Wind billowed against their ears as they shot straight down below. As they shot forward towards the nursing home, all 5 figures extended their arms in a concerted fashion and shot a grappling hook straight towards the nursing home. Simultaneously, Zhou Qianfen puckered his lips and softly whistled a bird's call. The captain of the soldiers gathered below turned around promptly and immediately ordered the soldiers, "Go patrol the first floor. I think I heard something." Qin Yi's group moved like a well-oiled machine. As soon as the guards entered the building, the grappling hooks latched onto the window frames of the nursing home, and all 5 figures swung through the air in a beautiful parabolic arc like Tarzan until they landed within the premises of the nursing home. They were in the rear of the nursing home. This was also the least guarded part of the nursing home. This place had ostensibly already been put through several bouts of investigations. Even their windows were no longer existent. Thud, thud, thud. Sha. All 5 figures landed within the nursing home, rolled on the ground to break their fall before clambering back to their feet immediately. Each of them held a gleaming dagger in their hands as they half crouched on the ground, glancing warily at their surroundings. Nobody said a word for 3 whole minutes. During this time, the only audible sounds were the whistling wind and the rustling leaves outside that were casting dark shadows over the interior of the building. They were in a room that had been abandoned by the living a long time ago. The broken furniture around was covered in cobwebs and smothered in thick dust. Old-fashioned desk lamps sat around, while the walls were covered in shoddy decorations. The stifling silence in the nursing home made the atmosphere feel no different from an old graveyard. Su Feng unraveled a map across the ground, revealing a cross-section of the entire hunting zone. The map glowed in the dark. The entire hunting zone is divided into 5 floors, with 36 rooms on each floor. None of us have ever entered this hunting zone before. Therefore, I suggest splitting up the search. He continued his explanations. Here's the thing. If there's truly an existence with energy readings of 30 million yen, it's got to be sealed in a separate realm altogether. The Special Investigations Department has a specific name for this, a dimensional realm. It's a realm that exists in the rift between the mortal realm, or the Yang realm, and the netherworld, or the Yin realm. Unless one comes into contact with the entrance itself, there's simply no way of sensing its existence altogether. Furthermore, the entrance could be in any form, be it a mirror or a lamp or otherwise. In other words, he drew a circle around the map. We've got to go through every single object in all 5 floors. Li Rongchu opened the chest on her back and pulled out 5 walkie-talkies. There's no signal in the dimensional realm, so we'll complete our search of each room every 15 minutes. Report your name and room number over the walkie-talkie. Anyone who doesn't report in within the 15-minute interval. She didn't finish her statement, but Chen Yi understood. He praised her intelligence in his heart. As long as a person's signal vanished, it would necessarily mean that the person had found the entrance to the rift between the Yin realm and the Yang realm. Given the location he had earlier reported, they would immediately be able to ascertain its location. Regardless of how the search goes, we'll reassemble here at 4:30 a.m. sharp. Su Feng picked up a walkie-talkie and nodded at everyone. Everyone, take care. A 30 million yen existence was hidden right here. Even if it were under a sealed, suppressed state, none of them could afford to be complacent. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the room. Everyone picked up their own walkie-talkies, each of which were enumerated 1 through 5 in red lettering. Qin Yi's walkie-talkie was number 1. After picking up his walkie-talkie, he made his way to the first floor. However, he didn't immediately begin his search. Instead, he simply surveyed his surroundings. It was eerie. The bright moonlight shining through the broken windows of the hallway illuminated his surroundings with a pale, dreadful glow. The walls were covered in stains, and sentence after sentence of incoherent, meaningless words were scribbled all over the walls. In fact, some of the words even appeared to have been carved out with a person's nails. There were even traces of grisly purplish-black bloodstains. The walls weren't lined with marble like the newly renovated apartments in modern-day society. Rather, they were plastered with dated, emulsion paint, most of which were already peeling off in large patches like a rotting, festering face. The rows of tattered windows appeared so eerie that it felt as though rows and rows of eyes were watching and staring at each passerby. Chen Yi walked slowly along the corridor, surrounded by an oppressive silence that was occasionally cut through by the sounds of scampering mice, amongst other things. It was a hair-raising experience. Chen Yi gently pushed open a room. It was an old-fashioned layout with rooms lining both sides of the corridor. He picked the door on the left, room number 123. The left side of the building was still intact, while the right side of the building had already collapsed. Chen Yi had taken his time, and approximately 10 minutes had already lapsed by the time he had arrived at the room. The door was slightly ajar. As he pushed on it, the door made a cringeworthy squeaking sound. Just then, the walkie-talkie buzzed. Li Runxu, room 201. Lin Han, room 301. Su Feng, room 523. Chen Yi nodded his head. Just as he was about to completely open the door, his gaze suddenly froze. "Where's Zhou Qianfen?" He paused. He peeked through the crack from the half-opened door and saw a figure standing just behind. The dim glow of moonlight shone from the window across the room, revealing a black figure, replete with flowing, shoulder-length white hair. Its back was facing the door. Chen Yi could see that it wore a blue costume with white-colored sleeves. Both of its hands were hidden within the sleeves. Its entire body was covered in dust. It was impossible to see its appearances with the moonlight gleaming behind it. That said, it was apparent that it had just turned its head 180 degrees around, and it was staring straight at the crack between the door and the frame with its bloodshot eyes. Ha! Ha 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 ha! A series of peculiar sounds came from his throat, almost as though his throat was completely parched. Chen Yi was standing just behind the door. Just then, it slowly extended a hand that appeared no different from a chicken's claw. After a moment of silence on the walkie-talkie, Su Feng's voice grew stern and somber. "Old Zhou, this isn't a laughing matter. 15 minutes is up. Report your position." However, nothing. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The walkie-talkie remained completely silent. Chen Yi drew a deep breath, pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. 11:40 p.m. They were exploring the depths of an abandoned nursing home that had gibberish scribbled all over its walls. And right in the midst of the darkness, one of their team members had just vanished as quickly as they had entered the premises. He turned back abruptly and rushed straight towards the 4th floor where Zhou Qianfen had earlier gone to. Meanwhile, just as Chen Yi took his leave, a pale white hand silently opened the door to the room, and a head with long, flowing white hair peeked out silently. Ha! Ha ha ha! Even though Chen Yi was ordinarily incredibly sensitive to the fluctuations of yin energy around him, he didn't sense a single thing this time. Chen Yi charged straight towards the 4th floor. However, when Chen Yi arrived at the 4th floor, he discovered that there was nobody there at all. Thud. The only sound that reverberated endlessly through the dank and dark hallways was the sound of his military boots. Pale, gloomy moonlight splashed across the corridors, accentuating the black and red words that were scribbled all over the walls. Not a single person was in sight. Chen Yi's gaze quivered. His hands were already primed at his waist, while his back was already hunched like a prowling wolf that was ready to strike at the moment's notice. He had run up from the 1st floor earlier. Logically speaking, there should already be others around right now. "Where's everyone?" "Something's wrong," Arthis whispered. Chen Yi agreed, "Of course something's wrong. I haven't been able to detect a shred of yin energy so far. But we're right in the midst of a hunting zone right now." Just then, the walkie-talkie that was hanging along his waist buzzed yet again, cutting through the silence in the hallway. It was the sound of a woman singing, dreams of orioles tittering. A new age comes amidst chaos, institutions are established. The end of a wick goes up in smokes, tattered threads are tossed away. Yet how the new spring resembles the year that's passed. Kunku Opera. 1. After singing these lines, the female's voice suddenly became higher-pitched. With her shrill, operatic voice, she continued, "Li Runxu, room 201. Lin Han, room 301. Su Feng, room 523. And the last one shall perish now." It was incredibly bizarre. However, as soon as she finished singing, the doors across the entire 4th floor immediately opened at the same time with a cringeworthy creak. SSSSS. Eek. The protracted creak was unduly long and made one's hair stand on end. There wasn't a single person in sight, yet the juxtaposition of the noise against the deafening silence of the night made it seem like countless people had appeared all at once. Just then, a female figure wearing a traditional operatic dress appeared on the moonlit corridor. The slender figure was dressed in resplendent, elaborate garments replete with full, flowing sleeves, and she hurtled straight towards Chen Yi like a bolt of lightning. Chen Yi's pupils constricted, and he immediately turned around and ran without hesitation. This wasn't an operative-class evil ghost. This was undoubtedly a hunter-class ghost. Furthermore, this evil spirit was ostensibly stronger than Cao Yudao. In fact, it even gave Chen Yi the same vibe that the assassin of the underworld he encountered earlier did. He desperately retreated downstairs as quickly as he could. The building was far too peculiar. Of the 5 hunter-class agents that had entered the hunting zone, 4 had mysteriously vanished into thin air. Then, just as he turned the corner, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. There was a dressing mirror located at every corner of the building. There was one here as well. The mirror looked incredibly old, and it was covered so much in dust that one could only vaguely make out his own reflection. And yet Chen Yi noticed from the reflection that there was something else just behind him. Furthermore, he noticed that there was a walkie-talkie located just in front of the mirror. Dead silence. The sound of the Kunku opera had vanished. The night gale whistled through the vacant building, reverberating eerily as though a ghost were whimpering. The escalating gale forced windows to slam against their frames with dull thuds from time to time. He took a deep breath, picked up the walkie-talkie, and then wiped the dust off the mirror. In that instant, he discovered that the female figure wearing the traditional operatic dress was just leaning over his back. It was the same resplendent, elaborate garments replete with full, flowing sleeves. Yet the hair on her head, and her entire body, rather, her entire corpse looked completely withered as though she had been hung out to dry just before dying. She was nothing but skin and bones, and her hair was disheveled and all over the place. Just like that, she leaned silently over as her drool dangled dangerously across his chest. Her head was situated right above his shoulder. The slender figure hurtled straight towards Chen Yi like a bolt of lightning. TZZT. Just then, the walkie-talkie buzzed once more. The sound of static crackled, drowning out other sounds. He held the walkie-talkie closer to his ear and finally heard its contents. 124. 1. 24. Seconds later, he put down his walkie-talkie and smirked. Mr. Su. Chen Yi yelled again. Mr. Lin? Ms. Li? Mr. Zhou? No response. I can't detect any traces of their true energy either. He licked his lips. With a loud bang, the yin energy in his surroundings suddenly began to converge around him, forming a yin domain within a 3-meter radius around him. Then. I don't have to keep up my pretenses any longer, right? Whoosh. The pale, gleaming edge of the demon head saber was pulled out of the depths of the roiling yin energy. Chen Yi's Hell's emissary uniform fluttered wildly. In that instant, the previously silent corridor was filled with the howling sounds of 1,000 ghosts, as though they were bowing down in worship of their king. By Hell's dictum, all rabble must disperse. He pointed his saber diagonally towards the ceiling. The roiling dense yin energy around him vanished in an instant, as though an unseen force were backing away in terror. A mere yin spirit dares to cause trouble in front of an emissary of Hell? He patted the invisible entity leaning over his shoulder. Be good. We'll see in just a moment what you've been hiding here all this while. Chapter 81, Haunted House, 2KKKRRR. The demon head saber dragged along the ground, emitting a sharp, grinding sound. Wherever it passed, the layers of roiling darkness were immediately dispersed. He paused as soon as he arrived in front of room 123. This was the room he was at just a little while ago. Dong. He kicked open the door, yet it was now completely empty behind. It wasn't clear whose room this was. The walls were covered with over a dozen photographs. A dusty, gray wall mirror hung on the left wall, while an empty closet sat adjacent to the right wall. Several old and tattered operatic costumes hung within the closet. There was a desk right in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi wiped off the dust on the mirror, and he noticed that the female ghost dressed in an operatic costume was already trembling all over and hiding her head behind Chen Yi's back. Chen Yi grew taciturn. After several seconds, he began to comb and neaten his hair. "How are you possibly so handsome?" he exclaimed. "I can't believe I've never noticed you before. Why does it seem like you burst with confidence whenever you encounter ghosts?" Arthis chuckled contemptuously. "Are you finally discovering the benefits of your genuine proof of identity?" The first thought on Chen Yi's mind was that Arthis had contracted an illness. An illness that she could only survive from if she continued to criticize Chen Yi on a daily basis. Chen Yi thought, How can anyone possibly of their own volition dislike or criticize such a perfect person like I am? I'm certain it's the critic whose heart is in turmoil. Perfect. He flicked his hair. I'm going to be a lady in my next life and marry a man as handsome as I am. After saying that, he walked straight to the desk and pulled open the drawer. Unfortunately, he didn't notice that when he turned around, his reflection in the mirror continued to flick his hair. It was only half a second later that his reflection in the mirror ceased moving and continued to look out into the mortal realm. Then, 4 men with pale faces stepped out from behind the reflection in unison. They were the exact spitting images of Zhou Qianfen, Li Runxu, Lin Han, and Su Feng. All 5 of them arranged themselves neatly in the mirror frame, almost as though they had left a black and white legacy photo here ages ago. Yet Qin Yi was completely oblivious to this because he was looking through the contents of the drawer at this moment. There was a dusty diary. May 12, 2001. Sunny. He flipped open the diary and began to read from it. I didn't get to eat again. The lady who's taking care of me says that I'm too noisy, so I'm not allowed to eat. I'm so hungry. I'm absolutely famished. I haven't eaten anything all day. This nursing home is no different from a hellhole. I thoroughly regret it. Why didn't I have a child back then? If I did, I would never have come here. And I wasn't even noisy. I was incredibly obedient. I've already stopped practicing my arias. And all I've done is to listen to the tape recorder and hum along to the tunes. I think I'm going to starve to death if I don't get to eat tomorrow. The corner of Qin Yi's eyes twitched slightly. This was an elderly person's diary. And this was a nursing home. That said, he couldn't detect any trace of respect for the elderly from the diary's accounts at all. He flipped the page and continued reading. 13th of May. I finally got to eat 2 cookies. The milk we got for breakfast seems to have already gone bad. It's completely inedible. These people are too awful. If I were still mobile, if any of us were still mobile, we would most definitely sue them in court. Everyone here is like a demon. I know each and every one of us here have already paid our dues to this place, yet none of the food we're getting appears to be food fit for human consumption. 14th of May. Old Li has departed. He'd been so hungry that he's nothing more than skin and bones. I don't know whether it's because he's eaten something bad. He used to love listening to my singing. I'm afraid my time is almost here as well. That said, old Huang came by today. I'm glad I finally have someone to keep me company. He's getting old and doesn't have long to live either. It's nice to lean on each other and support one another. 15th of May. I'm so hungry. I'm truly famished. But I'm incredibly happy today. Someone has died in this nursing home. Ha ha ha. Dead. The head nurse who has been embezzling the funds is finally dead. She died in the bathroom. And it happened in the bathroom located in room 124 just adjacent to her room as well. It was old Huang who discovered it when she went to the bathroom. I'd even heard that the head nurse's entire body was completely stiff with her tongue hanging out loosely and her eyes bulging wide, almost as though she had seen something terrifying just before dying. 16th of May. I need to leave. I need to leave. There's something unclean in this place. I'm certain of it. The diary entry had used a double exclamation for emphasis. And the entry had clearly been written while the author was immensely agitated. Even the page was slightly torn from the force used in scribing the entry. Tonight. I went to the bathroom. All of the doors were closed. But there was one door, the door to the last cubicle. It's the very same one that the head nurse had perished in. I heard crying sounds coming from that cubicle. And it's a young woman's voice. I heard it extremely clearly. But we don't have any young women here at all. The last few words were written with such immense manifestation of fear that the exclamation marks had even torn through the pages of the diary. The bottom half of the page was completely tattered. Qin Yi flipped the page. 22nd of May. Cloudy. I might be dying soon. I've been unable to sleep well these last few days. Only old Huang remains by my side. Every night. We hug each other tightly. The crying sound would begin at midnight and end at 5 a.m. and 2 days ago, I heard someone walking past our door. That's the sound of high heels. But none of us here wears those things at all. None of us, apart from the dead head nurse. We've not slept well for 3 days straight. We don't even dare to shut our eyes now. Last night, even though I made sure that the door was locked, I heard it open at midnight when the sound of high heels stopped in front of the door. It felt as though a dead person were standing at the door, staring straight at our souls. 23rd of May. Sunny. I can't walk anymore. I've alerted them to this, but nobody cares. I'm afraid to sleep at night, and I can't move out either. I'm going to go crazy even if I don't die. But old Huang is still here with me. He's lost weight. All I can feel is skin and bones. A doctor has finally come to see me. They've begun packing up my things, saying that I'm going to get better soon. Ha! But I know what's going on. Only people who are dying get to shift out. That said, I thought that these caregivers were only going to shift my stuff out. Instead, they actually burned everything away. I'm going to kill them all. 24th of May. Sunny. I think that the 70 years of my life is coming to an end today. I haven't been able to kill them because my withered hands no longer have the strength to lift a knife. I can't find a knife either. My only wish is that old Huang lives on well. Thank you, world. I love you all. Yu King, 24th of May. End. Ha. Chen Yi shook his head as he flipped through the rest of the diary. All of the remaining pages were blank. Emissaries of Hell don't interfere with the affairs of the mortal realm. What they did was simply to arrest Yin spirits and escort them to Hell so that good and evil could each be repaid accordingly. Don't worry. He patted the diary gently, none of the people running this nursing home will end well. Are you deceiving her? Or are you deceiving yourself? Arthy's voice appeared somewhat downcast. Good and evil must first be repaid before one can enter the cycle of reincarnation in accordance with the heavenly Tao. But the system supporting the cycle of reincarnation has already collapsed. What's the use of such consolation? Rather than grieving over here, why don't you channel your energy into re-establishing Hell instead? Kid, countless souls are lined up and eagerly awaiting to bring their grievances before you for redress. Simultaneously, there are countless spirits of evil people who remain at large. You have the power to right all the wrong in the mortal realm. Punish everything that goes unpunished. See and hear everything that goes unnoticed in the mortal realm. This is the meaning of Hell's existence. Evil must be punished with evil. Good must be rewarded and encouraged. Chen Yi remained silent, but his Adam's apple trembled slightly. He appeared stiff as a sculpture. He had already experienced a change of heart earlier at the press conference. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life spanning well over decades, he was like a war-torn hero who had seen all too much, both good and evil, and both the beautiful and ugly sides of humanity. That said, he has never had to bear such heavy responsibilities before. However, he now possessed the shards of King Yanluo's seal. And he was the only one who could restart the process of repaying good and evil accordingly. He was the only one who could convict the ghosts masquerading as humans and finally avenge the aggrieved and put to rest all forms of inequality. The simple act of going through the old, ordinary diary today was like a catalyst that triggered the fermentation process of the festering emotions in his heart. Everything began to sour, yet deepen in flavor. Life always has a way of presenting the most impactful images in the most unexpected ways, and in so doing trigger the innermost feelings of a person's heart at a time when he is most vulnerable. The tragedy experienced by that amorous affair was also like this. He sighed wistfully. For the first time ever, Chen Yi didn't resist the notion of re-establishing Hell proposed by Arthys. In fact, he even felt a momentary compulsion to go along with her suggestion. The fact that she was able to motivate such a lethargic person to action, even for a single moment, made Arthys smile widely. Whoosh! Chen Yi continued to flip through the pages of the diary. And then, he suddenly paused. There's still another entry. December 12, 2013. Old Huang has killed all of the nurses and caregivers in this nursing home. Ha ha ha. It's all just a matter of time before evil is repaid with evil, and good with good. I've also tied up old Huang. He won't kill anyone anymore. Right? Good and evil will be repaid accordingly. Chen Yi's voice quivered slightly as he finally closed the diary. The room was filled with silence. After a long time, Arthys finally spoke up. There should be some form of barrier here. This barrier possesses the ability to conceal and obscure all yin energy from the rest of the world. At the same time, it can distort one's vision and perception. The one who had set up this barrier is truly a remarkable expert. Chen Yi frowned. Does this mean that I've got to break the barrier if I'm to find the others and locate the mysterious 30 million yin presence? Be cautious. Arthys warned. All barriers, also known as formation arrays, have two gates, the gate of life, and the gate of death. You're as good as dead if you enter through the gate of death. Right now, you're still safely on the outside of the barrier because you've not fulfilled the barrier's trigger conditions. Forcefully attempting to breach the barrier without understanding its rules might lead to disastrous consequences. Chen Yi gasped, "It's that serious?" The soul sphere hovered in the air and glanced around as she spoke with a soft voice, "Even though I can't sense the energy fluctuations from the barrier, we can still trace the source of the barrier back to its main purpose. Let me ask you something, what's the purpose of this barrier's existence? Who's the one who set it up?" Chen Yi deliberated. Purpose? That should be to contain the yin energy emanating from this place. After all, there could very well be a ghost king with immense, unsuppressible powers hidden here. He paused as soon as he finished speaking. "Yeah. So that's it. Only the government could possibly have set up a barrier in this place to prevent the yin energy from leaking out. At the same time, in order not to alert the terrifying presence hidden beneath, the government chose to cordon off the fourth hunting zone and keep it as it were, without breaking it. Given the extent of preventive measures undertaken by the government, how terrifying would it be if the hidden entity below got out?" He took a deep breath and glanced about the surroundings. At this moment, the otherwise silent nursing home suddenly felt like a danger zone. It was as though there were landmines all around him, and a single misstep could very well lead to a chain explosion. Arthur shifted slightly and spoke with a right tone of voice, "I've got a piece of good news, and a piece of bad news right now. Which one do you want to hear first?" Chapter 82, Haunted House, 3 Bloody Old Granny. Chen Yi gnashed his teeth. "The good news? The good news is that since this is a barrier set up by humans, you wouldn't be in any form of danger as long as you don't deliberately attempt to break into it." "And what's the bad news?" Arthas chuckled. "As the saying goes, humans die for riches, just as birds will for food. Notwithstanding the fact that the bunch of you have risked life and limb to break into this place, I'm afraid that you won't leave with even a dime. The government has already laid down an entire system that is well beyond any of your ability to breach. So what if you're lucky enough to locate the gate of life? The government will immediately discover you trespassers. When that time comes, you'd count yourself lucky if you're not arrested. Merit points are certainly out of the picture." "Shit." Chen Yi gritted his teeth. Just then, Arthas suddenly raised her voice. "But I'll say, can't you finish whatever you've got to say in a single breath? Don't you find it more interesting if I break up my messages this way?" Arthas responded in all sincerity, "There's yet another way, and that is to somehow get the owner of this hunting zone to conform to you. The owner of this hunting zone knows this place inside out, and would naturally have the best idea of what exactly goes on here. Others might not be able to do this, since a ghost's thirst for flesh and blood is undeniable. But you might just be an exception to this rule." Suddenly, the duo paused and looked up at the exact same time. A strange sound had abruptly appeared, cutting through the silence of the night. "Woo-woo-oh. Woo-woo-woo." A sobbing voice echoed from the room just next to theirs. It was the bathroom. Room 124. A ghost bawling in the middle of the night. SHK. Chen Yi unsheathed his demon head saber, while Arthas muttered in a hushed voice, "How about it? Ready to give it a shot? I'm an emissary of hell at any rate. It's only right and proper to subdue these ghosts. There's no harm trying. And what if it doesn't work? Of course I'll simply slip away and never look back again." Chen Yi gave the soul sphere a vacant stare, as though that were naturally the only other option available to him. "How could you ask such a stupid question? Very well. That's just like you." Voo-voo. The intermittent sobbing drifting through the corridors together with the wind. It didn't show any signs of response in the slightest. Chen Yi walked out of the room and headed straight for bathroom 124. The door was covered with dust. It was evident just how long it had been since the last person had entered this room. As soon as Chen Yi placed his hand on the door, the sound of static buzzed in the air, and the lights of the bathroom flicked on automatically. The electricity had already been cut from this entire building since eons ago. But the lights still came on at this very moment. The dusty hanging light glowed dimly, while the corridor outside was completely dark. This was the only source of light amidst the vast expanse of darkness, yet the dim glow was hardly reassuring at all. In fact, it only made the room feel creepier. Who switched on the light in the dark of the night? He pushed on the door and walked in. Under the dim illumination of light, he could immediately tell that the bathroom was completely different from the rest of the building. The rest of the nursing home had black and red words scribbled and scratched all over the place. But this place appeared practically like the scene of murder. Blood was splattered everywhere. Yet after the effluxion of time, the stains had already oxidized into an unusual dark purple color. It was on the mirrors, the ceiling, the cubicle doors, and even on the floor, covered by a thick layer of dust. There were even dead insects and vermin lying within the larger pools of dried blood. The smell was incredibly nauseating. There were countless scratch marks on the wall, all of which were a grisly, dark purplish hue. One could only imagine the struggle that took place in the bathroom before perishing. Voo-voo. The sobbing voice came from the last cubicle in the bathroom. The cubicle door was slightly ajar, almost as though it were a Pandora's box, inviting visitors to open it, only to be greeted by the true appearances of the evil ghost. Chin-Yi pushed open the door without hesitation. The stall in the nursing home was deeper than that in any other normal bathrooms. It was approximately 2 meters deep. Right at the end, a white-haired person wearing an operatic costume sat on the closed lid of the toilet bowl, sobbing incessantly. It was a green-colored costume. As soon as Chin-Yi entered the cubicle, the door slammed shut behind him and bolted itself. Simultaneously, the person seated on the toilet bowl slowly looked up. The person's pale, disheveled hair parted slightly, revealing a striking pair of eyes. They weren't human eyes. Rather, it was a pair of bloodshot eyes with bloodstains all around it. "There's still no yin energy. Are you sure you're a ghost? That's way too unprofessional, isn't it?" Chin-Yi took aim at the ghost in front of him. Then, just as he was about to cleave down with his saber, he suddenly heard a sound, woof. The white hair on the head parted yet even more, revealing the face of an old dog with yellowish fur. Its entire body was nestled in a set of operatic costume, giving it the illusion that it was a humanoid creature that was seated on the toilet bowl. The fiendish hound wasn't afraid of Chin-Yi at all. Instead, it immediately leapt out of the costume, made its way to Chin-Yi's side and began to rub its body against his leg. Its tongue hung out of its mouth, and it wagged its tail joyfully. It was incredibly skinny. It was so skinny that one could even see the ribs on its side. "This is?" Chin-Yi picked up the chain behind it and tugged lightly at it. After seeing where it tied down to, he finally loosened his grip. "Oh? Have you discovered it?" Arthis smiled knowingly. With a somber expression on his face, Chin-Yi nodded. "The chains have already rusted so much that it's even turned yellow. And it's been tied to the sewer pipe, which means that this chain has already been here for several years. SHK. He pulled out his demon head saber and aimed it at the yellow dog, "But it's not dead yet. What are you?" Unfortunately, the yellow dog couldn't understand a single word that Chin-Yi was saying. It simply continued to wag its tail and stare at Chin-Yi with its large, round, bloodshot eyes. "This is a corpse fiend," Arthis explained. "It has already died a long time ago. And you can tell from its eyes that it has killed someone before. The stench of blood has obscured its eyes, and the corpse energy has transformed it into a fiend. This beast has likely killed more than just a single person. But after the incident, it was tied to this place by somebody, and it has never left since then. If it has killed someone before, why isn't it aggressive towards me at all?" Arthis' voice was somewhat laced with emotion. It must have been very loyal to its master when it was alive. Since its master hasn't released it, it chose to remain here obsequiously. "Don't worry, its wish has already been fulfilled, and I'm quite certain it will never attack anyone again." Chin-Yi blinked his eyes in surprise, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. He abruptly grabbed the dog by its neck and picked it up. The dog was cold to the touch and devoid of any body heat. The chain was attached to a worn leather collar. The leather on the collar had faded considerably, revealing some yellowish-brown fraying underneath the surface. A tag hung loosely at the base of the leather collar. Chin-Yi brushed away the dust on the tag, revealing 2 words. "Old Huang." After reading aloud the words on the tag, he immediately exclaimed, "So that's it." 12th of December. Old Huang had massacred all of the caregivers and nurses within the nursing home. "I've tied him up." This was Yu Kuai-King's swan song. "All along, I've thought that Old Huang was a human being. I really didn't expect it to be a dog." He sighed. "I finally understand now. The real owner of this hunting zone isn't Yu Kuai-King. It's Old Huang. After all, only a corpse fiend could possibly massacre so many people. That's the only way the nursing home could have become a hunting zone to begin with." All the pieces of the puzzle finally came together at this very moment. He sighed soullessly. Yu Kuai-King had never mentioned that Old Huang was a dog. Furthermore, she had referred to the dog as he, and not it. She had even made mention of tying Old Huang up, and not tethering Old Huang. I imagine she must have thought of Old Huang as her one and only kin while she was alive, right? Yu Kuai-King treated it as family, and Old Huang felt the same way about her as well. It must have witnessed Yu King experiencing years of abuse and mistreatment in the nursing home. And so, after dying, it transformed into a corpse fiend, murdering the head nurse and massacring all the rest of the caregivers as well. He stroked the top of old Huang's head. Almost as though it understood what Qin Yi was saying, old Huang rubbed its head gently against Qin Yi's hand. It was cold. And yet it was also incredibly warm at the same time. And Yu King, fearing that old Huang wouldn't end well, shackled him in the last cubicle in the bathroom. Unfortunately, she wasn't aware that old Huang was already dead by then, killing everyone who had mistreated its master. I imagine this was the obsession that kept it going. Qin Yi didn't feel repulsed by old Huang just because it had perished a long time ago. Running his hand across old Huang's ribs, Qin Yi could clearly sense that it was completely skin and bones. It was hard to imagine what kind of life and environment the duo, one woman and one dog, had experienced back then. They probably only had each other to rely on. "I don't think you've done anything wrong." He patted on the dog's head as he stood up. "If I were a judge, I wouldn't sentence you to the path of the beast in your next life. After all, you've already fulfilled your duty in your present lifetime." He undid old Huang's shackles, but it didn't scamper away. Instead, it simply laid down at Qin Yi's feet obsequiously. Qin Yi's eyes quivered. He could never have fathomed that the owner of this hunting zone was in fact a corpse fiend dog. "You're really lucky," Arthis exclaimed. "You're obviously a cunning person, yet you've still been blessed with such immense fortune. This must be why people often say that the wicked live long." Qin Yi smiled. That's right. He also felt incredibly lucky today. Who could have known that the owner of this hunting zone was not a human? And now, with old Huang around, it had unlocked a new variable. A variable that might result in breaching the barrier successfully. "I know you can understand what I'm saying. You're the owner of this place. Can you tell me what changed you into a corpse fiend after you died? Do you know where my teammates are?" Old Huang perked up its ears and listened to Qin Yi's queries. Then, it suddenly got back onto its feet. Its body trembled, and it immediately hunched its bony back and started growling. The hairs on its back stood up menacingly as it stared transfixed at the door to the cubicle. Qin Yi's gaze froze, and his demon head saber abruptly ignited with a green blaze. Then, he turned around and looked at the door to the cubicle as well. Clack! Clack! A clear sound echoed from the corridor. At the same time, an incredibly strong wave of yin energy filled the entire first floor instantly. It was the sound of high heels clacking against the ground. Hunter class level of yin energy. Qin Yi squinted his eyes. "Arthis, who's this?" Arthis was also equally bewildered. "I don't know. This hunting zone is absolutely peculiar, even by my wealth of experiences. Could this be the effect of the 30 million yin existence on the hunting zone? A hunting zone with more than one owner? Moreover, this hunting zone most certainly didn't have any hunter-class ghosts just a few days ago. Yet, these ghosts had attained a breakthrough in just a matter of days? The 30 million yin existence must have been triggered or stirred by something that night." Clack! Clack! The sound of the high heels were incredibly clear against the juxtaposition of the deafening silence in the hallway. The owner of the heels entered the bathroom in no time. KKKRR. The hair-raising sound of sharp nails scratching the wooden doors of the cubicles filled the air. The door to the first cubicle was opened. Qin Yi peeked under the gap between the cubicle door and the ground. The dim light flickered eerily. Yet no matter where Qin Yi looked, he couldn't see a single shadow on the ground. They were in a dark, abandoned nursing home in the middle of the night, and something was opening the cubicle doors one by one. The second door. The third door. The bathroom only had 4 cubicles. Then, just as the third cubicle door was pulled open, Qin Yi heard the sound of high heels stop at the door of his cubicle. He could now see the snow-white high heels in the gap between the cubicle door and the ground. It was stained with splotches of dark red blood. And it stood there silently, unmoving, and separated from Qin Yi by a thin wooden door. Chapter 83, The Six Paths. 1. Qin Yi didn't do anything. He was still pretty much a newcomer when it came to dealing with evil ghosts. To date, Cao Yu Dao was the only hunter-class ghost he had dealt with. Thus, he was curious about the different kinds of behavior and idiosyncrasies other evil ghosts would exhibit. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The high heels remained rooted to the ground. Then, on the 4th second, almost as though he had realized something, Qin Yi lifted his head abruptly. Under the dim glow of the light above, Chen Yi saw a fat lady with unkempt hair and a gnarly expression peeking at him just over the cubicle door. Had he been an ordinary person, his heart would have stopped at this very instant. A hand could barely be seen holding up the fat lady's head. As soon as the lady locked eyes with Chen Yi, her lips immediately curled into a horrific smile. "I've found you." Her expression was incredibly twisted, almost as though someone had hastily and haphazardly stitched together a rag doll. In the very next moment, Old Wang transformed into a menacing bolt and charged straight at the door before Chen Yi could react with his demon head saber. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the door was instantly shattered into pieces. Just outside the door, a headless corpse wearing a nurse's uniform and high heels, and carrying an old tape recorder in one hand and her own head in the other, was smashed back against the wall by a powerful cleave from Chen Yi's saber. Bloody hell, that scared the baby. Chen Yi barked furiously as he chained another backhanded slash. "Didn't your mother ever tell you to be a good ghost? It's not your fault that you're ugly, but who's going to bear the responsibility when you go about scaring all these innocent little flowers and plants?" Boom! With yet another loud bang, the nurse was smashed back against the wall once more. The battering of her smallish frame had left cracks in the wall, and blood-stained pieces of the wall began to crumble to the ground. "You aren't behaving yourself." However, the nurse didn't seem to notice anything amiss. Her scarlet eyes were locked on Chen Yi, and she roared and charged at Chen Yi once more, lifting her head by the hair and smashing it down mightily as though it were a meteor hammer. "No food for you tonight. Eh? You don't seem to have any respect for Hal's emissaries at all. Are all you indigenous wild ghosts like that?" Chen Yi raised his saber and blocked the hurtling head. The head screamed as though a needle had pricked it as it ricocheted back. Just then, the nurse's nails lengthened considerably. She hunched her back, and immediately shot forward again like a cheetah. Fast. Like a gust of wind, she shot through the air with a soft, muffled whoosh. In the very next moment, she unleashed a relentless barrage of clawing attacks on Chen Yi. "Interesting." Chen Yi smirked, and he responded with a swift blade dance that instantly enveloped himself within a silver sphere of light. Dang dang dang! The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly. Several gashes appeared on the walls and ground around him, each of which were several inches deep. However, the silver sphere of light was like an absolute defense. No matter how hard the nurse tried, she wasn't able to gain any ground at all. "You've clearly just become a soul hunter. You don't even know the extent of your own abilities." After watching for about 10 seconds, Arthis yawned and remarked, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish her off. You're a natural counter to all the evil ghosts of the same level as you. An absolute form of suppression. Is there any meaning in playing with your food for such a long time?" Chen Yi shrugged his shoulders, and the light of his gleaming blade changed in an instant. If his moves before were likened to a torrential storm, then his present move could only be described as a terrifying dragon rising out from the sea. With a loud cracking sound, the nurse's ink-black nails were shattered, inch by inch. She screamed as she retreated while furiously flailing her right hand about in front of her. But even then, she refused to release the old tape recorder in her left hand. One advanced, while the other retreated. The bathroom wasn't a large place. Within seconds, a heart-rending scream reverberated through the corners of the bathroom. A pale, white right hand flew into the sky, while the demon head saber pointed straight at the tip of the nurse's nose. In the next second, a flash of blade light shone brightly, and the demon head saber swung downwards. SSSSSSS. The evil ghost let out a loud, miserable scream. An immense amount of yin energy burst forth from the tip of the demon head saber and pierced through the skull of the nurse. Then, just as the demon head saber was about to plunge straight through the evil ghost, a melodious music suddenly began to play. Flowing silk sweeps freely through the courtyard. Its ripples carry with it the vigor of spring. Stop for a while, and adjust the floral ornaments. Immerse yourself in the blossoms, conceal your face, and lean into the rosy rolling clouds. It was a kunku operatic tune. The evil nurse ghost had at some point in time clicked on a button of the tape recorder in her left hand. With the soft rustle of an old tape recorder, a shrill lady's voice began to resound through the bathroom. Buzz. As soon as the music began to play, Chen Yi immediately felt his ears ringing and the world around him began to spin violently. He groaned and collapsed to the ground. This is. He felt like the heavens and the earth around him were spinning madly, almost as though the spinning cups ride in the amusement parks were on overdrive. His legs trembled. However, he had never for a single moment taken his mind off the battle before him. He tightened the grip in his right hand, only to belatedly discover that he had already inadvertently released the hilt of the demon head saber a little while ago. Not good. This was the first reaction in his mind. He immediately retreated, with his right hand clutching at his chest, and his left hand holding his head. The only sound he could hear right now was the evil ghost shriek that boomed through the air. An unexpected failure. Chen Yi chuckled bitterly. He already knew what the tape recorder was. A yin artifact. And its quality was no lower than Cao Yudao's rosary of human skulls to boot. After all, the tape recorder was able to launch a peculiar sound wave attack that was practically impossible to defend against. His ears continued to ring and buzz. But just then, he heard an infuriated woof. Amidst the spinning world around him, he saw a dark figure fly through the air like a bolt and crash straight into the nurse. With a click, the music came to an abrupt end. SSSS. The evil ghost hissed madly, but the world around Chen Yi had finally stopped spinning. As soon as he regained clarity of mind, he immediately hunched his back and shot forward like a loosened arrow, retrieving his demon head saber in just an instant before plunging it straight into the nurse's skull in the very next moment. PSHHHH. Ah! The tape recorder fell to the ground with a dull clack. The nurse clutched at her head as she screamed in disbelief. The tip of the saber had plunged straight through her bones, reducing her to a sea of dense yin energy amidst her blood-curdling screams. Chen Yi shook his head and finally heaved a sigh of relief. As far as he could tell, Old Huang had picked up the tape recorder in its mouth and was wagging its tail at Chen Yi in an inviting fashion. "He's bitten off her arm." Arthis muttered, "The quality of this yin artifact is pretty good. I think we're talking about 60,000 merit points here. Even if we don't locate the 30 million yen presence this time, I think you can call this expedition a win." It was truly good stuff. Chen Yi picked up the tape recorder, and then did a double take as Arthis' earlier words sank in. 60,000. Blinking his eye, he bent down to open the tape recorder, and he pulled out an old cassette tape hidden within. It was antiquated, probably something that dated back to the turn of the century. The surface of the cassette tape was covered with black and red streaks of blood. The transparent tape was taped up in different parts, and it contained a line of words across the middle, Peony Pavilion. "Do you mean this is also a yin artifact? The tape recorder is one. And the cassette tape within it is another? We've struck gold." Adding the merit points from before, he would join the ranks of the wealthy with 80,000 merit points under his belt after the exchange. No. There was still Cao Yudao's human skull rosary to account for as well. "I'm going to be a millionaire." "Artie, is 8,000 spirit stones sufficient for constructing the soul induction platform?" "It's enough for the framework." Arthis responded excitedly, "Getting started is always the hardest part. All we need now is for the winds to blow in our favor." And that was to locate the 30 million yen presence. And hell, which had collapsed for 100 years, would finally be given the opportunity to see the light of day again. Chen Yi drew a deep breath, bent down with a smile and patted Old Huang's head. "Old Huang, one last thing, could you take me to the heart of the formation array that supports this barrier? Don't worry, I won't expunge you. Once I re-establish hell, I'm going to issue a royal decree and appoint you as the watchdog of hell, and you will then be named as Cerberus. What do you think? If I might just interject, why do you always pick names with such strong international flair? And I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before?" On the other hand, Old Huang appeared to understand Chen Yi's words, and he barked twice at Chen Yi with approval. Then, he ran over to the sinks in the bathroom and spat a glop of blackish blood onto the mirrors. Chen Yi turned around and looked at the graying mirrors, only to discover as the blackish blood slid down, 6 emblems revealed themselves. The emblems were incredibly peculiar, almost as though they had been drawn on the mirror. And yet at the same time, they also seemed to come from within the mirror itself. One depicted an animal, revealing the totem of a wolf head. One depicted an asura, with green face and sharp fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms. One depicted humans, with a miserable face and ragged clothes. One depicted evil ghosts, with a big belly, large body and a small head. One depicted demons, its body blazing with fire, with a vicious expression on its face. And the last one also depicted a human, but this human was instead floating in the air with the grace of an immortal. The 6 emblems were arranged in a circle, 3 of which were bright, and 3 of which were dark. The 2 emblems depicting humans and the one depicting demons were dark, while the others gleamed in a dazzling fashion. "This is..." Chen Yi drew a deep breath. He had seen the wolf head totem before. This was the totem that the puppet master in Clear Creek County had previously painted in blood. It was a thorn in his side. Back in West Driver, he had unwittingly knocked over a pot of fodder belonging to a terrifying existence, and he was left with no choice but to leave that place as far behind as possible and come to the City of Salvation. Yet who would have expected the same wolf-head totem to make its appearance once more in the future paradise of cultivators? Just then, the 6 emblems began to rotate slowly, almost as though they had just been activated. In the next moment, 3 powerful waves of yin energy erupted. It had to be mentioned that this hunting zone had concealed all forms of yin energy, rendering them completely undetectable, even when an evil ghost was standing right before him. However, as soon as he touched the emblem, a stream of yin energy immediately erupted wildly. Within 10 seconds' time, the entire 4th hunting zone was set ablaze like a candle in the night. Chen Yi could sense that yin energy filled the lands. All of the other yin spirits began to tremble as they attempted to retreat deeper into the abysses of darkness. Chen Yi stood at what appeared to be the eye of the storm. His hell's emissary robes fluttered wildly in the wind, and sweat percolated his entire forehead. Thump! His heart had practically stopped beating. Just then, Arthis bellowed, "Get out of the way!" She didn't have to repeat herself. Chen Yi had already backed off subconsciously. With a thud, Chen Yi found his back against the wooden door of the cubicles. He took another palpable look at the emblems on the mirror. 3 vivid streams of yin energy poured out of the emblems, each of which was on the same level as a hunter-class emissary of hell. Furthermore, each of these streams of energy was stronger than Cao Yudao had been. And if that were all, Chen Yi wouldn't have been so unnerved. What was most frightening was in fact the emblems. Seeing them was akin to seeing hell itself. "I can't believe I'm seeing something like that." Gnashing her teeth, Arthis exclaimed, "How are they still alive? This is unbelievable." Chen Yi took several deep breaths to steady himself, before responding, "What are these?" Silence. After a long time, Arthis finally responded, "Wrong. We've been wrong all this while. Back then, we'd thought that the barrier was something established by the government. But it wasn't. The barrier here was something that these people had established." The soul sphere trembled. It wasn't clear whether it was from fear, or from fury. Arthis exclaimed, "The 6 paths." "What's that?" Chen Yi clutched at his chest and panted. Even looking at the 6 emblems put an immense amount of pressure on him. They were incredibly demonic. Arthis barked, "The 6 paths of reincarnation. This is something that only judge-class emissaries and above know of. Each of the 6 paths of reincarnation in fact suppresses a terrifying evil ghost, each of which possesses abilities equivalent to that of an abyssal prefect. It didn't occur to me when I saw the wolf head totem on its own earlier. This totem represents the path of the beast. The Asura represents the path of the Asura. The 2 humans represent the path of men and the path of gods. The big-bellied evil ghost represents the path of the hungry ghost, while the demon represents the path of the abyss. The 3 dark paths are the path of men, the path of gods, and the path of the abyss. The 3 corresponding ghost kings have already been purged by Kshitigarbha himself. But on the other hand, the radiant paths. Chen Yi gasped in horror, "Have they, when hell collapsed, climbed out from its depths into the mortal realm?" Chapter 84, The 6 Paths. 2 Arthis didn't respond. "Tell me." Chen Yi was sweating from the head. It had taken him so much courage just to muster enough courage to bear the burden of re-establishing hell, yet Arthis was now telling him that there are 3 existences on the same level as abyssal prefects that had crawled up out of the depths of hell? What are abyssal prefects? When Arthis had earlier unleashed her display of authority in Clear Creek County, the projection of her image stood indomitably across the lands, blanketing the entire province with overwhelming pressure. An abyssal prefect was well above that level, and their authority extended across an entire district altogether. Chen Yi couldn't help but tremble at the thought. For once, Arthis didn't blame him for feeling this way at all. "Kid. The ghost kings that have been suppressed by the 6 paths are nefarious and evil, through and through. At least we know that one of them exists in the West. It's a good thing you'd left that area quickly. Otherwise, the next entity coming for your life might well have been his right-hand men." "Are you certain it's them?" Chen Yi could feel his eyes twitching uncontrollably. What has Kshitigarbha been eating? He brought together with him all of Hell's officials upon ascension, yet he left behind several high-ranking ghost kings? And he even left behind a scourge like you. Arthis sighed softly. Ascension. How many bodhisattvas have dreamed of this? Yet at the same time, bodhisattvas have their own intentions and plans as well. Kshitigarbha's great vow had mentioned hell, but hell might not have meant hell as we know it. Hell could also refer to the 18 abysses of punishment, the 10 abyssal courts, as well as all of Hell's officials. After all, there's no doubt that each and every one of Hell's officials are part of the dead. I can confirm that all of Hell's ghosts and officials have indeed been swept up to paradise with Kshitigarbha. As for the rest, such as the Ghost Kings of the Six Paths, he's also done his level best to sweep 3 of them away with him as well. I guess you can say that he's already taken advantage of the loopholes in the heavenly Tao. Chen Yi felt the onset of a splitting headache. He clutched tightly at his ink-black hair, making it look as messy as straw in a chicken coop. To date, he was the first person to learn of just what kind of enemies the mortal realm was faced with. They were 3 Ghost Kings of the Path of the Beast, the Path of the Hungry Ghost, and the Path of the Asura, each of which were at the level equivalent to that of an abyssal prefect. If the 3 Ghost Kings had decided to join forces, they possessed the power to wreak havoc across half of Cathay. "How will this affect me?" Chen Yi muttered after a long while. Yet there was no response. Chen Yi was on the brink of breaking down. "I'm warning you. Don't hide anything from me. Otherwise whoever wants to rebuild Hell can go do it himself. I'll just take the shards of King Yanluo's seal and fly off into the distance as far as I can." "That's just like you." Arthas finally responded, "Fly away? And where can you fly to?" "Without the shard, you will die. With the shard, your existence will eventually be discovered by the Daelord of the Path of the Beast who currently resides in West River. There's no place to run, and no place to hide." Chen Yi rubbed his hair and stood up slowly. He too knew full well that his earlier words had been no more than a ventilation of his frustrations. "Then, what should we do?" He mustered all the strength to suppress the roiling emotions within as he asked in all sincerity. "Re-establish Hell," Arthas declared. "You'll never be able to fathom depths of the strength of these prefect-class Ghost Kings. Just think about the extent of devastation of the Great Drought and Famine in the 60s. That said, as long as you're able to re-establish Hell, you'll have the advantage of absolute suppression against them. Hell is order, approved and undergirded by the heavenly Tao. Hell's collapse means that the natural order of the world is now missing a piece of the puzzle. The sooner you put things back in order, the earlier these Ghost Kings will be subject to the suppressive forces of Hell once more, regardless of how powerful they may be." Chen Yi grew taciturn. His eyes quivered as he quickly adjusted his thoughts. Arthas had left many things out, but one need only read between the lines and consider the implicit meanings and implications of her words to understand everything. As soon as the re-establishment of Hell began, the 3 Ghost Kings would immediately feel the suppressive forces of Hell, and understand that Hell was currently being rebuilt. Naturally, they would do everything in their ability to locate the person responsible for re-establishing Hell and cut him into a million pieces. But there's still one location that they would never show up at unless they're prepared to go toe-to-toe against the forces of the mortal realm. He locked eyes with Arthas, and both declared with gusto at the exact same moment, the City of Salvation. Home of Cathay's first Academy of Cultivators. Cathay's first stronghold against the netherworldly forces. This was a banner and a beacon, one that would remain flying high and shining brightly until the day Cathay was defeated. Arthas went on, and it makes all the more sense given the 30 million yin existence that hides in this place. If you can turn it into Hell's perpetual energy generator, then there's truly no other place that would be more suitable than this. Who would have thought that the new order of Hell would be founded right underneath Cathay's first stronghold against the netherworldly forces? Even if they were to comb through the nooks and crannies across all of Cathay, the 3 remaining Daelords of the 6 Paths might not even consider the City of Salvation as a possible location at all. Chen Yi deliberated for some time, before glancing back at the emblems. Something extraordinary must have occurred that night which led to the 3 Daelords of the 6 Paths discovering the terrifying existence here. The leakage of yin energy must also have caused a mutation in the 4th hunting zone. The 3 Daelords must have sent their own forces to set up a barrier here so that the mortal realm wouldn't discover the mutations. The puzzle pieces were finally all coming together. Chen Yi chuckled bitterly. They had thought that all of the loose ends would have been tied up that night. Unfortunately. Arthas glanced at old Huang. Unfortunately, the owner of this hunting zone was actually a corpse fiend dog. Furthermore, it seems to have taken a liking to you. It's probably due to the fact that dogs are by nature affectionate towards human beings. Naturally, a corpse fiend dog that has fulfilled its dying obsessions would all the more be affectionate to emissaries of Hell. SHK. Chen Yi lifted the demon head saber and pointed it at the mirror. Is this the heart of the formation array? He didn't make decisions lightly. But having already made a decision, he would never change his mind. If Hell must be re-established, then he would do everything within his ability to see it through. And the first step was to uncover the exact location of the 30 million Yi in existence, so that he could see where the cornerstone of his kingdom should be laid. Just then, the surface of the mirror rippled as though it were water. There, amidst the gentle ripples, Qin Yi saw Lin Han, Su Feng, Li Rongxu and Zhou Qianfen standing in the midst of roiling Yin energy, each of them duking it out with an evil ghost on a similar level to the nurse Qin Yi had just disposed of. What nonsense is this? I thought you guys said you were S-class agents? Qin Yi furrowed his brows. Do you think everyone's an emissary of hell like you? Arthas chuckled, before adding with a somber expression, a barrier comprises the heart of the formation array, as well as several fulcrums. Shatter the heart now, and your teammates will no longer be blinded by Yin energy. Shatter the remaining mirrors in their rooms, and the entire barrier will be completely broken through. She paused for a moment, and then added, if the terrifying existence with 30 million Yin is really here, its location will definitely be revealed at that moment. Crash. Before she even finished speaking, the demon head saber cleaved straight at the mirror. With a loud, crisp sound, the surface of the rippling mirror immediately shattered into innumerable pieces that scattered everywhere. At the same time that the mirror was shattered, the entire nursing home howled eerily like a ghost in the distance. The entire nursing home was still the same as before, but everything appeared much clearer than ever before, almost as though a translucent film had just been removed from the lenses. As soon as the peculiar darkness dissipated, sounds of combat could immediately be vaguely heard coming from above. Without another word, Qin Yi lifted his demon head saber and ran upstairs. 5th floor, room 533. Unlike the bathroom that Qin Yi had just been in, the entire place was dark and unlit. The entire room was filled with a dense river of Yin energy, and a hidden figure darted about the sides of the room, relentlessly attacking Su Feng, who held his ground in the middle of the room. Su Feng's expressions were unwavering and unyielding. An inch-long peachwood sword hovered about his body. Su Feng didn't need to control or instruct it. Regardless of where the attacks came from, the peachwood sword would swiftly shoot towards the attack and parry them, sending brilliant sparks scattering about in the air as it did so. There's a barrier within the hunting zone? When Su Feng saw the obscured figure blend into the sea of Yin energy for the umpteenth time, he began to grow frustrated. Then, just as he was about to reach into the inner pocket of his robe, a voice suddenly resounded at the door. Do you need help? Qin Yi? Su Feng was startled, and his pupils immediately dilated. It's him? How did he escape? The setup of the barrier is simply ingenious. Even I didn't realize it when I first stepped into it. Could he have found the eye of the formation array? Yes. He didn't have to think twice, and he immediately sought Qin Yi's assistance despite the resentment in his heart. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the door crumbled, and a radiant blade shot straight into the room like a furious gale, plunging straight into the obscured figure with unerring accuracy. What a swift attack! Su Feng gasped. He pulled out a copper bell from his bosom and was about to shake it when he suddenly realized that the Yin energy in front of him had already scattered. He was stunned. Completely and utterly flabbergasted. When Qin Yi entered the room, he noticed Su Feng holding a copper bell on his hand, and yet Su Feng's expression was incredibly pale, almost as though he had seen a ghost. Just then, Su Feng belatedly noticed it. A pair of green military gloves. A green military helmet. A pair of green leather boots. Red scarf, and red goggles. It was a human Teemo. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. After being stunned for 3 whole seconds, he finally managed to compose himself once more. A single strike? His voice was somewhat dry and filled with disbelief. Qin Yi responded with genuine surprise, should I be taking more strikes? That cuts straight to the heart. Su Feng coughed dryly as he kept his copper bell, attempting to maintain as straight a face as possible. However, his heart was complaining incessantly, that's unscientific. That's far too outrageous. We're both Hunter-class experts, and we're both S-class agents, yet something I'd been struggling against for tens of minutes had just been disposed of by a single strike? His entire worldview was turned completely upside down. Is Qin Yi really only a Hunter-class expert? He quietly followed Qin Yi downstairs. Spirits following Qin Yi, 1. 10 minutes later, on the 4th floor. With a loud bang, the door to the room was hacked down violently. A bright gleam of blade light shone as though an immortal had descended from the heavens. Lin Han's jaws dropped as the dense Yin energy around him was instantly swept away with a single slash of Qin Yi's saber. Bloody hell! He couldn't help but curse under his breath as he turned around mechanically and stared at Qin Yi. His expression was exactly the same as Su Feng's right now. Their lips trembled, but none of them could say a single word. Chasm. The chasm was far too large. He had just unleashed incredible ferocity against his opponent, yet everything he had done could hardly be compared to a single, casual strike from Qin Yi. His lips trembled for several seconds more as he gazed blankly at the saber on Qin Yi's back as Qin Yi left the room. Finally, Lin Han gave Qin Yi a thumbs up. Awesome. You're the boss. Spirits following Qin Yi, too. 12:45 a.m. With a dazzling gleam of blade light, a massive crack appeared on the ground. The flying daggers that were originally sandwiched between Li Rongxu's fingers all fell to the ground with crisp clangs. Her red lips were slightly agape as she watched the three people leave in complete bewilderment. It's not that I don't approve. It's just that I haven't approved of you. She repeated the words that she had said before. What she refused to recognize was Qin Yi's strength and ability. Her pride had just been swept away and scattered into the surroundings by Qin Yi's simple attack. What kind of person is this? Fraud? Even the S-class agents in Yan Capital can't do something like this, right? Spirits following Qin Yi, 3:01 a.m. The female ghost was reduced to a cloud of yin energy which dissipated right in front of Zhou Qianfeng's eyes. He looked at Timo, and then in front of him, and then blankly repeated this course of action for several seconds, before finally giving a huge thumbs up. He sighed in admiration and followed behind Qin Yi obsequiously without another word. Words weren't needed in the face of absolute strength. The human Timo and his four mushrooms now stood in the center of the first floor. The breaking of the barrier caused the entire building to tremble slightly. Then, a muffled yet continuous sound of shattering resounded through the air. The yin energy in all directions scattered like a receding tide. Qin Yi's red scarf fluttered wildly with the billowing yin gale. 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor. The immense darkness was slowly giving way to the dim illumination of moonlight, and the remaining yin spirits instinctively scattered to find shelter in the remaining shadows in the building. The yin gale roared through the hallway. Then, as soon as the tide of yin energy receded from the first floor, the entire space trembled and depressed slightly. That's it. Su Feng was jolted back from his stupor and exclaimed excitedly. What a terrifying feeling. Qin Yi drew a deep breath as he looked intently at the ground below. It was right underneath his feet. It was only by stepping in this very place that it dawned upon him that it was as if he was standing right on the body of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yin energy. Boundless yin energy flowed just underneath their feet, just like a rushing, roaring ocean. The 30 million yin existence was right underneath their feet. Chapter 85, What unit are you from? Rumble rumble rumble. The entire ground trembled in tandem with the rippling yin energy. Even though everything was practically imperceptible from the outside, Qin Yi could hardly care less about keeping things under wraps any longer. He exclaimed, What the hell is going on here? It appeared as though he were asking the others, but Arthis knew that the question was directed to her, and she muttered, Breath. This is. That mysterious presence is breath. It's a ghost, and it's still alive. Qin Yi was stunned, and he probed further, Sindragasa? Your frost worm? 1. Do you believe I'm just going to give you a flying? Boom. Before Arthis could even finish unleashing the wrath of her fury on Qin Yi, the entire ground suddenly quaked violently, and a chasm opened up and swallowed the whole lot of them. Simultaneously, as soon as the barrier was broken, the sudden changes immediately drew the attention of the sentries. The entire garrison of troops immediately flew into a state of frenzy and alarm. What's going on? A major standing just outside the garrison watched in amazement as a cloud of dust abruptly rose from the first floor of the nursing home. Seconds later, he pulled himself together and shouted, Hurry! Immediately send a report to the Special Investigations Department. There's no need. A placid voice interjected before the major could finish his instructions. Zhou Shanlong was already standing right behind him. The Special Investigations Department will take over from here. Zhou Shanlong continued to issue his orders in a systematic fashion. Immediately collate and submit the footage from all surveillance systems nearby, regardless of how remote these cameras are. As long as they are within a radius of 300 meters from the 4th hunting zone, I want them. Very soon, copies of various video footages rolled in. Zhou Shanlong and 2 others behind him immediately got down to work. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of rapid keystrokes continued incessantly. Several minutes later, the footage of Qin Yi and the others acting like Tarzan was projected on the screen. Bunch of troublemakers. Zhou Shanlong was taken aback, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Why do we always attract some bunch of kids who are up to some bullshit mischief? Investigate them. I want to know which department they're from. Hang on. On closer inspection, I think I know who they are. It was none other than the man who had left an indelible impression, S9527, as well as. And those little brats from the Blaze Squad. His voice was seething with rage, as he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Principal Shu, it's me. You've got to properly train the new instructors at your academy. What? The instructors' training hasn't commenced? Then we've got to do everything we can to ramp up the training efforts as soon as they begin. What's going on? Ha, does sneaking into the 4th hunting zone in the middle of the night count? Deduct a month's worth of merit points, and give them a small punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Chief. After walking out of the garrison, a man behind him muttered in a low voice, but this is the 4th hunting zone we're talking about. Given its peculiarities. I know. Zhou Shanlong revealed a sinister smile on his face. But I'm afraid a much larger punishment is awaiting them below. They're pretty capable, huh? They'd even managed to discover the secret passageway below. Do you know why I'm not issuing a heavy punishment? The conversation had moved so quickly that the man behind him wasn't able to keep up at all. Huh? Zhou Shanlong ignored him, and he simply gazed into the distant night sky as he murmured, initiative and creativity are highly commendable traits. We need more soldiers like these, especially in our current times. We need cannon fodder, but we have an even greater need of elites. Thud. The landing below the nursing home wasn't too far below ground level. The drop had only been approximately 10 meters, and such height was hardly of any concern to hunter-class experts at all. They quickly adjusted their stance and landed safely on the ground. They were startled by the first thing that they saw. A stone door. It was an ancient stone door etched with intricate patterns. Qin Yi furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. He was almost certain that he had seen these patterns in front of Cao Yudao's secret chamber earlier. Was there a huge tomb underground that ran across the entire City of Salvation? Qin Yi shook off these wild speculations in his mind and began to take a closer inspection of the door. An altar lamp stood on each side of the door, illuminating the entrance. Apart from that, everything else around was nothing but rock walls. This is a man-made passage. And it's been here for a long time at that. But not too long either. I estimate it to be approximately 100 years old. Su Feng examined the dirt below. Should we open it? Of course. Having come so far, they all knew that the wealth of merit points was already right in front of their very eyes. Nobody was willing to back down at this moment. Despite the thick stone door that stood in front of them, everyone could already sense the majestic, boundless yin energy that hid behind the door. Every breath of the creature from within caused their blood to boil, and sent chills down their spine. It was unfathomable. Everyone looked at Qin Yi. Me? Open the door. Qin Yi was taken aback, and he pointed at himself with quivering eyes. That's not too suitable, is it? What if 1,000 bolts shoot straight towards the door as soon as I open it? Or what if a sharp claw surges out and maims me to death? Su Feng shook his head firmly. To their minds, it was natural for the strongest among them to raise the banner at such a critical juncture. This was the privilege of the strongest one. Please. Faced with the united pleas of the 4 other S-class agents, Qin Yi cursed softly in his heart. If I die here, I want you to know that you're the one responsible for it. He muttered begrudgingly. After several deep breaths, he cautiously approached the door, aimed at the gap, and then poked the stone door with his finger. Then, with lightning-quick speed, he dodged to the wall beside, doing his utmost to meld into it. Everyone. I think it's better to push than to poke, Lin Han suggested good-naturedly. Qin Yi glared at the fool. Do you think I don't know that? The question is whether I can muster the courage to do so in the first place. Under the confluence of great fury and exasperation, he shut his eyes and kicked open the door all at once. Boom. There was a muffled tremor. The other 4 people exchanged glances and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. But in the very next second, they all retreated back in a concerted fashion. What's going on? Qin Yi furrowed his brows and slowly approached the door. Then, with a sharp gasp, he quickly retreated like the rest as well. There was a huge passageway inside. The passageway was 4 or 5 meters wide, and the exact contents of the passageway wasn't clear to them. That said, what was clear to them was the entire inner chamber was densely packed with soldiers, all of whom were staring straight back at them. At the same time, there were innumerable laser sights already trained on each of their bodies. There was no doubt that as long as they dared to even make a single unsolicited move, they would instantly be turned into a sieve. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Han smiled stiffly, and he instinctively raised both of his hands into the air, signifying his surrender. This is laser sight? Arthas was startled and exclaimed, "Raise your hands. What are you waiting for? I don't want to die with you in this place." Chen Yi could hardly be bothered with the crazy soul sphere. Needless to say, everyone automatically raised their hands into the air. "This is the intel you have?" Chen Yi gnashed his teeth and whispered to Su Feng, "Why is there someone else here?" "This is the Special Investigations Department. Look at the emblems on their chests with the sword and shield marks." Su Feng sighed, "It looks like the government had already known of such matters, and it's just that they didn't disclose it to the rest of us. They've even already built a base down here. It looks like we've all missed the boat." Chen Yi drew a deep breath. He had a bad feeling that the merit points for this expedition had just gone up in smokes. Swish. Just then, the soldiers parted ways while maintaining their laser sights trained on each one of the intruders. A man wearing a large white lab coat gently nudged the soldiers to the side as he made his way towards Chen Yi and the rest. The man was approximately 40 years old, with chiseled appearances replete with thick, bushy eyebrows. His hands remained in his pocket as he made his way through the crowd of soldiers with a swift stride. And then, he finally stopped when he had come to the front. "Pretty capable, aren't you?" "Ha! Average, I guess." Lin Han chuckled dryly. The man with the chiseled face gently flicked the work tag on his chest, Special Life Research Center, or SRC for short. "I'm the director of the first research center in Insignia Province, Changshan." "SRC?" The other four were startled, while Chen Yi whispered in a soft voice, "Is this a problem?" Su Feng's expression turned bitter. "Not a problem. SRC is the only department that matches up to the Special Investigations Department. They investigate all entities who display exceptional or anomalous traits, including people who have been possessed, witnessed supernatural incidents, as well as mutated Yan spirits alike. I only know that their headquarters are based in Yan capital. Apart from that, every branch that exists is classified as top-secret information." Chang Shun smiled as he sized up the group of intruders. "Not bad. You're the first group of people who have stumbled upon the SRC in decades. Tell me, what clues led you to this place? How should I commend you for your achievements?" "Is it too late to run?" Chen Yi muttered softly. Zhou Qianfen's lips twitched uncontrollably. "You can try, if you don't mind having a huge black mark against your name." Chen Yi grew taciturn. "Come here." Chang Shun turned around and waved invitingly at them. Together with the escort of a group of elite soldiers, they all made their way towards the heart of the chambers. Chen Yi and his group followed Chang Shun in a single file. The underground chamber was constructed and designed in a very similar fashion to the Special Investigations Department office under the City Hall, and it reeked heavily of science fiction. They walked on for tens of minutes and found themselves descending hundreds of meters below ground level. The air had even begun to grow hotter. Finally, a large alloy door appeared in front of them. A biometric reader scanned Chang Shun's pupil and fingerprint, and the door opened up, revealing a massive chamber in front of everyone's eyes. The chamber was about the size of a football field. Giant screens hung from the ceiling everywhere. Copious amounts of data and numbers were crunched and processed everywhere, while streams of information flowed into Styx's subsidiary processor in the center of the room before being sorted out and disseminated to their intended recipients once more. There were petri dishes and crystal test tubes, and they even saw an unconscious person resting within a massive test tube. In fact, there were doubts as to whether the entity within the test tube could be considered a person altogether. After all, that entity had a half-meter-long gaping wound in the middle of his chest, and immeasurable dense yin energy seemed to squirm about inside the wound. "This is a Qiwood wolf too, specimen number 41, a top-grade specimen." An accompanying man in a lab coat saw the curious gleams in everyone's eyes, and he continued explaining, "He's a rare symbiote who was born with an affinity for the yin, and should have died 5 years ago. It was us who managed to extend his life for him, and he's a voluntary subject. Even though he can only come out for 3 days every month right now, it's still far better than being tortured every day." The further in they walked, the more giant test tubes they saw. There were even entities that Chen Yi had never heard of before. There was a barbarian, and even a man with yin energy enshrouding his heart. Each and every single one of these specimens had a serial number underneath the test tube, and someone would explain to them their origin and the significance of their existence. The entities ranged from the Queewood Wolf and the Lu Golden Dog to the Wei Moon Swallow and the She Fire Pig 3. Chen Yi secretly kept a tally in his heart, only to realize that the chamber they were in housed hundreds of creatures that he had never even heard of before. And yet the common thread which bound all of these entities together was that they all had something to do with Yin spirits. Thus, just then, Chang Shun paused in his steps. The five of them returned to their senses and withdrew their wandering eyes. The path that they had been on ended here. A massive alloy wall stood right in front of them, and the face of a man was etched onto it. Two streams of data flowed constantly through instruments located at the sides of the alloy wall. Without turning around, Chang Shun continued to gaze intently at the face of the man as he explained, 50 years ago, a magnitude 6 earthquake struck the City of Salvation, causing this rift to appear. Qin Yi's body suddenly trembled, and Su Feng whispered, "What happened?" Qin Yi shook his head, but remained taciturn. Nobody was aware that his heart had begun to thump faster and harder than ever. It was almost as though something was beckoning to him right now. Unaware of his peculiar reaction, Chang Shun continued, "This is something that is only recorded in the top-secret files. During the relief efforts back then, the 433rd Regiment discovered something." He lifted his hand and caressed the etched face on the wall. It was a creature, the first of its kind. In fact, its constitution and body composition was nothing like anything we've ever seen before. Whoosh! As soon as his hand made contact with the face appeared to receive a signal of sorts, and the streams of data flowing along the instruments on the side immediately went into overdrive like fireflies on a summer night. The desolate space at the end of the path had suddenly come alive. Krrr. The alloy door released a muffled sound, and then split into 3 pieces, each of which began to retract into their own side. "It's sleeping. Or perhaps it had been sealed. But despite that, this entity can still devour Yin spirits even in its sleep." Ka. It sounded as though innumerable locks and bolts were being released in the darkness behind the door. Chang Shun finally turned around with a flush on his face. "It's just been laying dormant underneath the City of Salvation for who knows how long. May I now invite you to take a closer look at the entity with the highest aggregate Yin energy across all of Cathay, codename Exalted Father." Chapter 86, Exalted Father. Boom. As the alloy wall slowly opened up, and the locks and bolts retracted from their view, a 10-meter-wide square hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As the door opened, innumerable symbols lit up at the same time. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that they were in fact runic symbols that appeared to have been etched into the alloy itself. "The Heaven's Gate Demon Descending Great Array," Chang Shun explained softly, "this is one of the most powerful formation arrays in Cathay. No matter how powerful the Yin energy is, it wouldn't be able to affect the people standing within the domain of the formation array. The effects of this array lasts 10 minutes. The entire SRC falls within the domain of the Heaven's Gate Demon Descending Great Array. Do you think a simple alloy door is sufficient to block out Yin energy as powerful as 30 million Yin? The only reason why you've not been affected and forced to your knees is because the Great Array is in operation at every moment of the day. And this place is none other than the heart of the formation array." As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black gale rushed straight out at them. The alloy door had finally fully retracted, and everything inside was visibly gold in color. Manifestation of Yin energy as wind. Su Feng looked around in shock. Their clothes, including their camouflage uniform and Chang Shun's white lab coat, were immediately swept back and fluttered wildly as though they were squaring up against the eye of a typhoon. Materialization of Yin energy. This is the effect of the 30 million Yin Ghost King? Qin Yi drew a breath of cold air and stared at the hole. However, he couldn't see anything apart from the field of gold. The golden color was not a glimmer of light or a luster. Rather, it was a form of material substance, almost as though a layer of golden diamond membrane had been laid over the surface of the hole. "This is a Ghost King?" Lin Han's jaws dropped with disbelief. Was the 30 million Yin existence nothing more than a patch of gold? Whoosh! The Yin gale subsided, and the temperature around them fell rapidly. Chang Shun's voice grew somber. "Like I said before, this is only a part of it. Nobody knows its true appearances, and nobody dares to dig through the stones at the sides either. After all, if the 30 million Yin existence is awakened from its dormant state, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. The world behind it is blocked by layers upon layers of Yin energy, and none of our instruments and probes are able to reach within. It's been decades now. This is the third batch of researchers, yet we've not made any progress whatsoever. That said, the Exalted Father hasn't moved an inch either. The Special Investigations Department has once sent criminals sentenced to the death penalty to us for the purposes of live experiments. When they touched the gold membrane, some of the convicts immediately dried and withered up, while other convicts immediately collapsed to the ground with the 3 lamps over the bodies extinguished in an instant. Hang on. This is... Just as he was speaking, the gold membrane suddenly moved. Dead silence. It was an abrupt silence. Chang Shun was just explaining that the Exalted Father had not moved an inch for decades on end, and yet, it had just shifted. Everyone, including Chen Yi, thought that this was nothing more than their eyes playing tricks on them. However, in the very next moment, a loud rumbling sound reverberated from behind the stone wall, sending waves rippling across the golden membrane, leaving clear wrinkles across the surface. Finally, it spat out a single strand of hair that was approximately 1 meter long. Everyone remained silent, and stared at it with widened eyes as they instinctively adopted a defensive stance. On the other hand, Chang Shun's face immediately flushed with a red hue, and both of his arms began to tremble uncontrollably. It's moving. It's moving. The most powerful presence with the highest aggregate yin energy reading in history has finally moved. Swish. The 6 of them waited with bated breaths as the snow-white hair gently drifted towards the ground. Then, as soon as it landed on the alloy below, the soft contact released an earth-shattering sound. It was as though the bones of a giant dragon had collided with the surface of the alloy. The single strand of hair had left an immeasurably deep hairline crack on the ground. No. In fact, the tremor was so powerful that the entire SRC had felt the violent quake. At this moment, all of the personnel stationed at the garrison on ground level were also dumbfounded. Rumble. The old nursing home quaked as though an earthquake had struck the lands. Then, pieces of the dilapidated walls began to topple over, leaving cracks on the structure of the nursing home. Finally, with a loud crash, the entire 5-story nursing home collapsed to the ground. Down below, the tremor from the collapse of the nursing home jolted Chang Shun right back to his senses, and he immediately dashed back out of the room like a madman. Quick! Mobilize all of the cultivators in the City of Salvation right away. Dr. Chen, Dr. Li, Dr. Zhao and my research team, bring your equipment over to the Exalted Father's room. Even if we've got to dig down 3 feet under, we absolutely must find that strand of hair. Captain Liu. He was practically shouting at the top of his voice, and his eyes had already grown bloodshot. A captain dressed in his camouflage uniform immediately stepped forward. Please give me your instructions. Seal off the scene. Nobody is to enter or leave this place. All violators shall be shot on sight. Inform Deputy Attorney General Zhou and request his attendance immediately. This is of the utmost urgency. He completely ignored Chen Yi and the others. The entire research center immediately flew into a frenzy. Several machines extended their arms into the Exalted Father's lair. The lights of several indicators lit up almost instantaneously, while the flow of unending data scrolled rapidly throughout the large screens all over the place. Very soon, another man dressed in white lab coat escorted the 5 of them into an empty room each, and left hurriedly without saying anything. The doors of the rooms were tightly shut, and they were unable to see anything that was going on outside. The only thing that they continued to hear was the incessant sound of quick paces on the outside. Chen Yi's gaze flickered brightly as he whispered, "Scales." He muttered affirmatively. Earlier, he had clearly noticed the pieces of scales peeking through the hole when the Exalted Father had shifted its body. And the golden membrane that was blocking the entire hole was none other than a single scale from the Exalted Father's body. Chen Yi had obviously been thinking aloud. His elbows were resting on his knees, and he rested his interlocked fingers over his mouth. On the other hand, Arthis didn't drift out. She was aware that there were surveillance cameras all over this place. Scales. Arthis' voice was immeasurably grave. This is definitely something from hell. Energy readings at 30 million yen means that it's already at the level of a Yama king. But what can it be? The color of the scales are extremely familiar, yet I just can't put a finger on it. What did you do earlier? She suddenly paused and asked Chen Yi. Something tells me that its movement has something to do with you. Even I was able to sense the roiling yin energy while standing beside it. But I didn't do anything. It must be you. Chen Yi remained taciturn. He did make a move earlier. He was curious to know whether his proof of identity as an emissary of hell would have any suppressive effects on the Exalted Father. But as soon as his hands touched his chest, the Exalted Father moved. In fact, that was not all. He had even heard a sound. roar. It sounded like a howl, but Qin Yi knew it was more than that. It was an anguished howl. The exalted father's consciousness had connected with his for a split second, and he could almost feel its pain. It wasn't a seal. It wasn't in a deep slumber. Rather, it had sustained grievous injuries. That entity was not moving because it was simply absorbing yin energy from the surroundings in order to nurse its wounds. In other words, it was fully aware as to everything that the humans were doing around it. Oregon? No. Arthas rejected, as Granny Meng has mentioned. The esteemed Torch Dragon has already departed from the world. I'd even personally watched from the depths of the abyss as Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva personally whisked the Torch Dragon away. The Torch Dragon may be an entity that possesses the same amount of yin energy as this one, but I'm quite certain this isn't him. Qin Yi nodded his head, but his eyebrows were still tightly knit. He was no longer trying to identify who this was. Rather, he was now wondering why the Exalted Father had decided to share a shred of its consciousness with him. It couldn't be unintentional. The extent of such injuries on such a powerful existence meant that it had struggled with its life to flee to earth when Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva attained enlightenment. Thereafter, it had lived the next few decades, completely motionless as a statue. One could only imagine the price it had to pay to move even the slightest bit. Under such circumstances, how could it have possibly shared a shred of its consciousness with Qin Yi unintentionally? 20 minutes later, Qin Yi shook his head dejectedly. He couldn't figure it out. But hell was truly powerful back then. Each of the Yamas of the 10 palaces are extraordinary beings comparable with the 30 million Yi in existence here. If we add the Oregon and the Exalted Father, we've essentially got 12 such existences. And then there's still the hundreds of abyssal prefects and thousands of infernal judges, all of whom rule over innumerable emissaries of hell. Is it truly possible to rebuild something like that? Qin Yi was murmuring to himself, but Arthas heard everything. She gently nudged Qin Yi in his pocket. Don't be discouraged. The forces of hell in its glory days was a result of thousands of years of painstaking nurturing and cultivation. You're not even at the starting point yet. Don't you think that you should be directing your thoughts to the starting point instead? Qin Yi paused for a moment, and then revealed a bitter smile on his face. If he were to follow their original plan, that necessarily means that he would have to enter the SRC and punch through the stone wall just to find his way beside the motionless Ghost King. That would be the precondition for re-establishing hell above it. But this was practically an impossible task. There remains the possibility that they might have erred in their earlier conjectures that it was grievously wounded, on the brink of death, but likely awake. But quite apart from that, there was also SRC's impenetrable security around the Exalted Father. How could he possibly enter under the SRC's watchful eyes? Let's settle for another location. He sighed and mumbled, this place isn't suitable at all. The City of Salvation is huge. There are deep mountains over the horizon, and there's even the 5th largest freshwater lake in Cathay, the Pagoda Lake. Are any one of these unsuitable for our purposes? Arthas responded indifferently, do you think that my earlier suggestion for a location was merely for safety and security? Then what's the point of making this trip down tonight? For the few meager merit points that you might possibly earn? You probably thought to trip me up and cause my accidental death while you're at it as well. Qin Yi blinked innocently. Yet before he could say anything, Arthas continued, that's only one aspect of my considerations. To understand the other aspect, you'll first have to understand what hell truly is. First, you need to know that it's an infinitely large plane that is comparable to Cathay. It doesn't exist in this world, but it has to be connected to this world through its main entrance. This would also be the point of contact between the mortal realm and hell. Without this, yin spirits would never be able to enter hell. Qin Yi furrowed his brows, but hell is already gone. Didn't the Three Gorges Dam burst and flood the plains below? Didn't the yin spirits still enter hell all the same during the 3 major ghost festivals? He had personally witnessed the sight when he first embarked on the Netherworld Odyssey. Who says it's gone? Ruins are ruins, but the Fengdu necropolis of hell is still around. That said, its influence over the mortal realm can last at best another 50 years before everything vanishes completely. And the projection that you saw in the mortal realm. Ha ha ha, kid, if you've got time, you can head over to the depths of the Three Gorges Dam and see what the former Fengdu necropolis used to look like. Every night, tens of thousands of spirits would congregate from all over the country, and innumerable spots of netherfire would hover and wander about. It's been flooded, but it's still around. In any event, the entrance beneath Insignia University is simply going to act as your conduit between the netherworld and the mortal realm. It would act as a beacon of light to guide the yin spirits back to hell. Second, Where does the yin energy in hell come from? She drew a deep breath and continued, the Yellow Springs. As soon as you assemble all the shards of King Yanluo's seal, the Yellow Springs would begin pouring out once again. This is why I'd earlier said that the day you restore King Yanluo's seal is also the day in which hell reopens. That said, it doesn't naturally mean that you can't restore hell without the presence of the Yellow Springs. Chen Yi coughed dryly, that doesn't seem to be what you said the last time. Arthes exploded with a domineering fury and snapped, last time is last time. Can you fit everything in your brain if I'd explained it all at one shot last time? And can't you consider the feelings of the readers if you drop them too many pieces of information all at one? Keep quiet and listen up, you slag who knows nothing about hell. I'll endure this. Like I mentioned before, hell is like a machine, and the Yellow Springs is its driving force. Let me refine the analogy even further. Yin energy is the innate driving force, while the Yellow Springs is the vehicle that perpetually channels the yin energy through the machine. But now, realization suddenly dawned on Chen Yi, and he immediately completed the sentence for Arthes. You'd employed your gift of the gab to convince me to come down and take a look, and you'd enthusiastically encouraged me to accept this mission, and yet the truth of the matter is that everything had all been a farce so that you can assess whether it is possible and viable to tap on the Exalted Father's energy to power Hell's operations? Even though that's roughly the truth of the matter, I think that there's still some concerns with your manner of expression there. Arthes rolled her eyes at Chen Yi before adding, that's right, 30 million yin energy is strong. Incredibly strong. But it's still a drop in the ocean when you compare it with Hell's former glory. To someone who's rebuilding Hell from scratch, the help that you're receiving from the country's defense agencies is akin to the delivery of charcoal in the midst of winter. If you rely on the Exalted Father's yin energy, and then continue to feed off the mortal realm's source of spirit stones, you might just be able to relaunch Hell in no time at all. And don't be presumptuous. Why did Granny Meng look for you? This is something that I've mentioned before as well. You're presently the most promising candidate for accomplishing such an immense task. Nobody else is more suited for the job than you are. Chapter 87, Where are my merit points? Chen Yi didn't respond. There were surveillance devices everywhere in this place, so it wouldn't be prudent for him to speak too much. Chen Yi shut his eyes and hummed to himself. The situation was incredibly peculiar right now. The three remaining Daylords of the Six Paths were still laying low and biding their time. They were probably afraid. After all, having been tormented by Hell for thousands of years, the shadows of Hell must have left an indelible mark that constantly struck fear in their hearts. That said, the longer they dragged things out, the more yin spirits there would be at their disposal. They weren't in any rush in any event. Furthermore, Chen Yi was now more certain than ever of the need to re-establish Hell in order to suppress the three Daylords. As soon as Hell was re-established, the millions of yin spirits would finally be able to enter the underworld, and this would be tantamount to snatching and depriving the three Daylords of their resources in their fight against the mortal realm. As the number of yin spirits pledging allegiance to the Daylords dwindle, while the mortal realm's understanding of yin spirits increase, the ones prevailing at the end of the fight would most certainly be the mortal realm. Thus, as soon as the Daylords discover such developments that point to the re-establishment of Hell, they would most certainly do everything in their ability to weed out the problem before Hell establishes a foothold. The war with the mortal realm would even take a backseat in light of their hatred towards Hell's existence. Given the complexion of the circumstances, it was evident that the safest place to establish the new cornerstone of Hell would most certainly be in the heart of the City of Salvation. He now had yet another pull factor. At the very least, I'll be able to use the Exalted Father's yin energy to set up the framework for Hell's re-establishment first. Swish. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a second lieutenant walked in and saluted Chen Yi. Mr. Chen, please follow me. Chen Yi followed him to the main entrance of the SRC, where the other members were already waiting with an incredibly downcast expression. Zhou Shanlong stood in front of them all. Pretty capable, huh? Zhou Shanlong sized up the agents standing in front of him with displeasure as he gnashed his teeth. Can't you guys have some measure of self-consciousness like other regular hunter-class experts? You're part of the core forces, and yet you're still sneaking around like emissaries of Hell? Nobody dared to talk back when the boss was chiding them. All of them hung their heads lowly like obedient little quails. The SRC has already been established for decades, and not a single person has been able to pinpoint their location to date. But you fellas are truly capable. Your first instance of collaboration made all the wrong kinds of ripples. You'd be made a huge laughingstock if word gets out. You're all about to become teachers and professors of the Academy of Cultivators soon. The first batch of students would be arriving in just a few months' time. Yet you can't even follow simple instructions? You'd even trespass restricted zones without proper authorization? What? Are you feeling aggrieved now? Chief. We didn't know. Lin Han coughed dryly as he feebly attempted to explain the situation. They should have marked the area as well. That way, we would have known and refrained from entering in the first place. Ha! Zhou Shanlong fervently resisted the urge to slap him across the face as he sneered. So I have to mark out top secret zones for your eyes now? Fine. Since you've been so naughty, I've already decided on the perfect punishment for you. Qin Yi suddenly had a bad premonition. The Blaze Squad in S9527 shall have 1 month's worth of merit points deducted from their wages. Furthermore, the corners of his lips curled up. Those who can discover the existence of SRC are undoubtedly capable, even though they might be reckless and hot-headed. Therefore, you shall join the Faculty of Combat and temper your character through live experience. The Blaze Squad's expressions immediately turned grave and somber, as though their parents had just passed on. Zhou Shanlong couldn't care less about their reactions at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. On the other hand, Qin Yi looked completely thunderstruck. The Academy of Cultivators gives us wages? He stared at the companions around with a look of sheer amazement. This was the first time I'm hearing about it. Why didn't anyone say anything about such important news, especially at the public conference several days ago? What's going on with you guys? Qin Yi nudged Lin Han with his elbows. I'm only moderately shocked. So why do you guys look like you're in the late stages of Parkinson's? We may as well be that. Lin Han appeared almost suicidal. Faculty of Combat. Do you know who the head of the Faculty of Combat is? Qin Yi blinked his eyes and shook his head. It's Joe, the exploiter. Lin Han gnashed his teeth. What's a deputy chief investigator of the Special Investigations Department doing holding a concurrent appointment as the head of the Faculty of Combat in his spare time? Let me tell you something, the Faculty of Combat is the most dangerous faculty in the entire academy. Have you seen the curriculum for trainee cultivators? A semester is 5.5 months long, with 2.5 months dedicated to theory, and the remaining 3 dedicated to combat experience. And combat experience naturally refers to being sent to different provinces and cities across the country, only to be desecrated and toyed with by all types of different ghosts. Qin Yi felt somewhat baffled. Shouldn't we be the ones who are desecrating and toying with these ghosts instead? After all, there are generally only 2 hunter-class hunting zones within each city. The City of Salvation is an exception to the norm. Shouldn't you be more careful with the usage of the subject and the object in your statements? Lin Han sneered. What if I add that you don't get merit points for it? You only get course credits in the academy, dear. And even though we're teachers and professors, it would be considered no more than our duty as a teacher, dear. Qin Yi was no longer smiling right now. And what if I tell you that the target of such desecration and toying was in fact your few unsuspecting rookie students who aren't even operative class experts, and you'll have to do your best to protect them along their way. And it's 3 months of such escort work in that regard. Qin Yi's expression similarly turned suicidal. There's nothing worse than this. In other words, the moment we joined the school was also the moment the merit points flew away from us? Qin Yi fervently suppressed the pangs of immense pain in his heart as he asked. The heart-rending pain that cut deep into his heart was incredibly real. There's a silver lining. When you get promoted or conferred titles, the school would probably give you some. Otherwise, wouldn't you find it strange that the government would provide you with such a relaxed environment and even shower you with resources for your cultivation? And then give you merit points on top of that? With these suicidal thoughts weighing heavily on their hearts, none of them said anything more as they slowly returned to their own homes and residences. When Qin Yi returned to his hotel, Wang Chunghao was still in the midst of playing video games. Wang Chunghao was just about to say hello when he keenly noticed the forlorn expression on Qin Yi's face. You. What happened? Don't talk to me. I want to be alone right now. Qin Yi shooed Wang Chunghao back to his own room and hid himself under his blanket. Hey, I'll say, aren't you being a little bit too unconcerned about the Special Investigations Department and the Academy of Cultivators? Arthis rolled out and remarked, the instructor's training is about to commence soon. Can't you pull yourself together? Qin Yi took out his cell phone, and his finger slipped past the Slay app, and tapped on Momo. Can I assume that you've clicked on the wrong app? What do you know? I'm gathering intel from the exchange of information. Just look at the press releases from the government. How sincere do you think they are? As soon as he tapped on Momo, Qin Yi began scrolling through the pictures of the various goddesses' profiles. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The picture of a long-haired girl with sharp features had appeared on one of the profiles. His bad mood was instantly dispelled. Then, just as he was about to wave to her, Arthis nodded in approval. Not bad. The future King Yanluo does need a few harems. This woman is considerably outstanding. Can you not sneak up on people and intrude on their privacy? I'm a Leo, alright? Chen Yi tried to cast Arthis aside in a fit of anger, only to receive the most apposite response from her. I think I just seen her TV series a few days ago. I think it was called The Story of Yanxi Palace? I'll be damned. I knew you were trouble when I met you. Arthis continued, plunging the theoretical blade deeper in Chen Yi's side. I think she was playing the queen in the story? Quite the tragic one at that. Chen Yi silently swiped away that lady's profile. All copyright infringers must die. There's really no reason for you to remain with these mortals. Think about it, as soon as you re-establish hell, all of them would come here when they die. Can't you take your pick then? I'll let you in on a little secret. My previous boss had a rather intimate relationship with Chen Yuan. What kind of expression is that? Do you think I'd lie to you about these things? It's the very same Chen Yuan that you're thinking of. Chen Yi looked at Arthis as though he had seen a ghost. Bloody hell. The darkness in your heart is extraordinary. Compared to you, the darkness in my heart can at best be described as ordinary. You, on the other hand, have a darkness in your heart that is glossed over with a shiny coat of paint. It's so dark that it's even gleaming like oil. No. There's such a function as well? He responded expectantly, then. Whether domineering girls, intelligent girls, sweet girls, ice queens, or girls with a beautiful smile. Are they? Cough cough, I mean, are they really all part of the consideration? While I don't know exactly what you're referring to, I can tell that that's an expression of a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Alright, you can ignore what I've just said. Please put down your pillow. Cough cough, anyway, like I was saying earlier, as long as hell has been re-established, where else would they go after death but here? Chen Yi was instantly filled with motivation. This is why you should do your best to learn more about the Special Investigations Department in the Academy of Cultivators, and do your best to infiltrate the inner circles of the SRC, also that you can finally regain access to the Exalted Father as quickly as possible. I understand. I'll work on understanding the respective organizations right away. Chen Yi immediately tapped on the Slay app and began to pore through it with great interest. Who could have thought that the Cicerone of the Great Demons would have its day as well? Arthis watched silently as Chen Yi shut Momo obsequiously, and she couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile on her face. Trying to laze around in front of me? I've still got 1,001 other ways to motivate you. That's right. Where else would they go after death? But, that said, this is only if they perish right now. If you wait for them to die of old age, the only thing that will be greeting you would be a whole bunch of wrinkled skin. He. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, Chen Yi was oblivious to the insidious qualifiers that Arthis had earlier intentionally left out. Instead, he had already immersed himself into the contents of the information section in the app. His heart had already calmed down by now. He was aware just how little he knew about the Special Investigations Department as well as the Academy of Cultivators that was soon to be built. Now that he had finally learned of the identities of the enemies that the mortal realm was faced with, it would be prudent to learn more about the Special Investigations Department as well. After all, if you know yourself and know your enemies, you would not be imperiled in 100 battles. 2. There were no meaningless and unimportant posts here. Anyone who put up unimportant posts on this forum would immediately have their accounts suspended. The only posts here were red-framed posts that contained information of vital importance. The first post read, all incidents E grade and above involving the death of more than 100 persons. Chen Yi didn't click on it. He knew the information within this post was useless to him. After all, there was a strict lockdown in effect within the City of Salvation. Even if there were rewards to be had, could he really just leave the City of Salvation like that? What he tapped on was instead the second post in the forum. Special Investigations Department Organizational Structure. The Special Investigations Department was established more than 50 years ago. The headquarters is located in Yan Capital, and there are a total of 2 chief investigators. The Adjudicating Division, responsible for investigating and auditing the actions of all investigators, and all of their members have been clothed with the power to make arrests as they deem fit. They liaise at arm's length with officers of the Public Security Bureau at the rank of Deputy Superintendent and above. They also liaise with the military on a brigade level, as well as the National Guard on a battalion level. Whenever a dispute occurs between parties, the Special Investigations Department always takes precedence. The Finance Division, responsible for liaising with major companies and interfacing with the central government. The Political Affairs Division, responsible for chartering the development of the Special Investigations Department, as well as reviewing the spiritual alert level in the various regions. They are also in charge of recruiting and enlisting the applicable clans and cultivators across the regions. They liaise directly with the governors of cities and other leaders of higher ranks. Whenever a dispute occurs, the Special Investigations Department always takes precedence. The Operations Division, responsible for the distribution of assignments and tasks, as well as the allocation of manpower. They also interface with the leaders of the city level and above. Whenever a dispute occurs, the Special Investigations Department always takes precedence. A total of 6 major divisions constituted the overall structure of the Special Investigations Department. Chapter 88, Organizational Structure of the Special Investigations Department. Chen Yi made a mental note of it and tapped on the next post. Cathay's distribution of battlegrounds. Under the planning of the Special Investigations Department, 3 provinces in the east fall under the jurisdiction of Cathay's Northern District. The headquarters is located at Sky Tribute City. The Northwestern District governs the Flat Spring Province and the Northline Province. Its headquarters is located at Turumba City. The South District governs 4 provinces along the southern coastal area. Its headquarters is located at Pearl River City. The West District governs 5 provinces in the west. Its headquarters is located at Lotus City. The Central District governs 6 provinces in central Cathay, and it is the district that controls the most provinces across all of Cathay. Its headquarters is located at Western City. The East District governs 4 provinces in the East Sea region, and its headquarters is located at the East Sea City. Apart from that, there are 2 other independent districts. The Yan Capital District, which governs both the Yan Capital, the Skyford City, and 1 other province in the region. And finally, the Monkey District, which governs the Sioux Province and the Hang Province. 8 large districts. Chen Yi muttered, "Artie, could it be that the mortal realm has 8 prefect-class experts? That's impossible." Artie shook her head. The mortal realm probably has prefect-class experts, but they should already be considered the strongest forces in the entire mortal realm. One of the reasons why I didn't dare to reveal my true nature in Clear Creek County earlier was precisely because I was afraid that there would be a prefect-class expert nearby. Don't you forget that Clear Creek County belongs to a region that is home to the most prestigious Taoist ancestral court. Really? Chen Yi's response was made in passing, but Arthie's immediately grew somber. There's a 90% likelihood. Do you remember when I unleashed my display of authority back then? That display of authority was essentially an incarnation of my being formed from yin energy, and it wouldn't normally dissipate for a month. But back then, the incarnation lasted for no longer than a single hour. She drew a deep breath. I could feel that. As soon as my incarnation took form, a pair of eyes in the direction of Lotus City immediately shot its gaze straight towards me. It was terrifying. That entity could very well even be a peak prefect-class expert. But that feeling was incredibly fleeting. Perhaps it couldn't be bothered with us as soon as it noticed the extent of my incarnation. In fact, I get the feeling that it was attempting to communicate with us. No, perhaps that entity had even clearly noticed our conditions back then with a single glance and guessed what had happened to hell. But that's not right either. Someone at his level would already have some form of access or communication with hell, and that's probably why that entity didn't show up in the end. Bloody hell. Chen Yi drew a breath of cold air. You mean I'd clothed myself with the hell's emissary state under the watchful eyes of a prefect-class expert? He might even have taken a few more glances at you, given that you're the last emissary of hell in existence. You're invaluable. Chen Yi began to pack his things. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course I'm going to make the pilgrimage to Mount Quangcheng to pay my respects to my master. If I dally any longer, he might very well kill me with a single slap to the face. Don't be anxious. I was just kidding earlier. He wouldn't be able to ascertain your identity in any event. After all, it's an immutable rule that emissaries of hell are invisible to the mortal realm. Otherwise, Cao Yudao would have been arrested a long time ago after having created such a huge ruckus. The expert would at best only be able to hazard a guess. He wouldn't be certain of anything. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. He finally understood why they still weren't considered wanted persons after the incident at West River. There was a possibility that the prefect-class expert might have given instructions to that effect, so that their actions stopped at sending the investigation's dossier to the City of Salvation. Ah, and there's still the matter of freezing the bank card of Lord Midas. There's actually a prefect-class existence in the mortal realm. Shaking his head, he made a mental note in his heart to move about more cautiously in future. There's actually no need to be too worried. Arthy's persuaded, cultivators generally live much longer than normal human beings. I could sense that the prefect-class expert is at least 200 years old. Furthermore, I'd intentionally released my senses as we traveled across the various provinces. So far, I've only sensed one prefect-class expert in West Driver, and vaguely sensed one or two judge-class experts along the way. Nevertheless, the existence of such experts are clearly few and far between. Let's take a look at the number of people in the mortal realm who have truly embarked on the path of cultivation, according to this app. Based on the figures here, there are slightly over 30 provinces, and Insignia Province has slightly over 200 such cultivators. If we multiply that figure by 35, we don't even have 8,000 people. With such numbers, as soon as the war with the Netherworld breaks out, even the most harmless of Yin spirits flying across the sky is going to pose a problem to the mortal realm. Chen Yi asked a question that had always been on his mind: what's the difference between a full-blown war compared with what's going on now? Aren't we also seeing throngs of Yin spirit flying across the skies? Aren't there also many innocent citizens who are witnessing the existence of ghosts for the very first time? It's not the same. Arthy's explained, you won't be able to see the dangers at times like this. But when the time comes for them to emerge from hiding and rally together, the multitudes of otherwise helpless Yin spirits would automatically be drawn to the evil ghosts that have been around for 1,000, or even thousands, of years. They would practically form a kingdom of Yin spirits. Mortals wouldn't perish immediately, but they would definitely flee for their lives. In other words, the netherworldly forces would then have a territory to call their own. Think about it. In the 100 years of Hal's absence, how many Yin spirits do you think are lingering about within Cathay right now? For all you know, you might even be surrounded by dozens of such onlookers when you visit the bathroom. This is why you absolutely have to fight your way into the SRC and dig a tunnel to reach the Exalted Father. Chen Yi clutched at his hair as though in pain. I say, dear, couldn't your options be just a tad more realistic? Even a groundhog wouldn't be able to dig through that surface and reach the Exalted Father, would it? Instead of egging me on, why don't you start thinking about what other locations within the City of Salvation we can fall back to? That's right. The plan was stranded. Even though nobody was willing to admit it, it was clear that Plan A had fallen through. The SRC security was probably on the highest alert, and it probably wouldn't let up within the next few years. The prospects of checking back in on the Exalted Father were practically zero. Chen Yi continued to scroll through the posts. On the other hand, Arthy's grew taciturn for some moments, before abruptly exclaiming, actually, it's not that there aren't any. What? Chen Yi continued flipping through the posts as he responded casually. The soul sphere floated in front of his face and tyrannically covered the screen of the phone as Arthy's continued explaining, what I'm saying is that it's not as if there aren't secondary, fallback locations. There really is one? Chen Yi blinked, but that doesn't seem very likely, does it? What other place could we possibly have? No. There really is another place. He squinted his eyes. You've thought of this a long time ago, haven't you? There must always be a contingency plan. Arthy sighed. When you're working with an emissary who doesn't know a single thing other than eating, drinking, and pooping, the rational one in the partnership will always have to pull his own weight and consider the big picture. I'm warning you. We may be familiar with each other, but that doesn't preclude me from suing you for slander. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yi sat up straight and rubbed his chin as he probed further. Cao Yudao's lair? If memory served him well, Cao Yudao's lair was based in an ancient tomb, and the Yin energy in that location was reasonably abundant as well. After all, Cao Yudao had already based his operations in the ancient tomb for 100 years on end. But, compared with establishing the entrance just above the Exalted Father's head, this alternative was still lacking far too much. It could even be said to be lacking in an order of magnitudes. If the Exalted Father possessed sufficient Yin energy to see through the entire construction works of the Soul Induction Platform, Cao Yudao's lair can only be said to have sufficient Yin energy to construct a single step of the Soul Induction Platform. Arthy's murmured, don't be so anxious. I still have faith that the little fly that you are will be able to find the right crevice and crawl into the precious egg. Look, even though the Special Investigations Department was so tightly sealed, you were still able to find the right crevice and crawl into it. The SRC shouldn't be a problem for you. Are you having trouble finding the right vocabulary to use? Alright, let's be more civil about this. Should I say you've got olfactophilia then? Damn it. Chin-Yi rolled his eyes at Earthies. Coming back to the topic at hand, it's inadvisable to make a move right now. The first Academy of Cultivators hasn't been constructed yet, so classes would naturally take place using readily available venues. And there's only one such suitable venue in the entire city. Insignia University. We'll cross the bridge when we come to that. I'll find an opportunity to make a trip down in the meantime. He thought for a moment before tapping on the Momo app. After joining the group, the first thing that immediately caught his eye was the new group message: wealth and strength, democracy, culture, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, friendliness. Chin-Yi? Did I click on something wrong? That's impossible. There's only one group on Momo. He took a closer look at the name of the group, Socialist Successor. His lips twitched as he tapped on the group. He was immediately greeted by a large string of chat messages. There were only about 200 people in the group, but the quality of information exchanged on a daily basis was fairly good. Any fellow Taoists from Moon River City? There's a D-grade mission nearby for which the top 10 landlords in Moon River are offering a reward of 1 million for. Please send me a private message if you're interested. Question to moderators: operative class experts experience a shortness of breath during their attempt to break through the hunter class bottleneck. What's the cause of this? Fellow Taoists in the Southern District, beware. A B-grade spiritual zone has been identified close to the source of the Pearl River. The entire area is presently sealed off, and the impact radius spans an incredible area of 5,000 square meters. Do not come over. A C-grade hunting zone has appeared in Hulunbuir too. There are suspicions of a mutated Yin spirit involved. Are there any Taoists interested in observing and learning from our seniors? Kindly take this poor soul along. It was completely different from the useless spam posts on any of the other boards or forums. In fact, these posts even gave an insight or a peek to the rest of Cathay. And most importantly, no suspension of account. No suspension of account. No suspension of account. Important matters should be repeated for emphasis. Furthermore, he was even the moderator of the group, and he had already exercised his power to suspend 2 accounts. He organized his thoughts and began to join the fray. Muscular pretty boy, guys, is there any word on when the Insignia University, City of Salvation branch is going to be demolished? It's the location where the Academy of Cultivators is going to be built. Woman on a swing: yo, our younger brother is here. Come, let your older sister check on your muscles. The blade that cuts the world, huh? Women. Woman on a swing: blade, what do you mean? Don't you know what this app is called? Momo. Besides, take a look at my name. Woman on a swing. It's self-explanatory. Chin-Yi thought about it in great detail. Woman. On a swing. Swinger? The chatter in the group continued to go off tangent, but that's the normal Momo. Don't you have any targets on this app? Woman on a swing responded strongly. Target? Of course I do. Just the other day, I'd watched a video recording of our cute and adorable little dog here. It's just as well, since I'd been getting sick of all the meat I've been having over the last few days, and I was just thinking of becoming a vegetarian for a day or two. Berserk old dog, it's beneath me to be associated with you. Woman on a swing, that's fine. My preference is towards men like Pretty Boy who are big and full of vigor anyway. White dog laughing at the west wind, chuckle emoticon: how do you even know he's big without looking? Woman on a swing, what do you know? I'd zoomed in on certain areas with a magnification of 10 times, and I noticed a slight bump there. Blushing face emoticon greater than x2. Group message: woman on a swing's account has been suspended for a day. Chin-Yi wiped off the sweat from his forehead. Women are truly scary. I can't believe that they can even uncover such private information like that. Wasn't I discreet enough? Some people, no matter how much they try to remain discreet, still can't help but shine in the sky like the brightest star and be discovered by the most discerning eyes. Vast Ocean smile: please keep your personal hookups to private messages only. The admin is ramping up their surveillance, and they've already shuttered dozens of groups in recent days. Be careful. Didn't you notice that the group has even changed its name? Besides, nobody has heard anything about Insignia University being demolished at all. I imagine that the first Academy of Cultivators will be using the campus grounds for 2 years. The Cathay construction group is fast. 2 years should be sufficient time for its construction works. Su Feng? Chen Yi's heart was filled with rage. Teacher Vast, thanks for your message tonight. He had punched in those words through gritted teeth. Vast Ocean smile, I've got some things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I don't think I'll be online in the near future. We'll chat again sometime. At least you're quick on the retreat. Chen Yi was just about to close the group in a fit of anger, when another thought suddenly struck him. He began typing once more, does anyone know how the manpower situation at Insignia Province is right now? I hear that SRC has a branch in the area. Are they still looking to hire? Berserk Old Dog, is this fellow Taoist interested in the SRC? Forever Spring, nobody knows anything about the SRC. It's top secret. But it seems like the manpower in the City of Salvation is generally somewhat lacking. Let me take a look. Hang on a moment. 3 minutes later, Forever Spring, 4 Hellguard class experts, 24 Hunter class experts, 180 Operative class experts, and 1,432 trainee cultivators. Ranked 18th across all of Cathay. Weak as hell. Arthis sneered, the fact that there are 4 Hellguard class experts is a telling sign that Insignia Province's overall in charge should be a judge class expert. It's not easy. Hell previously had 3 judge class experts overseeing each province on Earth, 2 of which would be stationed in the mortal realm while one of whom would be managing affairs in the netherworld. That said, I suppose it's not too bad having a judge class expert given the current climate of modern-day society. There exists a great disparity in power between them and Hunter class and Operative class experts. Although these experts aren't strong, they undoubtedly still form the foundation of the entire organization. The number of Yin spirits appearing every day is far too great, and there's simply no way to purge all of them without the aid of emissaries of hell. It's fortunate that there are few incarnate revenants in the present era. Otherwise, Cathay would have been thrown into chaos a long time ago. Chapter 89, Instructors Training. Chen Yi tapped on the bed frame, deep in thought. The option involving the SRC is completely unscientific and illogical. It's a bloody alloy egg that I've got to burrow through for goodness sake. Hang on a minute. Who's drilling to begin with? And what do you mean alloy egg? What the hell am I thinking about? I guess I have no choice but to consider the next best option available. And I'll have to ask Su Feng to let me have a look at the blueprints for the academy to see just how far below ground level the construction works will go. Back then, I recall traveling 6 stories down below ground level. If we take one story to be approximately 3 meters high, that essentially means that somewhere approximately 20 meters below ground level is where the danger zone is located. Arthis chimed in, don't worry, let's wait and see. It's still too early for the City of Salvation to fall just yet. There's still time for you to make the necessary preparations. Can you really bear to give up the Exalted Father as an option just like that? Chen Yi shook his head. He wasn't willing to give it up. But he had no other choice. Arthis sighed, if it really can't be done, I suppose Cao Dao's lair would do. The manpower in Insignia Province is somewhat lacking, and the possibility of someone stumbling upon it is minuscule. The 2 questions you'd asked on the chat earlier weren't half bad, and you managed to hit the nail on the head. But let me warn you, you can never change the location of Hell's main entrance once you've made the decision. Otherwise, why do you think Fengdu Necropolis has existed for thousands of years on end? Haven't you wondered whether Hell has considered shifting it before? Chen Yi clicked his tongue and pulled the blanket over his head. We'll talk again. He rested well over the next few days. There had been far too many things going on lately, so much so that he had been feeling incredibly high-strung. It was high time for him to loosen up slightly. Over the next few days, he made a call to Zhang Baogo. With the Timo incident brewing at the back of everybody's mind right now, Chen Yi simply wasn't prepared to go out right now. Nevertheless, he still gave his word to have dinner with Zhang Baogo over the new year. As for the City of Salvation, things weren't very different from the days of martial law. The upper echelons of the government were the ones most concerned in the wake of the bloodbath at night. However, those who weren't aware of this would never find out either. Life of a regular citizen had practically gone back to normal, and order was restored on the 3rd day. Save for the fact that certain things were no longer hidden from the citizen, everything had gone back to its usual rhythm and pace. All of the hospitals were equipped with new instruments and a new diagnosis room merely 6 days after the incident, the cultivation aptitude testing room. The less frequented funerary street had also seen a rise in patrons and visitors over the last few days. That said, the greatest draw was still to the new Taiji street that was just adjacent to the funerary street. Each and every order delivered by the government at the press conference had been publicly announced, so every citizen in the city understood full well what this place was. It was the gathering place of all Taoists and their sects for interaction, exchange and trading of resources. All of the previous shops in the region have been emptied out, and all of the incoming business that had replaced their predecessors displays goods such as peachwood swords, talismans, and antiques that were otherwise only seen on television. At the beginning, there were barely any visitors. Then, as time went on, the enthusiasm of the crowds grew and grew. Finally, on the last day of that week, monks and priests could even be seen striding through the street in a dignified manner, as though they were celebrated members of the royalty. Cathayans didn't expect very much. As long as they could lead fulfilling lives, they were pretty much prepared to bear with just about anything. New orders were issued in the City of Salvation every day. The internet was still down. In fact, it had been made clear that the internet would never be restored in the City of Salvation. Instead, a new system would be introduced to ensure that the citizens would be able to keep up to date with the news whilst still maintaining the restrictions on any outgoing information. Schools had begun introducing a fresh new discipline of cultivation research studies. As soon as the first batch of teachers received their qualifications and arrive in the City of Salvation, the subject would be taught across the board, including kindergartens, preschools, elementary schools straight through to high schools. In fact, the first Academy of Cultivators would commence with its enrollment of students right after winter break ends. The government was the first to roll out and implement a full integration of their systems with cultivators and cultivation. In this regard, the Special Investigations Department officially moved out from their underground office and took their station above ground on the third day. They even took over most of the assignments and investigations relating to the supernatural and cut off all contact between the other governmental departments and the rest of the world. News of such nature continued to pour into Chen Yi on a daily basis. On the other hand, having armed himself with Wang Chenghao's card, Chen Yi was happily swiping away as he purchased article of clothing after article of clothing. He couldn't be bothered much about the outside world. The term cultivation had begun to gain traction in the City of Salvation. Early on the morning of the seventh day, Chen Yi got out of bed. After washing up, eating and doing the needful, it was already 7:30 a.m. He had been added to a small group last night, First Academy of Cultivators Class of 2018 Instructors Group. The only requirement in this group was that they use their real names. Chen Yi took a closer look. There are quite a number of people. And it was not just that. There were even several acquaintances, as well as members of the scum of the Earth Party he had just been part of, including Lin Han, Li Runxu and their little group. Even Zhang Chenghai, who had previously bought him breakfast, was part of the group. And there were also several other particularly noteworthy names. Honorary Head of Faculty, Zhou Shenlong. Honorary Head of Faculty, Chang Shun. A quick count of the members revealed that there were close to 200 people within this group. Other universities, even branch universities, generally had teaching staff that numbered well in the thousands. Next to these universities, their numbers could only be considered so lean it was practically skin and bones. Chen Yi had spent the better part of last night chatting away at the Socialist Successor Group, and he had only switched off his phone at midnight for his rest. In contrast, there was not a single word of banal banter or the like exchanged on this group at all. He changed into civilian clothes, hailed a taxi, and went straight to Insignia University. The First Academy of Cultivators? The driver was incredibly chatty. As soon as he heard Chen Yi's destination, his eyes immediately shone brightly. "Brother, what business do you have there? Do they treat you well there?" "Chen Yi. I've heard that those who have the qualifications are accepted with incredibly good conditions. I wonder if my son will be able to qualify for it." "Hey! Brother, couldn't you tell me more about it? I'll waive your bill this ride." "Oh. That's right. I was just wondering why you looked so familiar. Aren't you that? Ah. That Timo. You must be part of the ethnic minorities, right? It was my son who told me your name. Is there a special policy for ethnic minorities to enter the Special Investigations Department?" "Bloody hell, what do you mean, Timo? And what the hell do you mean by ethnic minority?" Chen Yi remained silent, cold and distant the entire journey. His heart and his head was struck with intense pain as soon as he heard the mention of the word Timo. Under the driver's begrudging eyes, he got off the car and stood before the main gate of Insignia University. Insignia University had changed somewhat. The sign for Insignia University had already been disposed of. Instead, there was another sign erected in its place with the words First Academy of Cultivators written across in majestic calligraphic strokes. The campus had hardly changed either. However, The former students were already nowhere to be seen. The OFO, Mobike, and other bike rental companies of their various trademark colors had all been removed. Even the kiosks that had previously been the gathering point of students had been completely revamped into an antique-looking decoration. It was unfathomable how the government had managed to achieve all of this in just a short span of 7 days. The entire campus felt somewhat cold and distant. He followed the notices all the way to a tiered lecture hall. It was already 8:30 a.m. The faculty meeting was slated to begin at 9 a.m., and there were already several people in attendance right now. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a passionate voice call out to him, "Yo, Timo. Over here. Can I give you a bloody kick right now?" Chen Yi didn't have to look at the source of the voice to tell that the big buffoon, Lin Han, was waving at him. Chen Yi rolled his eyes at Lin Han, before taking his seat at a nearby empty spot. "How do you do, Mr. T?" There was a man in his 40s seated just adjacent to him. The man looked very refined. He wore a thick pair of glasses and a matching Chinese tunic. Yet despite that, the energy surrounding his body was hardly any weaker than Chen Yi. With a faint smile, the man stretched out his hand. "I'm Zhao Heilong, a rogue cultivator. Please take care of me in future." Chen Yi nearly vomited blood in his heart. "What do you mean, Mr. T? Can I ever shrug off this humiliation?" Gnashing his teeth, Chen Yi fervently suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, shook Zhao Heilong's hand and revealed a contrived smile on his face. "Pleased to meet you. S9527, Chen Yi." The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. He was clearly taken aback. "That's not right. I heard many people calling him Timo that day. It's understandable if he's part of the ethnic minority, isn't it? Or was I really mistaken? Why does he appear as though he minds it?" Everyone in the lecture hall was chattering with each other. A gathering of cultivators of this scale had practically never happened before. All who had broken through the bottleneck and become hunter-class experts would be fully aware that it was useless to hide behind closed doors and slog away at their cultivation. Instead, the best means of progress was to draw on each other's strengths to supplement their own weaknesses. Silence. 9 a.m. sharp. A single word filled with gusto was all it took to silence the entire lecture hall. Two figures stood up from the front row and made their way to the podium. One was an old man with a full head of white hair. He wore a black Chinese button jacket embroidered with intricate patterns, and he looked incomparably ordinary. The other man appeared to be in his 60s. He appeared almost like a deity, skinny and withered, replete with a long white beard. He was dressed in a long white robe, the hem of which was embroidered with lush bamboo trees on rolling green mountains. It was rather compelling. However, Chen Yi didn't have the slightest intention to underestimate them. Despite their unassuming appearances, the two old men emitted true energy that flowed like a great river. Halgard class experts. Let me make some introductions. I'm Xu Hongguo, the 23rd generation head of the Central Cathay Alliance of Cultivators. Thanks to all of your faith and trust in me, I've been granted the honor of being appointed the principal of the First Academy of Cultivators. Chen Yi suddenly realized his mistake in not having taken his seat beside the burly buffoon Lin Han. He knew far too little about the world of cultivators in the mortal realm, and he couldn't bring himself to ask these things of a person with whom he had barely even met. The white-bearded old man smiled and continued, "I'm Li Tao. I used to work as a director of the Auspicious Omens website. You can say that I had single-handedly built that website into what it is today. I've never taken advantage of others for my own personal gain. I, too, am honored to be the vice principal." Chen Yi was finally unable to hold back any longer, and he coughed lightly and asked Zhao Heilong with a hushed voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, who are they?" Zhao Heilong gave Chen Yi a look of surprise. But he then quickly noticed Chen Yi's age and nodded his head. Mr. Chen, you must have just joined the Special Investigations Department, haven't you? Some of us rogue cultivators are scattered across the lands, and we're naturally not as well informed about matters pertaining to the Special Investigations Department. So who in the world is Mr. Chen? And you don't even play LOL, so why would the name Timo leave such a huge impression on you to begin with? Zhao Heilong was naturally oblivious to the complaints on Chen Yi's heart, and he continued explaining placidly, "It's hard to be a rogue cultivator. Some of us can't even figure out a way to get started on the path of cultivation. The Central Cathay Alliance of Cultivators was founded by a group of rogue cultivators in the middle of the Ming Dynasty. Unfortunately, rogue cultivators have historically always possessed a lower realm of cultivation than the rest of the cultivators, so they've never been afforded much right to make their voice heard. Put bluntly, you can consider the Alliance a gathering of commiserating rogue cultivators. Qin Yi was confused. So how is old man Shu qualified to be elected as the principal? Zhao Heilong smiled faintly. That's right. Rogue cultivators aren't strong. But old man Zhao began to make waves ever since the founding days of our nation when he broke through and became a Helgard class expert. That was when the relatively unknown Central Cathay Alliance of cultivators shot to fame. What's even more astounding is his business acumen and handling of interpersonal relationships. Money and power will help you in any occupation. Within the span of a few decades, the Central Cathay Alliance of cultivators grew to become the #1 alliance across all 6 provinces in Central Cathay, beating even several famous temples, sects and other Taoist institutions. Qin Yi finally understood everything. One need not possess an incredibly strong cultivation in order to be a competent principal. However, one has to be a good person, be able to canvass for sponsorship and support, and vie for resources. Compared with other cultivators who only knew to bury their heads deep in the troughs of their own paths of cultivation, Xuanguo's resume was simply outstanding, to say the least. He deserved every bit of his position as principal. Then, what about the Auspicious Omens website? Chapter 90, Instructors Training. Tu Li Tao's rise to prominence is even more well known. Zhao Heilong was evidently pleased to be establishing a relationship with an S-class cultivator who was ostensibly younger than 20 years old. He was a B-class cultivator, and he had struggled hard in order to break through the bottleneck and become a hunter-class expert. There was no one to succeed him in his family. His interactions today with Qin Yi would pave the way for their future conversations. In turn, that might possibly lead to a deepening of their relationship in future. Unless he's plagued by poor, dumb luck, there's no doubt Qin Yi would become a Helgard class expert in the time to come. Helgard class. Even if he encountered a provincial governor, they would practically carry the same level of authority. Therefore, he explained the situation carefully. In the 90s, when the country first gained access to the internet, the flow of information was still incredibly difficult. That triggered Old Man Li's founding of this website. Even the present-day Slay app that everyone uses borrows the structure and ideas of the Auspicious Omens website. It may not sound like much to you, but, in all honesty, had you lived through that era, you would appreciate how amazing and famous the Auspicious Omens website was among the cultivation world back then. You might even describe it as the promised land in the hearts of all cultivators. The fact that they were able to invite such an esteemed person to serve as the vice president speaks volumes about the effort that the academy has put into its management. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Back at the front of the lecture hall, Xuanguo and Li Tao had finally completed their brief introductions and acknowledgements, and their expressions grew stern. Xuanguo took a step forward and spoke. Today's faculty meeting, and the upcoming instructors training serves to tackle a crucial issue. He swept his gaze around the entire hall. All of us here are hunter class experts. As soon as we step out of this lecture hall, 70% of all cultivators in the world would have to pay their respects to us and acknowledge us as seniors. We even hold the authority to speak on a level playing field with the mayors, bookkeepers and other governors or leaders across the lands. But, let me ask everyone here, do you have any experience in teaching at all? He looked around, and his gaze landed on Qin Yi. Eh? This kid looks familiar. You, Instructor Timo, why don't you let us have your response? Ah ha 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 ha. Lin Han burst out in unbridled laughter from the back of the lecture hall. At the front of the lecture hall, Zhou Shanlong exploded with rage. These were his subordinates. What insolence! Then, with a snort and a quick flick of his finger, Lin Han suddenly grew taciturn. Qin Yi stood up in frustration and embarrassment. Fine. All right. I'm Timo. I only know how to grow mushrooms. Are you guys happy now? He was seated in the middle of the hall, and he could see some of the 30 or 40-year-old instructors seated in the rows in front of them fervently suppressing their trembling shoulders as they fought to stifle their laughter. No. Qin Yi took a deep breath and supplemented with gusto, I only know how to grow mushrooms. He had practically given up. Ha 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 ha. Several instructors seated in the front row immediately exploded in laughter. Even though Lin Han had been muted, he continued to hammer the table in front of him as he fought back the urge to join in the fray. Silence. Zhou Shanlong couldn't hold back any longer. With a loud bellow, the entire hall was silenced once more. Li Tao continued in dismay, everyone, we're going to be colleagues in future. The names of cultivators aren't important at all. Please mind your manners. PFFT. A second wave of stifled sounds swept throughout the lecture hall like a gentle yin breeze. Having detected the telling signs of a huge misunderstanding, Xuanguo signaled to Qin Yi, take a seat. Chen Yi sat down angrily and cast a sinister look at the people who were laughing. If I'm put in a spot, I'm not going to let you guys have it easy either. Old Man Joe has already displayed his authority. How dare you still laugh like that? Shu Guo continued, that's right. None of us have any experience in teaching. However, that doesn't change the fact that the first batch of students number in the region of 1,500, all of whom have been handpicked or selected by famous clans, sects, alliances across the various provinces, cities and counties. Whether the first Academy of Cultivators can produce results and carve out a name for itself depends entirely on all of you instructors seated right here. Yes, the ones who are enrolling in the Academy may not be elites, because their clans, sects and alliances may have their reservations as well. Therefore, we absolutely have to do our best. Even if they're not elites, we will make elites out of them. That's the only way to ensure that the next batch of students will be the true geniuses of every cultivation organization out there. But we don't even meet the most basic of qualifications right now. You there, the one who's been laughing the loudest. Li Tao pointed at Lin Han, let me ask you something. What would you do if one of the cultivators under your charge is disobedient? Beat him up. Lin Han's response was as straightforward as ever. Yet before he could finish speaking, his entire body flew up, slammed back into the wall behind, and he collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Zhou Shanlong's face was pale from his seething rage. However, Li Tao was hardly afraid of Zhou Shanlong. His seniority and reputation gave him sufficient security to speak his mind. See, even Deputy Chief Investigator Zhou, who concurrently holds the position of Head of Faculty Zhou, isn't setting a good example for all of us. Don't forget that we're a school. The thing that is of the utmost importance in every school is the relationship between students and teachers. Cultivation is secondary to that. Teaching requires specific pedagogies. As everyone can tell, the atmosphere today is undisciplined and disorganized. Sure, as cultivators, you take responsibility for your lack of discipline and lack of organization. But this is completely unacceptable in a school. Shu Guo abruptly slammed the lectern in front of him and bellowed, what we're going to face in future might well be legions of Yin spirits. We're talking about a war against the netherworld. This isn't some private dispute or competition between individual cultivators anymore. What we need is discipline. What we need is a system. Professionalism. This is why each and every major sect and alliance out there is willing to openly share their treasured, hidden arts with us. Old Man Li and I have been planning the establishment of the Academy of Cultivators for decades now. We've discussed matters until our saliva has even run dry. We, in our capacity as principals, urge all who lack discipline and refuse to treat this academy as a school to leave of your own volition, regardless of what department you're in. Remember, no matter how amazing you have been or what kind of reputation you have out there, you would do wise to humble yourselves in this academy. Pin dropped silence. Nobody had expected Shu Guo to speak to them in such a harsh manner. Zhou Shanlong's lips parted slightly. He suddenly understood why he hadn't been made the principal of the Academy of Cultivators despite his outstanding level of cultivation. I've been rude. He stood up and made a sincere fist and palm salute to Shu Guo and Li Tao, and then the rest of the audience, before taking his seat once more. Everyone looked incomparably serious right now. Chen Yi was the same. He stared at the two men standing in the front of the hall with a flickering gaze. These two old men. Please die soon. No, don't. Please wait until I restore hell before dying. I'm staking my claim on the souls of these two old men. Shu Guo returned the gesture to Zhou Shanlong, before addressing the audience with a softened voice once more. So, this instructor's training is of the utmost importance. I don't want to see any new students being involved in an accident or a situation that should otherwise have been avoided. Therefore, Old Man Li and I have come up with some rules and regulations. There's still 2 months' time before the end of the winter break. Everyone will have some time to go through these rules. Li Tao opened a dossier and began to read. Number 1. All students, instructors, and professors are free to accept and take on assignments of their own. The Academy's External Affairs Department shall handle all matters pertaining to assignments and missions, including combing through all that are available and carefully hand-picking the most suitable ones. Each completed assignment will earn students 10 credits and their instructor 5 qualification points. Don't underestimate the allocation of points. Let me put it this way, those who are able to make a name for themselves in the first Academy of Cultivators would definitely be a coveted existence as soon as they leave this place. Each student will be given 100 credits. As soon as the number of credits fall below 60, the student will be expelled at the end of the corresponding semester. And if the number of students expelled under the charge of any instructor exceeds 2, that instructor will be cordially asked to resign as well. It would mean that you're not suitable to be an instructor. Xuanbo added placidly. Li Tao continued reading, Number 2. Given the unique nature of the First Academy of Cultivators, we shall be teaching our students in accordance with their individual aptitudes. The 5 major faculties are the Faculty of Underworldly Craftsmen, the Faculty of Science and Research, the Faculty of Manufacturing, the Faculty of Theory, and the Faculty of Combat. He raised his head and continued, I've gone through each and every one of your resumes, and each of you have your strengths and weaknesses. Some are adept in combat, while some are good in theorizing, and so on. We'll allocate our resources in accordance with your areas of specialization as well. Please comply with our arrangements. Additionally, he paused for a moment, there will be a friendly competition among the instructors of the Faculty of Underworldly Craftsmen, the Faculty of Science and Research, and the Faculty of Combat on New Year's Day. The disciplines taught by each of these 3 faculties are built on a foundation of combat experience. The number of students allocated to each instructor will depend on the ranking of their representatives during this friendly competition. As for the affairs of each individual faculty, I'll arrange for the Student Union of Insignia University to distribute the relevant information packages to each of you separately later on. There's still a need for a sparring match? Qin Yi furrowed his brows. He had never sparred with a human being before, but he didn't think it was going to be much of an issue. How could they possibly be a match for me? Just look at how much they struggled against those hunter-class ghosts earlier. To think that they're even considered S-class agents. I wonder what rank they'll be able to attain in the upcoming competition. They were considered one of the younger few around. There were approximately 40 to 50 hunter-class experts in the lecture hall today. There was no doubt that each of them naturally possessed a wealth of combat experience under their belts. Number 3. Unlike other universities, it will take students 2 years to graduate from the First Academy of Cultivators, rather than the usual 4. Every 6-month semester is split into 2 parts. The first 2.5 months will be dedicated to theoretical studies, and the latter 3.5 months will be dedicated towards practical experience and contact theory. We'll have to trouble the instructors of the Faculty of Combat to work harder in this regard. After all, even if one specializes in the Faculty of Manufacturing or the Faculty of Theory, we don't need students who are completely incapable of self-preservation either. Ghosts possess 1,001 ways of killing human beings. If these students don't have a single means of self-preservation, and instead need to rely on others for protection, they would become a deadweight that greatly reduces the fighting ability of the mortal realm. But, that said, we will still lower the assessment standards for students of the Faculty of Manufacturing and the Faculty of Theory accordingly. Number 4. Number 5. One by one, he continued to read out the rules and regulations. There were 8 in all. Qin Yi listened with great interest, until the last one made him scrunch up his face with a bitter expression. Number 8. Once the ranking has been determined on New Year's Day, we will make arrangements for all instructors to enter Insignia University's main campus located at Mount Tai City for 1.5 months. During this period of time, you will be preparing at least 2.5 months' worth of lesson plans to be checked by the relevant faculty heads. We still need a lesson plan? Qin Yi's heart was incredibly bitter. Nobody was smiling by the end of the recitation of the rules and regulations. Everyone had finally realized that the First Academy of Cultivators was completely different from what they had expected. Quit? Are you kidding? Even Zhou Shanlong, who had earlier admitted his fault, is still here. Wouldn't resigning here and now be tantamount to giving a judge-class expert a tight slap across the face? Alright, that's all for now. You're dismissed. Ah, that's right. Please remember to select your apartments. There are currently a lot of rooms available across all of Insignia University. You'll just need to take your pick and inform us. There's no need to specially register it. With that, everyone began to leave the lecture hall, wondering in their minds how they were going to go about preparing the first ever lesson plan in their lives. Qin Yi took a stroll through the picturesque campus with a heavy heart and a multitude of things on his mind, not realizing that he was subconsciously making his way towards the building he once lodged at. "Are you feeling unhappy?" Arthes muttered. "How could I be happy? I don't even know how to teach despite having lived for such a long time. I'd even gone through college 5 or 6 times now." Qin Yi shook his head. Just as he arrived at the front of the building, a voice suddenly interrupted his train of thought. "Godfather, you've finally arrived." Bloody hell! Startled, Qin Yi shot an angry glare at the source of the voice, only to see Zhang Linhua smiling back at him. He was even pushing a small cart of items. "I knew that things might be a little bit inconvenient for Godfather, so I've taken the liberty to purchase some things for you. Look, these are Ordos cashmere comforters. The weather's getting cold. You wouldn't want to catch a chill." It was almost as though Zhang Linhua had lost his memory. His smile was bright and cheery as he gestured towards the comforter in the cart. Qin Yi felt somewhat threatened. Such a philosophical tone of voice. Could it be that my charm has already grown to such an extent? There's a blanket, also cashmere, a television, computer, wireless devices, and so on. I've got everything taken care of. You can move into any of the apartments here right now, if you like. Which apartment would you prefer, Godfather? Shall I help you move in? No. You. Qin Yi pointed at the pile of things in front of Zhang Linhua in surprise, and it was only then that he recalled one of the principals mentioning that a part of Insignia University's student union had remained behind to hold down the fort for the moment. Zhang Linhua blinked his eyes, and then suddenly smiled. "That's right, Godfather must be unfamiliar with the Insignia University. No, the First Academy of Cultivators, right? But that's fine. I'm familiar with this place. Shall I show you around the dorms? I guarantee that I'll be able to pick out the best south-facing apartment in the best location with all the necessary amenities around." Chapter 91, It's unclean here. Qin Yi had just recalled the begrudging expression on Zhang Linhua's face when his father Zhang Baogo had asked him to pay his respect to his godfather just a little while ago. Zhang Linhua had subsequently put him in the spot. He had seen too many of Zhang Linhua's type. Their impersonal interactions hadn't extended much beyond that of mutual benefit. And there were a number of incidents that occurred immediately thereafter to boot. He had thus already cast their earlier interactions to the back of his mind. But he sized up Zhang Linhua. Is he here to make amends? Is he going with the flow? I guess he has learned a thing or two from his father's political assignments. But it's a pity that he's still a little bit lacking in some ways. I guess old Zhang needs to do a better job raising his kid. The fact that Qin Yi had remained silent caused Zhang Linhua to grow anxious. His heart thumped wildly under the cover of his radiant smile. He knew full well what he had done. It might have been a small thing to Qin Yi, but it was nevertheless something huge to him. Godfather. He no longer had any qualms addressing someone ostensibly younger than him as Godfather. In fact, he even did his best to maintain the radiant smile on his face. "Why don't we take a walk?" Qin Yi smiled. He was too lazy to put on a show with Zhang Linhua, so he chose to show his hand instead. "Put away your tricks. I've seen my fair share of these in my lifetime. Your acting skills are still somewhat lacking." Qin Yi continued placidly, "Don't worry, old Zhang and I are buddies for life. Truth be told, I'd already forgotten about that incident had you not reminded me about it. On account for old Zhang, I'll forgive you this once. But..." He gazed deeply into Zhang Linhua's eyes. "If there's a next time, I won't give you any more face, even on account of old Zhang." Yes. Zhang Linhua was a bright man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to the student union in the first place. He knew that Qin Yi had revealed all of his cards at once, and all he had to do was to tolerate and bear with it. In any event, it was clear that Qin Yi wasn't giving him any grounds for rebuttal. "Take me around." Qin Yi finally spoke up. Zhang Linhua immediately pushed the cart in front of him and explained, "Godfather, the flowing courts are over there. One other thing, don't call me Godfather anymore," Qin Yi added calmly. "Huh? You can just call me Senior." Qin Yi smiled. The term Godfather isn't something to be used loosely. Sometimes, there's just no way of salvaging the opportunity once it has passed. Zhang Linhua had the sudden urge to give himself two tight slaps across the cheeks. Why was I so stupid in the past? Even if you were displeased about having to address him as Godfather, you didn't have to intentionally trip him up afterwards. He's a good friend of your dad's after all. Why were you so rash back then? Unfortunately, there was no use crying over spilt milk. What's done is done. All right. He took a deep breath, and the smile on his face became far more sincere and natural. "Senior Qin, the flowing courts are the best dorms in the entire Insignia University. Back then, it used to be occupied by a group of old professors. The school had only slightly over a dozen professors the last time. I've taken a look at the list of instructors this time. There's no way all of them would be able to fit into these dorms. Why don't we go in and take a look around?" Qin Yi thought for a moment. "How about the building I've lived in before?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Linhua sighed with a bitter smile. "Senior Qin, I was wrong back then. I'm guilty as charged. Forthright. Chen Yi looked at him with some measure of surprise. By taking a step back, this kid has actually made progress. He's got his father's talent for politics. I'm not talking about that. I want an apartment that is near the dorm I used to live in. Is there one that is suitable? But there. Zhang Linhua's face turned pale. Several seconds later, he muttered in a hushed voice, Senior Qin, it's unclean there. Don't worry. It's impossible to still find an unclean location across the entire city of Salvation right now. No. Zhang Linhua grew somewhat anxious. Having made a mistake once, he simply couldn't afford to make a mistake the second time. His voice deepened. There's nobody in Insignia University now. The curfew has also been lifted. The only reason why we're staying behind in the campus grounds is because the campus is being repurposed for the First Academy of Cultivators' use, and they still require the assistance of students familiar with this place. So we've been particularly busy during this period of time, and we've been working overtime until 11 or 12 at night every day. And the building that you've been staying at before. It was precisely that night that I noticed something unclean there. I haven't told anyone else. After all, I've only seen it once. Chen Yi's eyes quivered, and his expression grew serious. Many things had changed ever since that single fateful night. Chen Yi postulated that it must have been a result of the powerful fluctuations of yin energy that night that had affected the terrifying 30 million yin existence. And it was precisely because that entity was alarmed that it could have in turn triggered some other changes that were still unknown to everyone. Find me a suitable apartment nearby and help me move my stuff in. I'll go take a look. Zhang Linhua didn't have any other objections. He left pushing the cart, while Chen Yi slowly made his way back to the dormitories he had once stayed at before. Are you thinking of heading down to Cao Yudao's lair to have a look around? Arthis whispered. She could feel waves of Hellguard-class true energy sweeping across the entire campus ground from time to time. Even though she was unfamiliar with the various cultivation systems in the mortal realm, she nevertheless knew that Hellguard-class experts would develop a keen sense akin to a form of spiritual consciousness that could replace their eyes. Thus, she was cautious not to move too brazenly. That's right. There's the ranking battle on New Year's Day, and then I'll have to head straight into Mount Tai City immediately thereafter. There's no time left. Chen Yi whispered back, let's secure the contingency first. If there's really no way of breaking into the ranks of the SRC, we'll fall back on the next best option. Arthis sighed, evidently filled with reluctance. A recognizable treasure was placed right in front of their very eyes, yet they were only allowed to pick up the gleaming fish's eye next to it. Who wouldn't feel reluctant under such circumstances? Furthermore, Chen Yi paused as he pointed to a freshly constructed area. Do you see that over there? It was a cemetery. It was built in the Western style, possibly because it took up less space. Blocks of tombstones stood silently in the ground, and there was a 3-meter-tall structure erected in the center of the entire grounds. A bouquet of white flowers was placed in front of each tombstone. What's that? I've taken a quick look earlier. Chen Yi whispered. That's a cemetery erected in honor of all the cultivators who had given up their lives that night. Their names are engraved on the monument over there. Without waiting for Arthis' response, he chuckled bitterly. I know, as a judge who had previously ruled over the province of the Great Heavens, you would probably label this as useless sentiments, wouldn't you? But it doesn't change the fact that these people have perished because of me. I will never tell anyone about this. And I'll never tell anyone where Cao Yudao had perished, or who had killed him. But humans. His gaze grew somewhat distant and empty, are still creatures of conscience. Otherwise, after decades of existence, I'd no longer be the same person I currently am. Arthis grew taciturn. After a long pause, she finally responded, so, you're thinking of bringing something back from Cao Yudao's lair to pay your respects at the cemetery? Chen Yi snorted coldly. Thousands of people died that night because of him. Since he'd once been an emissary of hell, there's nothing wrong in using his ashes to pay respects to the dead. Arthis nodded. Indeed, there's nothing wrong. Having betrayed the creed that yin and yang should never cross paths on the pretext that he was carrying out his duty as an emissary of hell, he absolutely deserves to die. Nobody said a single word after that. Chen Yi slowly walked back to his previous dormitory. As soon as he arrived at his room, the first thing he looked at was the cabinet. There used to be 3 humanoid paper effigies here for the 3 spirits which he hadn't taken with him. They ought to be around. It might be best to ask them about the current situation. But nothing. Have they been taken away by someone? He furrowed his brows and immediately shook his head. No. This place is the same as the fourth hunting zone. I can't feel a single shred of yin energy. Something's not right. Arthes confirmed, even if the City of Salvation has become a green zone, it doesn't mean that it has become completely devoid of yin energy altogether. The only thing the green zone signifies is safety. However, the fact remains that countless yin spirits are still floating about at every corner of Cathay right now. There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to detect a single shred of yin energy. Is there really something wrong? Chen Yi's eyes gleamed. He patted the dust off the blanket and laid down casually. He, too, would like to see who would dare cause trouble at the stronghold of Cathay's cultivators. Are they tired of living? Time trickled by slowly. Chen Yi woke up at noon to have a meal, and then slept straight through the afternoon. By the time he woke up again, it was already dusk. Chen Yi looked at his phone. 6:30 p.m. The public broadcast of announcements were no longer playing in the City of Salvation, and there was a peculiar silence in its absence. The entire campus was now completely empty. The only thing that remained was the rustling of leaves with a gentle evening breeze. Yawning, Chen Yi walked to the bathroom. The white fluorescent lights lit up the bathroom brightly. These were old dormitories, and the bathroom sported a row of mirrors that had been nailed to the white powder-coated walls. The mirrors were covered with splotches of stains from the remnants of toothpaste froth and facial foam. The bathroom smelled strongly of the odor of men. A long sink that can rarely be seen these days sat approximately 1 meter from the floor. This was where the students would wash their faces, rinse their mouths and even place their basins. There was a row of blue-colored taps lined across the top of the long sink. It was a typical men's bathroom. Somewhat sleepy, he took a look at himself in the mirror, and noticed in his peripheral vision that the rest of the bathroom was completely empty. Thus, he lowered his head to the sink and began to wash his face. Whoosh! As the cold water splashed across his face, he felt somewhat refreshed and reinvigorated. But just as he looked up once more at the mirror, he noticed that apart from his own reflection, there was a colored humanoid paper effigy standing right behind him. And it looked like it had been standing there all this while, gazing icily at Chen Yi. SHK. Without warning, the paper effigy plunged the pair of sharp scissors in its hand straight towards Chen Yi's carotid artery. Chen Yi chuckled coldly and kicked the humanoid paper effigy away. Then, before it could even clamber up to its feet, a pale bone knife was already resting on the forehead of the paper effigy. You! How? The paper effigy's hoarse voice was laced with some measure of bloodthirstiness. How did I know that someone else was already here? Chen Yi smiled faintly as he pointed to the surroundings. This is an old-school dormitory. There aren't sensor-operated, automatic lights. These are manual, switch-operated lights. There's no way the bathroom would still have its lights on after we've been gone for so many days. He brought the knife over to the humanoid paper effigy's jaw. I brought you guys these paper effigies. I'd killed Cao Yu Dao, and I'd taken revenge for you guys. And here I was, wondering just where you guys had gone. Is this how you're going to repay me? Tell me. Why on earth can't I detect the yin energy emanating from your body? And who gave you the gall to make a move against an emissary of hell? It appeared almost as thought the humanoid paper effigy had lost its memories. A look of resentment surfaced on his twisted facial features. Suddenly, the paper effigy shrieked, and a green flame emerged from its feet, incinerating it and reducing it to ashes in an instant. Thud. Just then, a dull sound of something landing on the ground echoed from the other end of the corridor outside. BZZT. BZZT. The lights flickered, and suddenly went out. Thud. Thud, thud. The dull sound was hardly consistent, and it sounded just like an old man walking along the corridor with the aid of crutches. A lonely campus sitting under the scarlet skies of dusk. The dormitories were completely empty, and yet something that seemed to have its yin energy obfuscated from all senses, was presently approaching the bathroom. It was almost a resurgence of the fourth hunting zone. Chapter 92, A Glimmer of Hope. Chen Yi rested his saber on his shoulder and glanced coldly at the corridor outside that was covered in dark shadows. Thud. Thud. The sound reverberated through the empty dormitory building as it rhythmically drew closer and closer towards him. 1 minute later, a pale hand landed on the door with a soft smack. SSS. SSSSSS. There was a series of short and truncated goosebumps-inducing sounds, almost as though someone were licking the gray matter of a person's brain with his scarlet tongue. And then, there was an abrupt silence. Chen Yi tightened his grip on his saber. In the very next second, amidst the dead silence, A huge head peeked out from the corner of the wall outside. It was a meter-large head of a humanoid paper effigy. The paintwork on the effigy was quite poorly done, and its facial features were hardly straight or proportionate for that matter. The miserable, twisted face appeared all the more creepy under the eerie glare of the setting sun. The humanoid paper effigy wore a tall white hat over its head. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its neck extended from the corridor as though it were a snake. Disheveled human hair hung loosely underneath its tall white hat. At the same time, its nose continued to twitch and sniffle as though it were a vicious, rabid dog. And then, finally, it turned its pair of bloodshot eyes towards the bathroom. The final rays of sunlight for the day cast a dappled shadow across the bathroom. As the two pairs of eyes met, Chen Yi waved genially to the paper effigy. "Hi. TL." This was said in English. "SSS." The humanoid paper effigy let out a gut-wrenching scream. Like a shark that had seen blood, its haphazardly drawn lips tore open to its ears, extending as wide as the door to the bathroom and revealing rows after rows of razor-sharp teeth replete with a snake-like tongue. Yet before it could even scream, a cold gleam of blade light shone brightly. SHK. The dazzling saber drew a beautiful crescent across the air akin to a splash of bright moonbeam across the dark night sky. A muffled sound echoed into the surroundings. Before the humanoid paper effigy could even react to the situation, the cold glimmer of blade light had already cleaved a half-meter-wide gash across its head, igniting the rest of its body with a jade-green nether fire. A single strike was all it took to turn the humanoid paper effigy's menacing cries to that of mournful groans. The massive head immediately shrank back into the corridor, and Chen Yi dashed out, giving chase. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, Chen Yi finally saw the ghastly being's appearances in full. It was huge. If it stood straight, its body would be approximately 5 to 6 meters tall. But right now, the humanoid paper effigy had shrunk its body into a corner of the relatively small corridor, and it simply looked like an incredibly bizarre-looking pile of discarded paper. The humanoid paper effigy's body was completely white in color, and it wore clothes that had also been cut out of paper. Hair hung over its body in a disheveled fashion, while its feet stood on half-meter-tall stilts. The terrifying thuds earlier had been caused by the striking of the stilts on the ground. It lay on the ground like a hungry wolf with a twisted stance. What would otherwise have been a ridiculous expression on its face as a result of the poorly drawn features now appeared incomparably hideous and vicious. As soon as Chen Yi stepped out onto the corridor, the small mountain of paper rushed straight towards him. Blood food. Fresh blood food. SSS. Thud thud thud. Wild thuds echoed throughout the corridor as its stilts struck the ground. The decrepit narrow corridor was completely empty and cold, and the approach of the massive flurry of paper made it impossible for Chen Yi to retreat at all. Hunter class? Chen Yi's eyes gleamed coldly. The City of Salvation is really a thriving place, isn't it? I've heard that other cities have only 2 or 3 Hunter class ghosts at best, yet they're actually appearing in groups in the City of Salvation? And I can't even detect their yin energy to boot. TSK TSK TSK. He slowly drew his saber. Is this the might of the Exalted Father? Boom. As his last word fell, the hilt of the demon-head saber exploded with a raging nether fire that was several times fiercer than ever before. In the very next moment, a towering gleam of blade light burst forth and filled the entire corridor. Chen Yi's attack was as tall as the corridor itself. The ground immediately blossomed with a web of cracks that extended everywhere. When the blade light finally dissipated at the end of the corridor, everything was silent once again. Clink. Chen Yi sheathed his saber once more. The humanoid paper effigy was frozen in his last posture, and it was no more than half a meter away from where Chen Yi stood. Its grisly black nails were even merely centimeters away from Chen Yi's face. But it wasn't able to move a single inch forward. You. It spat out 2 words with great difficulty before a thin green flame appeared straight down the middle of its body, splitting the humanoid paper effigy in 2 halves and before quickly reducing it to ashes. A single slash was all it took to cleave the hunter-class ghost into 2. Emissaries of hell were peerless against evil ghosts of the same rank as they were. Chen Yi remained motionless. He looked silently at the pile of ash on the ground. After a long time, he finally added, "There's one more." "What?" "I'd left behind 3 humanoid paper effigies back then. 2 of them have experienced a mutation, so I can't imagine the last one being an exception either. But the crux of the matter is..." He furrowed his brows deeply, "what caused their mutation? And these mutations are exactly the same as the ones that we'd seen in the 4th hunting zone. All of them broke through to the hunter class rank in a matter of days, yet not a shred of yin energy can be detected from their bodies. The mutations from the fourth hunting zone had been caused by the Exalted Father, but what about these ghosts? Arthas paused for a moment, and then suddenly flew out, exclaiming with a slight tremble in their voice, "Are you suggesting that they've been in contact with the Exalted Father as well?" Chen Yi drew on the ground with his saber. The implications of these words were just far too immense. It was also a thought that had just struck him. "Come. Let's break down the issue properly." His voice burgeoned with excitement. If they could come to a breakthrough in this regard, then everything would fall into place, including the revelation of the Exalted Father's true identity and the establishment of Hell. Firstly, the Exalted Father's existence causes yin energy to become undetectable throughout the entire City of Salvation. But it's only when yin spirits come into direct contact with the Exalted Father that they would be able to break through to the Hunter class rank in a short period of time. This is a distinctive trait of the Exalted Father's influence. Arthas' voice also grew incredibly grave. But is it even possible that the three humanoid paper effigies would visit the fourth hunting zone in broad daylight and thereby become affected by the Exalted Father's energy? That's impossible. Chen Yi categorically denied the possibility. Don't forget that these are earthbound spirits as well. Chen Yi's last statement rang in Arthas' head like the deafening toll of a bell, causing her entire body to tremble with excitement. Both of them had a feeling that they were only a door away from discovering the Exalted Father's true identity this time. And they had just inadvertently found the key to this door as well. Every train of thought in her mind was now laced with unprecedented clarity. Suppressing the roiling emotions in her heart, Arthas chose her words carefully. Earthbound spirits are tied down to a single location, and they can only move free about within that area. Therefore, there's simply no way they could have visited the fourth hunting zone during this period of time. In other words, they had made contact with the Exalted Father within these campus grounds. Chen Yi's chest also heaved and fell heavily. The precious gemstone that they thought was lost to them forever had just been found in a different place, so what place is there in these campus grounds that could possibly bring us to the Exalted Father's location? Both of them paused for a moment, and then their eyes glowed brightly, and both Chen Yi and the Soul Sphere shot downstairs in an instant. Reception office on the first floor. Cao Yudao's lair was located right below. This was the only possibility. They quickly arrived at the reception office. The old man was no longer manning the station here, and they immediately shot into the room that doubled up as an elevator. As the elevator went down, Chen Yi's breath trembled slightly, almost as though it had once again detected the breath of yin energy. None of them spoke a single word. There was too much at stake right now. Who exactly was the Exalted Father, and how did he possibly survive Hell's collapse and escape to the mortal realm? The scarlet numbers appeared on the surrounding mirrors once more. -1. -2, and when it finally arrived at -6, both man and sphere rushed out of the lift as soon as the doors opened. It was still the same long, narrow ancient corridor that they had seen before. The surroundings were carved with the exact same patterns, while the lamps that lined the sides remained lit. Chen Yi was rushing forward when he abruptly paused mid-step and ran his finger along the patterns on the wall. Then, he hammered firmly on the wall before Arthas could even chime in. "It's here. This is definitely the place. Do you still remember the ancient door at the SRC?" Arthas immediately recalled it. "That's right. We should have known earlier. The patterns on SRC's main door are exactly the same as these ones." Cao Yudao's lair was clearly an enormous tomb that had yet to be discovered by humanity. This massive tomb was so large that it stretched across the entire City of Salvation. And the Exalted Father must have escaped from the netherworld, straight into this ancient tomb. The entire path leading into the Orchid Clubhouse was still a complete mess. Everything was covered in dust, and there were still some lights that were flickering dimly. Yet in this world of dark and light, a white figure could be seen crouching in the corner with something sticking out of its mouth as it emitted a soft hissing sound. Hearing the noise behind it, it immediately turned its head around, only to be greeted by a long blade that was blazing with green nether fire. Scram! SSS. The final humanoid paper effigy transformed into a wisp of smoke that quickly dissipated into the air. On the other hand, Chen Yi and Arthas quickly ran towards where the humanoid paper effigy had just been at and stared in amazement at what they had just discovered. Both of them looked as though they had just been struck with an epiphany. "So that's how it is." Chen Yi sighed. "I should have thought of this a long time ago." It was the pit. It was the pit that had earlier housed Hell's records. At this moment, a clump of dark corporeal yin energy was swirling about constantly just underneath the pit, yet unable to breach the surface of the ground. There was no golden scale here. There were no obstructions. Wrong. We've been wrong the whole time. Arthas trembled with excitement. I'd earlier thought that Hell's records had simply been washed up. But if the most precious of primordial treasures such as King Yanluo's seal would be smashed into smithereens and scattered across the ends of the earth, why didn't it occur to me that there was simply no way Hell's records could naturally be preserved and remain completely intact? In other words, something else had preserved it and brought it to this place. Chen Yi gasped, and that thing is none other than the Exalted Father. And this hole? The duo peered into the deep hole which was filled with royal Engian energy, leads to where the Exalted Father is located. This was also the place where the 3 humanoid paper effigies had fed on the Exalted Father's yin energy, resulting in their mutation. Can you guarantee my safety? Chen Yi took a step forward towards the pit. Even though the corporeal yin energy was unable to breach the surface of the ground, the endless nether gale that was pouring out continued to cause Chen Yi's clothes to flutter wildly. No. Arthas gritted her teeth. But I'll try my best. Damn. Chen Yi clutched at his hair. He wouldn't be able to set his heart at ease until he went down personally to have a look. I'll take a look. Just one look. The potential gains far outweigh the risks involved. As long as I can ascertain that there's no danger, the returns would be hundreds of millions of times more than the investment itself. Having been a coward for so many years now, I'd never thought there would come a day when I would be taking the initiative to fight. Chen Yi gritted his teeth, steeled his heart and leapt into the pit. The soul sphere turned into a beam of light and shot straight down after him. Whoosh! It was pitch black in the pit. As far as the eyes could see, the only thing in plain sight was the rolling dark clouds everywhere. That said, they could at the same time vaguely make out a cacophony of painful, mournful howls coming from all around them as well. Despite all that, Chen Yi focused on peering through the gaps in the clouds to make out what was below in the depths of the pit. It got bigger and bigger. The further down he fell into the pit, the wider the space grew. After approximately 10 seconds, he could no longer see the walls around him. It's approximately 1,000 meters. Then, Chen Yi heard something coming from just below him. It was a thunderous snort that rumbled through the dense clouds of yin energy. With every breath it took, the clouds of yin energy would tremble and contract. Chen Yi dared not imagine what kind of entity this was if its breath alone could already shake the heavens and devour the earth. Chapter 93, A Glimmer of Hope, 2 Whoosh. Chen Yi continued to free fall into the seemingly endless cavern below. The further he fell, the lighter his body grew. After falling for more than 20 minutes, he suddenly noticed that his entire body had become as light as a feather, almost as though he were now able to stand on the royal Engian energy in the air. This isn't just a feeling. He tested it out. True enough, he adjusted his form into an upright position, and his body slowly began to float down like a feather. What's going on here? Chen Yi was somewhat startled. Having fallen through the air for tens of minutes, the excitement in his heart had already diminished substantially. Limbo. Arthas' voice was laced with incredulity. There exists a very small sliver of space between the mortal realm and the netherworld called Limbo. It's a separate realm altogether, but it can also be treated as both a part of the netherworld and a part of the mortal realm. For instance, some people may suddenly discover a road or an entrance that had never existed or been marked out on maps by cartographers before. That would be where the gateway to Limbo lies. She took a deep breath. Like I'd previously mentioned, there exists many gateways to hell in the mortal realm, but most of them will never be discovered by mankind. And the reason for this is that all of the gateways lead to Limbo in some way or another. The soul sphere glanced vigilantly at the surroundings as she continued. The points of intersection between the netherworld and the mortal realm are top secret, even among the upper echelons of hell. Even I haven't heard of such a massive gateway like this before. Chen Yi nodded his head, and then suddenly blinked his eyes. What does this mean? What does it mean? Arthas chuckled coldly. This means, if the Exalted Father had entered this realm intentionally, it could very well be one of Hell's top officials who had access to such top-secret information. It must be at least of the Abyssal Prefect rank. In other words, it must be part of the inner circle of Hell. Chen Yi nodded his head, and the duo grew taciturn. After another 10 minutes, he finally came to a halt. And without any warning at all. He was now in a very strange space. The sky above was white in color, not born out of clear skies, but as a result of a pure white sea of mist. The air around him was somewhat inconsonant with yin energy. A green sea of fog roiled underneath his feet. There was a distinct sensation of stepping on land, but when he reached out to touch the fog, it didn't give him the same sensation that solid ground did at all. As far as the eyes could see, a number of black flowers sprouted out of the sea of fog below. The flowers were palm-sized and pure black in color. There were 5 layers of petals in total, and it bloomed just like a lotus flower. Rolling clouds and roiling fog, and the weightlessness of an immortal. This truly is limbo. Yang energy exists above, and yin energy exists below. The flowers are called the fragrance of lingering souls, and they only exist within limbo itself. I've heard that as soon as a soul arrives in limbo and plucks one of these flowers out of greed, his soul will remain trapped here forever. Chen Yi squinted his eyes and looked around him. The rolling black clouds of yin energy had dissipated completely. For as far as his eyes could see, he could tell that there were countless yin spirits walking among the fields of black flowers in a daze. There were men, women and children alike, and some looked incredibly ancient, while others were dressed in modern clothes. And far in the distance, there was a giant, golden entity. Roar. SSS. A deafening snoring sound rumbled across the lands as the golden entity's body rose and fell. Each time it did, the entire realm would tremble, expanding and contracting accordingly in tandem with the breaths of the golden entity's body. Whoosh. Just then, a terrifyingly forceful gale threatened to sweep Chen Yi off the ground. By the time he snapped out of his stupor, he had already been pushed back a single step. It's just a simple breath. And yet even a soul hunter was blown off balance. Chen Yi gasped. Arthis continued, pluck one of the fragrance of lingering souls. It's also known as the anemos flower. Take a look at the other yin spirits around, none of them were blown off their feet. Chen Yi looked around and realized that it was true. You're an emissary of hell, and limbo naturally has no authority over you. As long as you're holding onto an anemos flower, you'll be able to make your way to its side. Chen Yi tightened his grip around the demon head saber, cut the stalk of the flower and carefully picked it up. Roar. SSS. The flower in his hands shook violently with every breath the golden body took. Chen Yi stood his ground as he watched the sea of yin energy get blown back, before surging forward as the golden body took its next breath again. How incredibly mighty! He clutched tightly at his chest as he forged forward with gritted teeth. The distance to cover was at least several thousands of meters. The closer Chen Yi got, the more the expression on his face changed. Huge. It's far too majestic. The behemoth in front of his very eyes was at least half of the size of the entire city of Salvation. Chen Yi trudged on. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Just then, as the yin energy surrounding his feet was swept away with another mighty exhale from the golden body, Chen Yi suddenly exclaimed, Arthis! What's this? At some point in time, the ground underneath his feet had already become covered with thin grooves. In fact, the grooves were more accurately described as crevices. And a pure golden liquid flowed slowly through these crevices. After looking at it for 2 seconds, the entire soul sphere began to tremble violently. Arthis quaked with a hoarse voice, Impossible. This is impossible. Bring me closer. Let me have a closer look. Chen Yi did so accordingly. After 10 seconds, the soul sphere floated up and remarked dryly, This is blood. I see. No wonder I found this shade of gold so familiar. I know exactly who this esteemed character is now. Kid. Head over there. Let me give you a formal introduction of who this celebrity of hell is. They had already covered a great distance so far. After approximately another 10 minutes, Chen Yi was finally able to make out the shape of the beast in front of him. He didn't go any closer, because he knew his limits. While they were still a distance away, he could tell that the scales on the massive beast had still been resting in an orderly fashion on its body. But now, as soon as he drew close to the massive beast, he could tell that each and every one of its scales had suddenly stood up. It was an instinctive response of a powerful being. At this distance, he could already see the distinct ringed patterns on each of the scales. That's it. That's really the esteemed entity of hell. Arthis shuddered. Don't take another step. Don't ever get a single step closer to it. The instant you do, we'll immediately be reduced to dust, even if we become 10 times stronger than we are right now. Go around the perimeter and take a look. This may be the first divine beast you've ever encountered. And it might very well be the only divine beast you'll ever see in your entire life. Chen Yi knew better than to go any further as well. This was the limit. He had a clear, distinct premonition that if he drew only 10 meters closer to the divine beast, he would immediately be shredded to pieces. The divine beast was clearly sleeping, yet for some strange reason, Chen Yi felt as though there were thousands of eyes just watching his every move right now. It's really ridiculously, mind-numbingly strong. Chen Yi gritted his teeth as he started making his way around the massive behemoth. After several hours, he finally got a rough idea of the massive behemoth's true appearances. He had a tiger's head with a single horn on top, a dog's ears, a dragon's golden body covered with golden scales, and snow-white fur on its back that extended from its head all the way to the base of its tail. That said, it also had the tail of a lion, and its feet were the claws of an animal that had never been seen before. Its entire body was curled up in a ball, and half of its head was buried within its body. It was sleeping peacefully. With each breath it took, the surrounding yin energy would surge into its nostrils and transform into corporeal, black wisps of energy that circulated around the dragon body until it converged at the massive wound on its back that almost cut the beast into two. My God! Chen Yi drew a breath of cold air. Despite the fact that it was curled up into a ball, the behemoth was still thousands of meters tall and 10,000s of meters long. The sight of such a majestic beast was akin to seeing a fabled dragon. Arthas added hoarsely, the horn on its head represents the rule of law. A single word distinguishes between conviction and acquittal. Its dragon body represents auspiciousness. Its tiger head represents wisdom, its dog ears represents auditory acuity, its lion tail represents patience, and its Kirin 1 feet represents all-rounded stability and an emphasis on good virtues. This is the mythical creature called the Nine Dissimilitude. In hell, any yin spirits that are unable to be sentenced for whatever reason will invariably be sent to it. The esteemed creature need only lay down on the ground and listen closely, and it would immediately be able to perceive the yin spirit's entire life. If the yin spirit has been evil, it will immediately be stabbed to death with its powerful horn. This esteemed creature is also well known across the mortal realm, and it is said to be synonymous with spiritual energy, divine energy, fortune, wealth, motivation, luck, vitality, strength and courage. Thus, it's also called the god of nine energies. Its true name. Arthas' voice was already quivering. Chen Yi shut his eyes and exclaimed with disbelief, the Harken. In the journey to the west, when even Buddha himself wasn't able to distinguish between the six-eared macaque and the real Sun Wukong, the only one who was able to do so was the Harken. Incidentally, it is also Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva's mount. It was far too astonishing. Chen Yi had never imagined that the exalted father was none other than the revered Harken. Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva's mount. It was a true divine beast. The subterranean space underneath the City of Salvation was none other than the Harken's hiding place. He finally understood everything. The Harken had only been able to make it here by seizing Hal's records. In turn, Cao Yudao's ambitions had only been ignited when he fortuitously picked up Hal's records. Yet the most frightening thing of all was the massive wound on the Harken's back. It had practically cut the divine beast in half, and all of the grisly bones and internal organs within its body were now somewhat exposed. The fact that the Harken was still alive right now was a complete miracle. It broke free of the control of Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva? It chose to stay here? Arthas murmured, this wound must have been sustained in its final struggle with Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva, when it did everything in its ability to break free. What do we do? Chen Yi asked softly. His gaze was somewhat out of it as he looked at the fabled creature of hell. Things had been simpler when he was still oblivious to the identity of this divine beast. But now that he had uncovered its true identity, how could he possibly construct the entrance of hell over its head? Its specifications were too high. So long as it was displeased, all it had to do was to flip its body, and the newly minted hell would be tossed about like a bumboat in the vast ocean waves and obliterated immediately. Arthas was also somewhat caught in a bind. Injuries like that would require at least 1,000 years to recover from. But that said, the establishment of hell will require the use of a shard of King Yanluo's seal. As a divine beast, it will definitely sense this, and perhaps it'll wake up and even glare at us. Chen Yi gulped nervously, and this glare. How terrifying is it? Arthas muttered icily, if we're lucky, we might be reunited in hell. Shit. Chen Yi clutched at his hair. What in the world is going on? We've finally found the precious pearl that we've been searching high and low for, only to realize that it's none other than the esteemed Harken? And the re-establishment of hell just above it is likely to attract a backlash from it to boot. Then, should we just give up? But there was no way to give up now. Even Chen Yi had ambitions. It was still far too early for the Harken to awaken from its slumber. And if he could earn the approval of this mighty beast in 1,000 years' time, then it would practically be akin to donning the robes of an emperor over his own body. Who would dare to covet and seize the new order of hell from him? Arthas grew taciturn. Everything was up to Chen Yi right now. Silence. Chen Yi stared intently at the Harken, almost as though he were attempting to tell from its breath when exactly it would awaken from its slumber. Time trickled by. 2 hours, 3 hours, Finally, 5 full hours later, Chin Yi finally sighed in resignation and turned to look at Arthis. Arthis looked up, and their eyes met. Chin Yi's lips trembled several times, and then he finally gritted his teeth and barked, "Teach me how to rebuild hell." Chapter 94, Hell's Implications. Arthis was a little surprised. From her understanding, Chin Yi was never one to take the initiative and bring the fight to others. Put bluntly, even though Chin Yi had improved ever since Arthis first met him, he was still pretty much a coward. "Are you certain? What do you mean with that tone of voice?" Chin Yi sighed in exasperation and massaged his temples. He had contemplated for hours on whether to take the plunge or not. If he didn't, and he instead chose the alternative, how long would it take before Yi and spirits can enter hell once more? 50 years? 100 years? As long as hell remained in disorder, Yi and spirits would have no place to go. In turn, the 50 to 100 years worth of Yi and spirits would all fall under the command of the three Daylords. Zhang Chunghai had once mentioned that the aggregated yin energy count across all of Cathay totaled 1.2 billion yin. It was already like a taut fishing line, there was hardly any room for more load before it snapped. When that time comes, the three Daylords might well be able to breach the City of Salvation's defenses even before hell can be re-established. It was better to strike first. This was the lesser of two evils. At the very least, Lord Harkin is still part of the old system of officials, isn't he? When all is said and done, he's still considered family. Perhaps he might even leave us a back door or something. All right. Then, listen well. Arthis took a deep breath and continued in a deep voice, "Later on, just do as I say. Don't miss a single step. Firstly, this is a realm in which emissaries of hell possess absolute sovereignty. There exist many completely unfathomable creatures in this sliver of space between the netherworld and the mortal realm. These creatures are neither ghosts nor men. The only reason why they haven't showed up is precisely because of Lord Harkin's presence in this place. In order to prevent accidents from happening when leaving or entering the mortal realm, this place is protected by the laws of the heavenly Tao, applicable to all emissaries of hells and other creatures around. So long as you can think about it, you can do it." The soul sphere trembled slightly, and then she actually flew up. It was unlike when she was previously just floating beside Chin Yi. This time, she actually flew up with a set of wings. For instance, flying. Chin Yi was taken aback, and he immediately shut his eyes. 10 seconds later, a pair of wings appeared on his back, and he shot up into the sky. Whoosh! The wild winds beat on his clothes like a drum, sending them fluttering everywhere. Chin Yi stared at his own two hands in amazement as he took in the bird's-eye view of the vast expanses around him. He exclaimed, "It's marvelous. Now, take out the shard of King Yanluo's seal. Remember to wrap it with yin energy. We should be far enough. What comes next is really dependent on our luck." The soul sphere looked down with a palpable glance as she whispered. Chin Yi took out the shard of King Yanluo's seal, and yin energy immediately began to perfuse into the surroundings. The duo glanced at the Harkin in unison. No response. Phew. Chin Yi sighed, "Then what?" "Then." Arthis appeared to hesitate somewhat. "Then, you'll have to know hell's characteristics. I have to emphasize once more that hell doesn't exist in the mortal realm. The previous Fengdu necropolis that you might have caught a glimpse of is nothing more than a mere projection. Hell is a completely separate realm. You hold two shards of King Yanluo's seal right now. Use one of them as a beacon. That will become the new core of hell. In turn, the beacon will continue to grow and expand. As soon as it absorbs sufficient yin energy from the surroundings, it will begin its first active expansion. The initial area would usually be only the size of 5 square kilometers. Hang on. Chin Yi furrowed his brows, "So small? What did you expect?" Arthis chuckled coldly, "Did you really think that hell would be the size of Cathay as soon as hell is re-established? Have you been watching too many movies? The founding of any powerful nation follows the exact same process. It always starts with a village, and then a town, county, city, province, district, and finally country. 5 square kilometers is approximately the same size as a village in the mortal realm. And this would only be the case if we seize the multitude of yin energy at the Harkin's disposal to boot. If we base it solely on the meager amounts of yin energy in Cao Yudao's lair, you'd be considered lucky if the initial space in hell extends to even 0.001 square kilometers. Hang on. Chin Yi gasped, "Did you say seize? What else would it be?" Arthis rebutted, "The shard of King Yanluo's seal is the supreme treasure of hell. As soon as it's activated, it will automatically absorb all of the yin energy from the surroundings in an area that is 500 square kilometers around. Lord Harkon would happen to fall within this proximity. Chen Yi had once again ascertained that Arthes had a completely black heart, free from any impurities. He also finally understood that the Harkon was bound to wake up. I'm resting and recuperating from my injuries, yet you dare touch this tiger's butt? I'm desperately drawing on the yin energy in the surroundings to recover from my injuries, and yet you're dredging the earth and laying foundations around me? Are you courting death? Arthes continued, so, now that we've decided to re-establish Hell, we absolutely must seize the opportunity and make Hell as strong as we can. As soon as the aggregate yin energy in Hell approaches 30 million yin, Lord Harkon wouldn't dare to incite a war against us lightly, even if he disagrees with our methods. Chen Yi glanced warily at the golden beast below and whispered, with such grave wounds, it shouldn't be able to do more than bat its eyelids. Besides, as Hell's divine beast, doesn't it want to see Hell being re-established once more? Arthes grew taciturn. After a long pause, she finally muttered icily, it's hard to predict a ghost's thoughts. Haven't you ever thought about what happens if Lord Harkon isn't willing? It's undoubtedly Hell's divine beast. And it undoubtedly enjoys special treatment of the highest orders. But aren't all of this no more than a disguised captivity when all is said and done? If it was truly that obedient, why didn't it leave together with Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva? Why did it risk life and limb to remain here? Chen Yi deliberated for a moment and nodded deeply. Since he had already decided on rebuilding Hell from scratch, then he would do everything in his abilities to eliminate all potential dangers once and for all. Let's continue from where we left off. As soon as a shard of King Yanluo's seal latches onto a specific location, and you have another shard of King Yanluo's seal in hand, you'll be able to enter the new Hell after midnight any day. Chen Yi continued listening patiently, but he soon realized. Nothing? That's it? It's that simple? Simple? Arthes almost exploded in fury. Yeah. You can say it's simple now. But do you know that Fengdu's annals records that back in the foundational years of Hell as we knew it, there were a total of 1,432 establishments of Hell in total? Each of them were at best village-sized. The first King Yanluo went through hundreds of years of battles and wars before he finally unified all of Hell. And it was only then that he finally began to establish Fengdu Necropolis. Bit by bit, Hell gathered energy from its surroundings and slowly expanded. Fortunately, people were dumb and waged wars with each other endlessly. The supply of yin spirits was infinite. Additionally, life expectancy back then was far lower than it is right now. Otherwise, Hell might not even have grown larger than the size of a single county to date. Yet now, you're simply standing on the shoulders of a giant. Do you really have the right to say it's simple? Chen Yi coughed, then. Will everything be settled as soon as I bury the shard in the ground? No. Affixing the shard of King Yanluo's seal to a particular space is only the first step. After that, you'll have to conceive of everything in Hell. Bear in mind that it's going to be a whole new realm that we're talking about. Of the three realms that make up the world, the realm of ghosts has already become dormant. You're now the god of that new realm. This first step towards re-establishing it is crucial. You'll now have to decide on the style of the new realm of Hell, and Hell will grow in accordance with the style you have in mind. In future, even if it expands in size and becomes a city of a province, it will still maintain the same style. Let's put it this way, do you know those fantasy novels that are all the rage among humans these days? Most of them would center around the concept of rules. Rules do exist. And the supreme rule is none other than the heavenly Tao. But in Hell, you're synonymous with rules. You dictate the exact style of Hell, what is and what isn't. And Hell will develop in accordance with the rules you set out. Simply put, all you need to do is to have a model of Hell in mind right now. Build a base prototype, and etch every single detail into the shard of King Yanluo's seal. This is how you'll finally complete the anchoring process. Chen Yi nodded deeply, and then shut his eyes. The creation of a whole new world. This was something he had never experienced before. His personal experiences, including all the sights and sounds, began to surface in his mind. He considered all forms of legends and stories about gods and ghosts, the totems he had seen in his life, the etching and inscriptions, and any other sources of stories about Fengdu. Little by little, tiny puzzle pieces were being put together in his mind. His memory had always been one of his strengths. And under his intense focus, it was nothing short of miraculous. The big picture, including the environment and climate, was quickly established. Then, he began to dig deeper into the buildings that would have to be constructed, including some of the facilities that were necessary. And then, laws of the land and regulations in force. It was a massive project. Even though it was only a village, Chen Yi's brows furrowed from time to time. After what felt like an incredibly long time, he finally opened his eyes once more and nodded at Arthis. Arthis didn't respond. Instead, she simply flew around Chen Yi several times, before finally remarking, "Do you know how long you've been deep in thought?" "How long?" Chen Yi was uncertain. 5 days. Arthis exclaimed, 5 whole days, in the exact same position, without food or drink. How in the world did you do this? Chen Yi shrugged his shoulders, only to notice that his stomach was growling. To his mind, it seemed as though only 3 or 4 hours had passed. "Can we begin now?" Chen Yi stood up and asked expectantly. Now was not the time to think about other trivialities. Arthis' voice grew somber. "Cut your palm and drip a drop of blood onto the shard of King Yanluo's seal. This marks your ownership of the shard of the seal. The previous King Yanluo has already been annihilated when Kashitagarbha Bodhisattva gained enlightenment. The shard of the seal will only truly be considered yours if you mark it. And then, don't think about anything else, and just pour your yin energy into the shard of King Yanluo's seal. You absolutely cannot stop until it ceases moving." Chen Yi did so accordingly. As soon as he dripped a drop of blood onto the shard of King Yanluo's seal, the crimson shard immediately exploded with a brilliant dark light that shone everywhere. Sha! The dark light was so intense that it immediately sent a wave of radiant ripples erupting in a ring from where Chen Yi was. Any yin energy or yang energy that came into contact with the powerful ripple of light was instantly blown thousands of feet away, vanishing like snow on a sunny spring day. In that instant, everything in 1,000 miles radius around Chen Yi was completely clear and pristine. Simultaneously, the drop of blood appeared to have been drawn by something, and it immediately burrowed its way towards the center of the shard. Astonishingly, the otherwise incomparably solid shard began to reveal traces of etch marks and micro-cracks wherever the drop of blood spread. KKKKKK. The blood continued to permeate the shard with a soft, faint sound. Approximately 10 minutes later, the dazzling black light that was radiating in all directions suddenly retracted back to the shard itself, and the entire limbo trembled slightly. A scarlet Qin word, almost akin to the inscriptions found on an ancient seal, was now engraved on the shard itself. In that moment, Chen Yi discovered that a connection was established with that shard of King Yanluo's seal. Roar! Just then, a soft growl was heard from below. It was different from before. The growl was far deeper than before, and it appeared to be undergirded by a confluence of complex emotions. Chen Yi and Arthis had kept an eye on the Harken all this while, so they noticed it clearly. The Harken's eyelids had shifted slightly. "Quickly! Infuse the shard with yin energy." Arthis turned around and roared at Chen Yi. As soon as she finished speaking, a tide of yin energy surged straight from Chen Yi's body into the shard of King Yanluo's seal. Whoosh! Chen Yi's hair and clothes fluttered about on its own like a frenzied dragon. His temples were throbbing, and the veins on his neck were bulging. He felt as though he were holding onto a black hole right now. All of the yin energy at his disposal was pouring out of his body like a tidal wave. Boom! His body subconsciously entered the Hell's emissary state within 5 seconds of his infusion of yin energy. Black robes, white hair, black irises and white pupils. Netherfire enshrouded his entire body. As though responding to his transformation, the shard of King Yanluo's seal began to swirl the yin energy around Chen Yi, transforming it into a mighty vortex. Chapter 95, A Brand New Hell. Whoosh! Chen Yi stood in the sea of green and white-colored fog, doing his best to channel his yin energy. The vortex emanating from his hands spun quicker and quicker, and grew wilder and wilder. Ka-ka-ka-ka. A number of ancient, golden words suddenly began to emerge from every direction around him as they slowly converged towards the vortex. Arthis was startled, but her astonishment soon turned into an ecstatic display. Approbation of the Heavenly Tao. This is the approbation of the Heavenly Tao. However, Chen Yi no longer had the energy to ask what this meant. The blood vessels on his arm were already bursting at their seams. Arthis was keenly aware of this, so she continued explaining herself. The establishment of hell naturally requires the approval of the heavens. And this is heaven's response to you. The Heavenly Tao is watching you. This is the ultimate affirmation of your efforts. Buzz. The number of golden sigils in the surroundings slowly increased and converged into the heart of the vortex, releasing projection after projection into the surroundings. There were projections of great rivers flowing with flames, quaint yet creepy houses, as well as trees with scarlet leaves. Countless images continued to flicker by. Roar! Roar! Simultaneously, the cry of the Harken continued to grow, while his eyelids only trembled more and more. It was desperately attempting to open its own eyes. It had already sensed that there were several thieves in the vicinity who were attempting to steal the yin energy it had painstakingly gathered. It could have left them alone. After all, the amount of yin energy at its disposal was vast as the ocean, and the amount currently being seized was but a drop in this ocean. However, its intuition told him that these thieves weren't going to stop at just that. If it didn't wake up right now, there was a good chance that these thieves were going to steal infinitely more yin energy from it. Hang in there. Arthis grew incredibly nervous. Her emotions right now were incomparably complicated. At the start of their interactions, Arthis had always been filled with an intense desire to kill Qin Yi and be done with it. Yet after all this time, and when Qin Yi was finally beginning to re-establish hell, her mindset had already changed completely. If I could successfully help him re-establish hell, then wouldn't I be reinstated in my previous position as an infernal judge of hell? He possessed 2 shards of King Yanluo's seal and hell's records to boot. No other emissary of hell had ever had such a good start that he had. No, in fact. As a founding member of the New Order of Hell, she would be a step, or perhaps several steps ahead of the position she had previously been in. And if Qin Yi ever decides that he no longer wishes to be a Yama king, wouldn't she then be given a glimpse of power as the paramount source of authority across the lands? With such thoughts at the back of her mind, she couldn't help but feel worried and concerned for Qin Yi. You must hang in there. Lord Harken is about to awaken. You have to try and accomplish everything before he wakes up. Then, just as she finished speaking, the entire vortex erupted with a massive explosion. The entire realm shook violently. The howls of endless ghosts cried out from every corner of Limbo as the entire heavens and earth quaked. A circle of pure black luster rose from the shard of King Yanluo's seal just like the rising sun. It carried the shard and rose into the sky, until finally, it became a blazing black sun. It's done. It's done. Arthis shrieked ecstatically. But just then, an incomparably hoarse roar that seemed to be backed by every last bit of strength in its owner's body resounded across the lands. Row. Qin Yi was already incredibly tired, and struggled to keep his eyelids open. On the other hand, Arthis simply looked down below in a daze. The Harken had previously buried part of its head in his body as it rested its body. But now, it had already shifted its head out with much difficulty. At the same time, it opened its golden eyes and glared directly at the duo in the sky. One man, one sphere, and one beast had just locked eyes. Even though Qin Yi couldn't understand the language of the beast, he could nevertheless tell from its expressions that it was incredibly infuriated right now. There was no room for hesitation. Arthis immediately turned tail and shot away. Run! Without thinking more, Qin Yi also dashed towards the sky at full speed. On the other hand, the Harken remained completely still and silent. If they had been close enough, they would have heard the Harken grinding its teeth together in its massive mouth. And then, with all of its might, it released an earth-shattering roar. Ro-oh-ah! As soon as it cried out, the scales on its body immediately stood up and shot towards the shard of King Yanluo's seal that was hovering in midair. The Harken's reverse scale. SHK 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 SHK. Wherever the scales passed, the skies also resounded with a crackling sound. The golden scales had actually cut through even air itself, revealing countless lingering crevices that could be seen with the naked eye. Tearing the void. Arthis gasped as she slipped into Qin Yi's pockets. Faster! Bloody hell! Get out! Qin Yi gnashed his teeth. Scram! If we're going to die, you should be the one to die first. Arthis bellowed back in fury. As though thousands of golden-colored fireworks rising into the sky with trailing ribbons of dark light, the golden scales suddenly exploded in unison. Just then, the blazing black sun in the sky suddenly trembled, and then it opened. That's right. It opened. Like a blooming black lotus flower, layer after layer, each piece of petal that was formed by condensed yin energy spread out, growing larger and larger. Finally, it transformed into a massive 1 square kilometer black spider lily right underneath Qin Yi, majestic and magnificent. Boom boom boom. The golden scales smashed into the petals of the black spider lily, and endless nether fire scattered into the sky. However, the petals remained completely unscathed. Just then, a plot of floating land began to materialize right in the middle of the sky. Roar! SSS. The Harken stared at the black spider lily in the sky. The exertion of its strength had caused copious amounts of golden blood to flow out of its back. It roared and hissed, and it collapsed to the ground once more. Rumble. Its collapse kicked up a massive cloud of smoke and dust. Its pupils were still staring transfixed at the blazing black sun in the sky. Its limbs stirred weakly as it desperately attempted to get on its feet again. Back in the sky, Arthas and Chen Yi could already sense that they had rushed past the shard of King Yanluo's seal. That said, they could nevertheless tell that the light below had vanished, and a vast expanse of darkness like the boundless oceans had taken its place. Shit. Chen Yi couldn't resist it any longer. This was his blood, sweat and tears. It was the establishment of his own land. One look. Just one look. No matter what, I only want one look at this place. As he continued forward at full speed, he gritted his teeth and turned back to catch a glimpse of his efforts. As far as the eyes could see, an entire plot of land had already materialized out of nowhere. There were rivers of flames, trees with scarlet leaves, as well as several ancient-looking Chinese buildings. Spots of green nether fire hovered eerily about the lands, almost like fireflies on a summer night. Crimson lanterns hung from the eaves of the buildings, each of which had the word Qin written in striking black ink. It was the land of the dead. A paradise for the souls of the dead. Yet what was visible was only an area that was approximately 50 meters wide. The rest of the area was still a vast expanse of darkness that hadn't cleared up yet. Arthas screeched, "Go! The expansion of the land will automatically complete within the week. If we don't leave now, we're only going to become food for the Harken." Buzz. Just then, all of the petals of the black spider lily suddenly began to contract and close up gracefully. Within seconds, it transformed into a powerful vortex of yin energy that was visible to the naked eye. And the vortex continued to grow and expand without any signs of slowing down. Down below, the Harken's body collapsed heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with hatred as he watched the two figures flying through the air. Hateful. Hateful. The display of might that came with Hell's initial formation was covered with the protective blessings of the heavenly Tao, and it had been invulnerable during that time. This was what allowed the two little thieves to have made their escape successfully in the first place. Tiger's fall leveling sun. The Harken opened its mouth, revealing its rows of sharp teeth as it spat out 4 words while gasping for air like billows. Then, as the two silhouettes drew further and further into the distance, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a pale white light burst out from within. This strike appeared to have drawn down the last bits of its energy. The golden luster on its body dimmed slightly, and its eyes closed quietly. It no longer had the energy to see the results of its final attack. Fast. Incredibly fast. It was indescribably quick. Hell's black spider lily had already closed up by now, and it no longer possessed the ability to shield Chen Yi from the Harken's final attack. By the time Chen Yi discovered the approach of its attack, the beam of light was already 10 meters thick and less than 100 meters away. And it wasn't that he had just discovered it. Rather, there was simply no time to react to it. A devastating, suffocating atmosphere instantly engulfed Chen Yi. The pillar of light left a dark red scar wherever it passed, even in limbo. In this instant, Chen Yi smelled death for the very first time. He wasn't afraid of death. But he still hated it. After all, he no longer retained the memories of his previous lives whenever he was reborn, and he would have to start from scratch all over again. He cherished every moment of his past. Shit. He turned around with a roar, but he knew that there was no escape. His fists tightened. His Hell's emissary uniform fluttered about wildly. Mustering every modicum of yin energy remaining in his body, he let out a desperate cry as he attempted to cut the pillar of light that was quickly approaching him. A soul hunter that was less than 2 meters tall. Mustering all his strength against a severely wounded beast that was on its final breaths. From a distance, it appeared almost as though an ant were attempting to shake a giant tree. Just. Veins bulging, and with bloodshot eyes, Chen Yi roared, "Shatter!" However, someone else had reacted quicker than he had. A sphere had already appeared in front of Chen Yi before he could even react to the situation. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The pillar of light was no more than 20 meters away from Chen Yi now. It was a colorful silhouette with long flowing black hair that appeared like a nest of snakes was emerging from their nest. A long tongue extended all the way to the ground. A striking projection had appeared just outside the soul sphere's container. Eric Shasa. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Arthas actually came at a time like this. "Hey!" Arthas chuckled, "I can't believe I'd acted this impulsive. Kid. It seems like you're going to have to complete the re-establishment of Hell on your own." As soon as her final words fell, Her entire body ignited with boundless nether fire that extended hundreds of meters in all directions as though constellations revolving around the moon. This was qualitatively on a whole different level compared with Chen Yi's abilities. It was celestial prairie fire. The display of Arthy's ability was as ghostly as it got. Yet in Chen Yi's eyes, the present Arthy's looked as if she were the saintly goddess of mercy descending from the skies, with millions of constellations twinkling in support behind her. Ghosts have human hearts as well. She, too, knew emotions. Standing tall against the soaring pillar of light from below, Arthy's opened her bloodshot eyes and muttered, 10,000 ghosts ravage the soul. 0.1 seconds. A minuscule 0.1 seconds. Thousands. No, tens of thousands of skeleton-like green ghosts instantly gathered behind Arthy's and then rushed madly towards the pillar of light below. Rumble. The clashing of might caused Limbo to quake violently. Every single creature on Limbo could feel with every fiber of their beings the mighty clash of forces right this instant. If the Harkon's powerful strike were likened to the genesis of the world, then Arthy's attack could only be described as the reversal of the rivers of stars flowing in the skies. An infernal judge versus a Yama king. PFFT. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Chen Yi's lips. He was already fading in and out of consciousness right now. The impact of the clash of abilities was far too great, and he didn't know what was happening anymore. Like a kite with a broken string, he was knocked backwards by the impact, and he flew deeper into the sky. Nobody was aware of something else that occurred. When the shard of King Yanluo's seal first established and formed the New Order of Hell, the entire Fengdu necropolis, which had stood for thousands of years, together with the projection of the image of Fengdu necropolis at the depths of the Three Gorges River, collapsed with a muffled sound. The old hell has passed. The new hell has been established. From this moment forward, there were no longer the 10 abyssal courts, the 18 abysses of punishment, or the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was only a village called Hell. Chapter 96, Those Who Pass, and Those Who Exist. The Fengdu necropolis, formerly known as the Haunted Capital, was established by Emperor He of the Han Dynasty in the second year of the Young Yuan era, and it has a history of close to 2,000 years. It is located on the north bank of the Yangtze River, in Fengdu County. The Fengdu necropolis is also known as the Ghost City, the capital of ghosts, and birthplace of Cathay's Dandy's Divine Comedy. 1. A part of Fengdu County was eventually submerged underwater with the establishment of the Three Gorges Dam. Underneath the surface of the water at this moment, structural pillars and columns and houses alike appeared to be drawn down by some mysterious forces. They all collapsed with a muffled sound. Numerous boulders collapsed and crumbled to the seabed. Anyone who possessed the infernal eyes would be able to see the congregation of hundreds of thousands of Aeon spirits just underneath the surface of the waters. All of them were gathered around the Fengdu necropolis. It was almost as though they were waiting for something with eager anticipation. And the more they waited, the more anxious they grew. Some of them had even begun to show signs of transformation into vengeful apparitions. But just then, they all paused at the same time. They raised their heads in unison and looked to the east. Each and every one of them had the exact same expressions on their faces. They were silently sensing. And then, in the very next second, they suddenly charged straight in the direction of the city of salvation like maddened ghosts. Hell summons. None dared disobey. Just above, at the Three Gorges Dam, the rumbling rivers sat at the back, while rolling green hills sat on both sides of the dam. There was a huge drop on the other side of the dam, where water continuously spewed out like a spectacular tsunami. In contrast, the jade-blue water that collected at the top of the dam appeared completely calm and tranquil, giving off the feeling of a boundless ocean. A Taoist priest sat at the center of the Three Gorges Dam, at the location often known as the Mouth of the Dragon. Winds billowed furiously about the dam, while wild apes cried out on both sides of the river. Yet the Taoist priest never once opened his eyes. "Do you think he's a rock?" One of the employees at the workstation nearby stared at the Taoist as he asked in bewilderment. "It has been 10 years. He only eats once a month and drinks a single vat of water. And then he just sits here. Those who don't know any better might even think he's trying to suppress something." As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoist abruptly opened his eyes. "This is..." A look of abject shock appeared on his otherwise calm, tranquil face. He immediately ran to the edge of the dam. "This... How is this possible?" Rumble. To the mortals standing around, the skies had quickly darkened. Within 10 seconds, the previously bright skies were suddenly overcast with dark clouds, replete with flashes of lightning that dazzled the sky. But to the Taoist priest, those were hardly dark clouds at all. Instead, they were countless yin spirits that were flying across the dam, screaming at the top of their voices as they filled the skies. Many. Too many. Their numbers were endless. The number of yin spirits was at least in the millions. No. It was much more than that. Like a flock of birds flying in close formation, the multitude of yin spirits formed a massive cloud that completely blotted out the sky. The phenomenon lasted for a full 10 minutes before the cloud of yin spirits finally vanished. Just then, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. "Look! What's that? My God! It can't be! Why are there so many? Have the gates of Fengdu Necropolis opened up?" He immediately looked down. There, in the rushing river waters below, one after another decaying coffins had suddenly surfaced from the depths of the riverbed. The exact number was unknown. But regardless, there was sufficient to cover the entire surface of the Yangtze River in sight. 2. Crash. Simultaneously, at a villa some distance away, an old man wearing a silken imperial robe was just holding a cup of tea when his hands suddenly trembled. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into innumerable pieces. This feeling. He immediately got up, walked to the window and gazed into the distance. How could it be? Why do I suddenly have palpitations in my heart? It's reminiscent of those days. Thousands of years ago, when I first arrived in Hell. Insignia University, at Cao Yu Dao's lair. Time trickled by slowly. Qin Yi lay by the side of the pit. His Hell's emissary uniform was in tatters, and sparse amounts of yin energy lingered about his body. His muscles were twitching uncontrollably, but his eyes remained tightly shut. Then, after a protracted period of time, he suddenly sat up. His entire forehead was percolating with cold sweat. Almost as though he remembered something important, he immediately peered into the depths of the pit. "Artie?" He tried shouting, only to realize that his entire body was throbbing with pain. However, Qin Yi didn't care. He continued to peer into the hole. However, there was no response. Cough cough. He opened his mouth to call out to her again, only to end up hacking and coughing. Clutching desperately at his chest, he finally managed to hoarsely cry out, "Arthes?" Is. The only response he got from the deep, dark pit was the endless reverberations of his own voice. There was still no response. "Eric!" He cried out a third time. Yet before he could even finish calling out, a bright glimmer of light shot out from the depths of the pit like a tiny meteorite. As soon as the bright light shot out, it quickly landed on the ground like a broken ball that had lost all of its strength. Tack tack tack. A desolate sound echoed throughout the corners of Cao Yu Dao's lair. Qin Yi's lips turned dry as he slowly picked up the object on the ground. It was a soul sphere. There were scorch marks all over it. The wrapping that had initially been tightly wound around the soul sphere had been reduced to bare scraps, and only dim traces of the innumerable complex Sanskrit words now remained. As soon as Qin Yi's hand touched the soul sphere, it shattered like sand, revealing nothing but darkness within. Arthy's spiritual body wasn't there. Neither was her physical body. It was as though there had never been anything inside the soul sphere. It was completely empty. Qin Yi looked wistfully at the soul sphere, before finally sighing after a long time. "Why don't you talk about yourself for once?" He carefully put away the wrappings of the soul sphere as he revealed a complex grimace on his face. "You'd been courting disaster right from the onset. I'm the protagonist of the story, yet you attempted to assassinate me in hell. According to the rules of these stories, that already means you were bound to die. But you didn't, and you remained behind, journeying with me for such a long time. I was already on the brink of trusting you wholeheartedly. And then, you suddenly pulled out a damsel rescuing the hero in distress. Were you trying to etch your mark in my heart like a cinnabar mole? Naive. Truly naive." He slowly put away the charred wrappings, ignoring the fact that the ashes had already stained his long fingers. "And I told you a long time ago that you should show your hand before it's too late. What's the point in keeping one ace up your sleeve after another? Life's just like that. The worst thing that can happen to a person is if he dies before he can spend his hard-earned money. Look at yourself. The first part of your life was glorious. The middle portion of your life had its ups and downs. And finally, you grew old and had nothing to rely on in the latter part of your life. The multitude of twists and turns in your life caused a promising young woman like you to end up distrusting people. Even on the brink of death, you refused to tell me how to rebuild hell, you refused to teach me the secret arts of hell, and you even make it your life goal to berate me and put me down. But look at you now. I'm still the one who ends up having to collect your corpse." The charred wrappings might have been long, but there was still an end to it. He bunched everything up in his hands and shook his head. Rest in peace. I'll make it a point to burn paper money for you every year on this day. You've summed up my life pretty succinctly, haven't you? A lady's cold voice came from behind him. Chin-Yi was somewhat startled, and he immediately turned around in disbelief. Rakshasa stood right behind him. But this was no illusion. It was her complete, corporeal being. This was the second time he had seen Rakshasa's true appearances. And this was the closest he had ever been to her. She was beautiful. When she wasn't in her judge state appearances, her beauty was sufficient to cause any man's heart to tremble and palpitate. Her shape of her face was sharp and pristine, and her skin was soft and tender. Her lips were a striking vermilion color, while her almond-shaped eyes were clear as the autumn waters. A pair of ebony eyebrows further accentuated the abstruse gaze that she had. That said, she presently cut a sorry figure. Her face was abnormally pale, her hair was frazzled and all over the place, and her colorful robes had been completely charred. Most importantly, she was staring at Chin-Yi with extremely unkind eyes. Still alive? Well, that's rather awkward. Chin-Yi looked at the soul sphere in his hands, and then looked back at Arthis once more. She had evidently managed to free herself with the aid of the Harkon's powerful attack. Then, he slowly unrolled the wrappings and began to coil it around Arthis' head. Be good. This is all an illusion. This is all foam. This is all fireworks. 3. Boom. He only managed to coil the wrappings around Arthis' head once before his entire body was struck by a powerful force and sent flying. And then, a mysterious force caught him in midair and brought him back to Arthis, where he stopped just 1 decimeter away from Arthis' ink-black nails. Cough. Cough 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 cough. The yin energy around her scattered wildly as Arthis coughed away. Seconds later, she continued gravely, "You never would have guessed it, would you? That my greatest misfortune would turn into the greatest blessing and free me from the trappings of the soul sphere?" Chin-Yi eked out a stiff smile as he continued to hang limply in midair. "About that. We might have had some small misunderstandings in the past." Small misunderstandings? Arthis grabbed Chin-Yi's ear and yanked it so hard that Chin-Yi cried out in pain. "Don't. Please don't. Calm down. The world is an amazing place. You shouldn't be so grumpy. It's not good for you." "Artie? Huh?" Arthis had practically twisted Chin-Yi's ears a full 180 degrees by now. The tide of resentment that had been bottled up within her was finally unleashing itself. "Lazy? Huh? Useless? Huh? Cowardly? Arthis? Minithal? In the end, she kicked Chin-Yi forcefully on the buttocks, causing Chin-Yi's buttocks to sink in as he flew 3 meters backwards. "Hey!" Arthis didn't even look at him. Instead, she trembled with excitement as she stared at her hands. And then, she threw her head into the air. Ha 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 ha. SSS. Boom. A wave of terrifying yin energy that was practically corporeal erupted from her body. The entire room shook violently. Chin-Yi let out a muffled groan. Something came up in his throat, but he forcibly swallowed it back down. "I've miscalculated. How are you still alive? Isn't this a waste of my emotions earlier?" Chin-Yi had never expected the Harkon's powerful strike to shatter the soul sphere and release the former infernal judge within. Furthermore, Arthis had been acting so pure and innocent over the past few months that he had practically forgotten all about her capriciousness. Swish. Right after the ferocious explosion of yin energy, everything suddenly became strangely calm and tranquil once more. The circumstances spoke volumes of Arthis' erratic temperament. The dark clouds around her settled, and she inhaled the air with such drunken stupor that even her voice had begun to tremble. "I'm out. I'm finally out. Keck." After laughing uproariously for a few seconds, she gracefully lifted the green silk beside her ear. Her deep, abstruse eyes were so beautiful that it would make hearts tremble. She looked coldly at Chin-Yi. "I'd said it before. The debt between us isn't something that can be accounted for in just a single day. Misunderstanding. It's all been a misunderstanding." Chin-Yi chuckled dryly, but his hand had already gently reached for the hilt of his saber. But how could his discreet movements possibly elude the keen senses of the infernal judge standing before him? Arthis chuckled coldly, and she immediately sent Chin-Yi's demon-head saber flying away, plunging straight into a wall 10 meters away as though it had been shot from a bow. Arthis stepped in front of Chin-Yi and lifted his chin with her slender fingers. "A mere soul hunter dares to disrespect an infernal judge? Tell me. How do you think I should punish you?" Chin-Yi was sweating profusely. The female ghost's temperament was completely unpredictable. It was completely capricious. Speaking of which, you're pretty decent looking. Arthi smiled faintly. Her lips parted, revealing a scarlet-red tongue that slithered out like a snake and gently licked Chen Yi's cheek. You suit my tastes. Chief, that wouldn't be a good idea, would it? Man and ghost are far too different. We're never going to get anywhere with this. Chen Yi held up his hands and muttered softly. Are you afraid now? Arthis continued to smile faintly as she suddenly squeezed her hands, tightening her grasp around Chen Yi's throat in just an instant. Her charred clothes and ink-black hair suddenly fluttered wildly with an imposing flourish, and her appearances turned vicious and incomparably hideous. When you so casually and repeatedly addressed the esteemed Eric Chausse as Artie and Arthis, did you ever consider the possibility of a day such as this? Chapter 97, The first thing you do every morning. I swear. I'll never do it again. Chen Yi exclaimed without any hesitation. Between integrity and his life, the latter was clearly more important. Just then, as soon as he finished saying that, Arthi's body suddenly shone brightly. Both of them were stunned. This is... Arthis looked at her own body with disbelief. Starting from her clothes, her entire body had slowly but surely begun to disintegrate, transforming into little black butterflies that floated into the air as though ash swept away by the wind. The number of butterflies seemed to grow exponentially. In a matter of 3 seconds, only her upper body remained. Simultaneously, the throng of butterflies in the air began to converge into a huge vortex of black butterflies. Lord Harkon's final strike has actually destroyed my physical body? Boom. In the very next second, her entire body crumbled, and the vortex of black butterflies was instantly reduced to ashes with a resounding scream. The only things that remained in the room were Chen Yi and a clump of golden sulfire. The reversal had come far too suddenly and quickly, so much so that the atmosphere was extremely awkward. About that. Seconds later, the golden sulfire trembled slightly, and then she coughed dryly in a feeble attempt to maintain her composure. Why don't you find me a suitable body first, and then we'll find a nice place to have a cup of tea and talk about life. Chen Yi had already transformed back into his human state. He tidied up his clothes, straightened his belt, and even pulled out a mirror from somewhere to comb out his somewhat disheveled hair. Ah. You're still just as handsome as ever. Life is just full of surprises, isn't it? He put away the mirror and glanced at the sulfire with a smirk. Arthis felt the rage that she had just fervently suppressed instantly soar back up. Chen Yi complained, victimizing himself, but it hurt so much where you pinched me. I'm beginning to regret not slapping you to death just now. Chen Yi's gaze gleamed. Artie tilde. Arthis gnashed her teeth. Didn't you swear earlier? That's fine. Let's talk about it. I can't hold on much longer. That's more like it. Chen Yi waved his hand, and the demon head saber flew straight back to him. Come, come, come. Come into your brother's warm embrace. In the meantime, you can also reflect on how we should be getting along with each other in the future. Once you're done with that, you can also take out any secret arts of hell, secret news, and the like, and hand them all over to me. Otherwise... He stared at Arthis as she eagerly dove into the demon head saber, and then wickedly picked up the wrappings of the soul sphere and began to wrap them around his saber. Things like bondage isn't something you really want to know about. Arthis felt incomparably humiliated to be seeking refuge within a demon head saber. Her heart felt as though it had been pierced with 1,000 holes. That's right. She hadn't truly intended to kill Chen Yi. Their current circumstances were excellent. It was completely different from just a few months ago, when she had still been attempting to steal Wang Zimin's soul in the depths of the old hell. The shard of King Yanluo's seal had recognized its new owner, and the new order of hell had also received the approbation of the heavenly Tao. Her best bet right now would be to extend a hand and cooperate with Chen Yi. The only outstanding gripe she had was with Chen Yi's lazy and wimpy personality. She had intended to use the earlier opportunity to teach him a lesson, and also shift the balance of power in her favor. But who would have thought that she wasn't even given a chance to put on a show? This author is, she sighed wistfully, far too much of a crowd pleaser. Resistance was futile. When the elevator ascended back into Insignia University's campus grounds, she muttered lifelessly, "Bring me around for a spin." "Oh? Who gave you the confidence to make demands now?" Arthis fervently suppressed the desire to turn into a suicide bomber and die together with Chen Yi. Gnashing her teeth, she responded, "Fine. I'll find myself a passable host." "You don't trust my judgment? With that simplistic aesthetics of yours?" Arthis responded disdainfully. Chen Yi was in a good mood. Hell had just been formally established, and the mystery surrounding the exalted father's identity had also been resolved. There was nothing else within the City of Salvation that was holding him back. In 1 week's time, he would sneak back into limbo and steal a glance at the fruits of his labor. What's next? Oh. I'll still have to be a good instructor and get by in the City of Salvation. Slowly but surely, I'll continue to develop and mature, until I finally become a peerless existence. He. The gods have descended. All hail the king. My appointment as an instructor couldn't have come at a better time. With bright spirits, he brought Arthis straight into the abandoned girls' dorms. It was still broad daylight right now. Thousands of students and teachers alike had been evacuated from Insignia University in the span of a few days' time. Everyone had been in a rush to leave, and the entire dorm reeked of a hasty retreat. I'd considered this before. Chin-Yi looked at the mess in the room, and picked up a packet from the ground. I want to be an angel in my next life. With long beautiful wings, and the freedom to lean close to the bosom of beautiful women. So. He placed the packet beside the demon-head saber. I'll give you a chance. Arthis glanced at the bag of Suormai 1, wearing wings and leaning close to women's hearts. Would you believe it if I tell you that I'm prepared to be cremated on the spot with you right now? Then how about this Peppa Pig pillow? The image of a former infernal judge inhabiting a Peppa Pig pillow and conversing with a human on a daily basis was so beautiful that one could only tremble and shudder at the thought. Are you an idiot? Dissatisfied? Then how about this? Pikachu? Silly. Why are you so difficult to please? How about this? Holy shit. A limited edition Teemo pillow? I can't give you this. Alright, I've got it. The Three Swords Flower Rose 2. This is it. Arthis couldn't even be bothered to respond to him any longer. Instead, she remained motionless in a cold and distant posture. 2 hours later, Chin-Yi was already tired and sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and left the women's dorms. Can't you just lower your expectations a little bit? You don't want a mirror, you don't want a pillow, and you don't even want the bikini. Aren't you able to inhabit just about any physical object? Do you really have to be so picky? Arthis gritted her teeth. The precondition for my inhabitation is that it has to be something ordinary. What the heck is with that action figure with a spider costume on it? Even if I've been dead for hundreds of years now, I'm still a woman. Do you understand? Woman. Chin-Yi deliberated thoughtfully, so. Arthis was afraid that he would say something that would prick her heart even more, so she quickly bit the bullet and gave him the lowdown. I need something pretty. How much had it taken her to finally be released from the soul sphere? She no longer wanted to be trapped within something ugly and repulsive. She wanted to live freely as a woman. Chin-Yi shook his head. This is a student's dorm after all. Where are we going to get some high-quality goods like that? Arthis had also grown disheartened. This world is an evil place. I should never have suggested that he find something for my inhabitation. It was foolish. Truly foolish. What's that place over there? Just as she was wallowing in her own thoughts of hopelessness, she suddenly noticed a small cottage by the lake. That? Chin-Yi squinted his eyes. Zhang Linhua mentioned something about that before. I think it's an on-campus apartment for the children of rich families. The rent there is no laughing matter. Arthis heaved a sigh of relief. Let's head over there. Before Chin-Yi could respond, she added, you can only understand style with money. This term is still something that is quite distant to you. Anyway. Just trust me on this. Chin-Yi didn't have a choice. After all, he couldn't let Arthis inhabit his demon-head saber indefinitely either. When they entered the cottage, they discovered that it was similarly in a mess. There were even several pairs of branded leather shoes laying around that the prodigal son who had been staying here clearly no longer wanted. He hadn't even bothered to pack them up properly. Your modern tastes are truly strange. Arthis frowned at the room filled with discarded goods. There are so many things out there with thousands of years of history behind them, but you simply refuse to use those things. Instead, you prefer things that are Japanese style or European style. Look, even the frame of the mirror has a carving of some wounded, half-naked disabled woman on it. Chin-Yi was equally disdainful of having to explain to Arthis what the Venus de Milo 3 was. This was a generation gap. Take a look for yourself, and let me know if you see anything you like. I'll bring it over for you. Chin-Yi sighed and sank into the soft, lush sofa. It was comfortable. Arthis glanced around. Then, her voice suddenly turned grave. Kid, there's someone here. Someone? Chin-Yi abruptly opened his eyes. Arthis' voice continued, I see someone laying on the bed, under the blanket. I can see the hand. A corpse? Chen Yi immediately rushed over and lifted the blanket at one go. His expression of realization was incredibly delightful. It's truly someone. A silicone doll. It was an exquisitely made, life-size doll, made with the most advanced 3D modeling technology out there. The doll wore a traditional costume which was also of incredibly high quality. It was rather apparent that the owner of this place clearly had a unique love for such things. The entire doll was practically in pristine conditions, without a single sign of damage anywhere. Is it really well maintained? Or is he just simply unable to do it? Gossipy thoughts immediately filled Chen Yi's mind. This costs well in the tens of thousands. He exclaimed with resignation, and was about to turn around and shake his head, when he noticed that the demon head saber had already flown over right beside him, and the golden soulfire was glowing brightly. Just as he was about to set the blanket back down, Arthi suddenly cried out, "Wait a minute!" Her voice was filled with a trace of joy for the first time. "What's this? An inflatable doll?" Chen Yi responded in bewilderment, No. This might be a 100% silicone doll. It probably doesn't need inflating." "It'll do. I'd never thought I would see something so repulsive." "What did you say?" Chen Yi's tone of voice suddenly increased by 3 full octaves. "Did I hear you wrongly?" "It'll do." The demon head saber tilted slightly to the side as though it were giving Chen Yi a baffled look. "Its beauty is finally something that's comparable with a tenth of my beauty, and the traditional costume that it's wearing is easy on the eyes as well. Did you have something to say? And there's still its function to consider?" Pew. Chen Yi watched in stunned silence as the golden clump of soulfire floated out and shot into the silicone doll's forehead. His lips opened dryly for several seconds, before he finally found the words to express himself. "Nothing. It's a perfect choice. Perfect." SHK. 10 seconds after the soulfire entered the silicone doll's body, the sleeping doll slowly opened its eyes and sat up from the bed. Arthis looked at her newly acquired body, stretched her fingers and gave a gentle flick. A mirror in the corner of the room instantly shattered. "Not bad." The corners of the silicone doll's mouth curled up with a satisfied expression. "The only gripe is that it's slightly too fragile." The irony was completely stifling. Chen Yi had never expected Arthis to pick the only object that Chen Yi had never even considered. It was the single, most humiliating option. Can you imagine a functioning silicone doll seated beside you, conversing with you on a daily basis? Can you imagine how a visitor would react when the first thing he sees is the life-size silicone doll? And it was a silicone doll that smelled of other men to boot. Generation gap. This can only be explained by the generational gap. Is there still any room for discussion? I've already decided on it. Arthi's tyrannical disposition flared up once more as she spoke imperiously. "I'm pleased. And why are you stammering and stuttering? Be more straightforward. Act like a man." Chen Yi gulped several times, before finally rolling his eyes with resignation. "Let me leave you with a few last words. The first thing you should do every morning now is to pump yourself up." Chapter 98, The Sparring Competition. If he told Arthis that she was currently inhabiting a device of human convenience, she would probably fly into a fit of rage on the spot and dish out judgment upon him immediately. It would probably be prudent to find a good opportunity to gently break the news to her. Generational gap is a scary thing. That said, even transporting Arthis back to the hotel was a problem. Chen Yi wasn't shameless enough to hail a taxi while carrying an inflatable doll. What if Arthis was uncomfortable and shifted slightly in the back seat, only to be noticed by the driver? Wouldn't he have to pat the doll and gently chide it, "Behave yourself"? Or should he just knock the driver unconscious? Both options were undesirable, to say the least. Therefore, he took a suitcase and put Arthis in without another word. She was obviously dissatisfied, and kept complaining, "What's wrong with carrying me around? It's your honor to do so. Or are you questioning my choice in selecting this host of mine? This beautiful body is more than a good match for you." God damn it. That's right. It's more than a good match for any person. This is practically a promiscuous body. When he finally arrived back at his room, he immediately saw the last person he wanted to see right now. Wang Chenghao's trust in him bordered on fanaticism. He was seated on the bed, playing computer games right now. A pile of what remained of his KFC meal sat beside him. "What's this? Do you need any help?" As soon as he noticed Chen Yi carrying a large suitcase into the room, Wang Chenghao immediately jumped out of bed and ran over to him. "No need." Chen Yi calmly pushed his hands away. "Have you done your revision in accordance with my instructions?" I want you to go take the enrollment examination as soon as the Academy of Cultivators is open. Hang on, can you stop making me worry about everything? It's exhausting being a father. Oh. The tall and well-built Wang Chunghao scratched his hair and glanced at the box with some measure of suspicion. Then, I'll take my leave, I guess. Scram. As soon as the door closed, he turned around and saw that the suitcase was already open, and its contents were missing. Chen Yi freaked out. Bloody hell. What's going to happen if someone in the hotel sees a device of human convenience walking around on its own? After taking a closer look, he noticed that Arthis was now sitting by the windowsill and looking out with a look of melancholy. Come to think of it, it's been hundreds of years since I've been to the mortal realm, let alone see and experience it with a physical body. What are you doing? Before she could even finish speaking, a blanket was suddenly thrown over her head, and she found herself thrown under the bed. Mr. Chin. Something tells me that you're courting death. Don't you dare think for a moment that I wouldn't dare to kill you. Arthis gnashed her teeth as she sputtered in rage. Granny. Oh, dear Granny. Chen Yi felt as though he had just picked up a huge burden. His forehead was percolating with sweat as he desperately pleaded, do you know how startling your appearances are right now? If you don't want the Special Investigations Department to come knocking on our door, please keep it down. Arthis was silent for a few seconds, before quipping, hasn't the City of Salvation revealed the truth of cultivators to the public? You could say that I'm your puppet. You can say that you're from the lineage of puppet masters. A puppet? A lineage that uses silicon dolls as puppets? Even if you don't care about your face, I do. Don't you know that I'm an instructor right now? An instructor. Imagine this. Several years later, an instructor at the First Academy of Cultivators points towards the honor roll of past instructors, explaining to the students around, this is the esteemed Mr. Chin, one of the first generation of instructors we've had at the Academy. He makes proficient use of silicon dolls. The shamefulness of such prospects was off the charts. Yet, fraught with the considerations of preserving his own life, Chen Yi dared not explain the situation to Arthis. Instead, he anxiously held Arthis down and explained, it's like this. You've been out of touch with society for so long, and I feel it's high time you got back in touch with the times. He wanted to praise himself for his quick-wittedness. So? Arthis couldn't understand what he was getting at. Shouldn't you be taking me around to expand my dated perspectives? Like hell I will. Actually, there's an even better, more comfortable way of doing so. For instance. That's it. I'm going to gather a few things. Stay right there, and don't move a muscle. Chen Yi dashed out and scrambled about, and he quickly returned with Wang Chenghao's Apple phone. He tossed it to Arthis and breathed a sigh of relief. Come, let me teach you how to use this. Firstly, I'll teach you about the classic tool, Penguin Chat. Arthis suddenly perked up with interest. And this one is called Surprise Video Network. I'll register you as a user right now. And on this website, you'll be able to search for anything you want. Over the next 2 to 3 hours, he conscientiously explained everything to Arthis. By the time he was done and wiping the cold sweat off from his forehead, he discovered that Arthis was already indulging in the pleasures of surfing the web. She no longer even bothered to look up to acknowledge him. A mysterious, inexplicable smile crept up across his lips. Ha ha ha. How dare an old granny like you butt heads with me? Just wait till I introduce you to PayPal and WeChat later on. I don't believe you'll ever step out of this store ever again. After all, the greatest distance in this world isn't the distance between you and I, rather, it's the distance between the geek and the girl next door. No. Hang on. This old monster possesses a perverted level of information retention, comprehension, understanding and logic. This isn't enough to keep her addicted and obsessed. After a moment of deliberation, Chen Yi revealed a smile on his face that was akin to the refreshing spring breeze. Artie, what I've just shown you are simply the basics. Moving on, let me explain to you the more advanced stuff. Arthis, who had been immersed in surfing the internet, finally lifted her eyes from the screen for the very first time. Her eyelids were practically twitching. Chanel Tmall branded store. 1. Should I say? You're appealing to a woman's nature right now? Here, take a look at this. He clocked on 2 links with a nebulous feeling in his heart. These are called video games. These are the most popular online games right now. This one is called LOL, and this one is called PUBG. And this is the Blizzard Games platform. I've downloaded everything for you. Go ahead and give them a shot. And let me know if you don't have skins. No, call Wang Chunghao instead. He'll purchase some for you. 2. Arthas glanced at him suspiciously. "Why do you seem particularly attentive and diligent today?" "Nah. Ha ha ha, when do I not pay attention to your needs?" When Arthas finally began to immerse herself in the treacherous depths of the internet for real, Chen Yi finally straightened up and rubbed his back. Everything's finally settled. Unfortunately, he had no idea that this was just the beginning of his worst nightmare. That night. Bloody hell. Why is his Lux 3 so different from mine? And it seems like his damage is much higher than mine too. The crackling sound of her keyboard made Chen Yi's temples throb uncontrollably. "I've forgotten that this idiot doesn't need sleep at all. This has been a major blunder." "Huh? How dare you cuss at me? Get up. Hurry up and teach me how to type my response to them. How come this hero of mine can't kill anybody? They're all calling me a noob? What's a noob? Did I use a skill wrongly?" 2 a.m. Chen Yi covered his ears and wrapped himself under the blanket like a cocoon. 3 a.m. Chen Yi stared at the ceiling, restless but helpless. 4 a.m. he picked up his blanket and began to make his way to Wang Chenghao's room, only to be pulled back by Arthas. "What does this room do?" 5 a.m. he looked at the dazzling screen with 2 deep, dark circles around his eyes, almost like that of a dead person. 6 a.m. "What a rubbish game." Arthas sighed. With a tap of her silicone fingers, she finally shut the computer down. And then, she glanced at Chen Yi, only to give him a double take as though she had just seen a ghost. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Chen Yi." He rubbed his eyes despondently. The horrific experience tonight had etched in his very bones the true meaning of "you reap what you sow." "Get some rest. I'm going to watch some dramas now. Come to think of it, we've known each other for such a long time, and this is the first nice thing you've done for me." The next moment. "In the cold nights, my thoughts for you run like the flowing rivers. Like the spring mud, you protect me. The shallow years wash away streams of lovers. Their gentle fragrance flows with the waters." 4. Ah. Chen Yi desperately slammed his head repeatedly into his pillow. "I didn't say anything when an infernal judge played games all night just like any other college student out there. But how can you be watching Eternal Love now? How?" Time passed quickly. Chen Yi didn't dare to shift into Wang Chenghao's room for fear that the horror in his room would cause him even more trouble. The next night, he learned from his mistakes and passed Arthas some top-of-the-line noise-canceling headphones, before putting on earplugs and an eye mask. Things were finally better. On the third morning, just 3 hours into Chen Yi's sleep, Chen Yi woke up and stared at the ceiling with his bloodshot eyes. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who is it?" he asked weakly. "Mr. Chen." A calm but firm voice echoed from outside the door. "I'm the driver sent by the First Academy of Cultivators, the same one that has been driving you around. Do you still remember me?" Chen Yi yawned and reached into his pants to relieve his itch. Then, as he began to wash his face, he responded, "Is something up?" There was silence for approximately 3 seconds. "Mr. Chen. Did you forget that today is the day of the sparring competition between the instructors of the various faculties? And after the sparring competition, you'll be heading over to Insignia University's main campus located in Mount Tai City for further studies." Chen Yi was just scrubbing his face when his hands paused for a moment. 10 seconds later, he appeared at the door with a refreshed look on his face. "Hope you haven't been waiting too long. Shall we?" The two soon boarded the car and zoomed off into the First Academy of Cultivators. As for Arthas? He. I'm afraid that only Professor Yang can awaken this young lady from the mires of the internet. 5. The car soon arrived at the First Academy of Cultivators. Chen Yi's gaze immediately turned heavy and solemn. The present First Academy of Cultivators had already begun to look somewhat imposing. There were military personnel patrolling the grounds everywhere, filling the entire academy with a somber atmosphere. The car drove straight into a large plaza. There were no banners or signs around. The cultivators present were all doing their own things and minding their own businesses. Apart from a 50-meter large arena that had been set up in the middle of the plaza, nothing else was around. It was a stone arena, akin to the ones used in ancient times. There were approximately 100 people standing around, all of whom were stretching their bodies and warming up. The thick aura of hunter-class experts filled the entire campus grounds. Chen Yi could even sense the watchful eyes of an expert that was stronger than the soul hunter level scanning the area and its surroundings. 50% of the country's elite hunter-class experts were all gathered at this place. They were all bursting with fighting spirit and battle intent as they gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and made small talk with each other. If one just took a simple breath in this place, they would immediately be able to sense the burning passion in the air. Chen Yi's weariness slowly faded away, and he calmly surveyed his surroundings. Then, he shifted to the sides and began to warm up his muscles as well. This competition was naturally of utmost importance. The First Academy of Cultivators hadn't mentioned anything explicitly, but they did say that it was a ranking competition. And what did the ranking order relate to? Resources and authority. And this was what he had coveted when he had agreed to join the First Academy of Cultivators in the first place. He had spent quite some time in limbo with the Harkin earlier. The fact that the sparring competition was today proved that he had already been unconscious for several days after being washed back up to the mortal realm. Since that was the case, his eyes gleamed, the new hell should already have completed its initial expansion. When this competition is over, I'm going to redeem all of my merit points. And as for hell, it's time to make the yin spirits remember our presence again. Chapter 99, The Unexpected. The entire atmosphere was silent. All of the hunter class experts who were participating in this seemingly unceremonious tournament, whether young or old, were currently moving their bodies and warming themselves up. From time to time, one could even see the appearance of a copper bell or a talisman gleaming with a faint white luster of true energy. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. He interlocked his fingers and straightened his arms to crack his knuckles. Listen up, slags. Today, I'm going to open your eyes to the prowess of a true expert who has devastated 9 hunting zones in just one night. Just as he was stretching out his body, a voice suddenly called out from behind, Mr. Chen. Chen Yi turned around, only to realize that Su Feng was already standing behind him. Su Feng snapped his fingers. Looking for something? Su Feng didn't respond. Instead, he glanced about his surroundings, and then leaned in closer as he whispered, Do you know why everyone is so enthusiastic about today? Before Chen Yi could respond, he continued, It's just a ranking competition, and it's perfectly fine if they gave it a miss. So why do you think everyone is here today? Of course it has got to do with the fact that the ranking is related to the eventual distribution of resources. Chen Yi frowned at Su Feng. You didn't come over just to apprise me of something so obvious, did you? Su Feng smiled and shook his head as he whispered, That's only one aspect of things. The gist of what I'd wanted to say is this, there are a number of unwritten rules that undergird the operations of the First Academy of Cultivators. This place may have the appearance of paradise, but the truth of the matter is that it's no different from a breeding pot of fodder, albeit a gentler version of that. For instance, there is the system of tallying up and aggregating all credits and points awarded each and every semester, or the fact that points are given for every single assignment and task completed, or how the management keeps a close watch over each student's improvement under a specific instructor. And then, there's also the assessment of an instructor's performance on a daily basis, including their pedagogy, etc. The Academy hasn't said a single thing about these things, but if you think that life is going to be a breeze in here, you can't be more off the mark. The leaders have a yardstick in mind. We're the first batch of instructors. Our job is to assess and grade the students, and the leader's job is to assess and grade us. Core instructors might even be able to earn themselves some preferential treatment under these rules. And whether you're considered a competent instructor will depend entirely on the final examinations of the first semester. Trust me. Quite a number of the people you see now will be gone by that time, and you'll naturally see a whole other batch of incoming fresh faces. Preferential treatment under these rules? Su Feng's words were laden with implications. Chen Yi squinted his eyes and probed further, such as, for example, there might be further discounts on the redemption of points from the school. Chen Yi's eyes gleamed brightly. He suddenly had a better understanding of the true purposes of the First Academy of Cultivators. The Academy only disclosed the big picture, conspicuously leaving out the finer details so that instructors would of their own volition dig and probe deeper in it. Those who chose to muddle through would never understand and be able to capitalize on the true rights and authority that came with their appointment as instructors. Is this your conscience speaking? He smiled at Su Feng. Is this your belated apology for the false news earlier? Su Feng's heart was swamped with bitterness. Do you know that some things are best left unsaid? Why do you have to raise it explicitly? Aren't you just giving me a tight slap to the face now? Do you know that you're truly an ill-mannered person? This is just a friendly reminder. Do bear in mind that the entire Blaze Squad is in the same faculty as you. Incidentally, we happen to be the only 5 within this faculty right now. Su Feng muttered coldly. Oh? Su Feng added, Mr. Chen, we know that you're strong, but we're still going to give it our all. And you don't have to worry about giving us face either. With that, Su Feng took his leave. Chen Yi shrugged his shoulders. "You're thinking too much, dear. Why would I possibly give you face? I'm a calculating Scrooge. No, rather, I'm a person who keeps a clear boundary between work and personal affairs. How could I possibly leverage my official status for personal gain? Don't worry. I'll never resort to more than a single move if I can help it." 9 a.m. Two figures slowly made their way to the arena. They were none other than Principal Xu Hongguo and Vice Principal Li Tao. Xu Hongguo calmly scanned his surroundings, and then unleashed his Hellguard-class true energy across the entire plaza. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere was silent. "Very good. Everyone is present." Li Tao revealed a profound smile on his face. "It seems like everyone's got keen senses. There are no frills this time. No ceremonies, no salutations, and no audience cheering. Everyone can relax, because it's just an internal competition. There's no need to take things too seriously. The only thing you'll need to do is to adhere to the rules of the competition. It seems like everyone has already warmed themselves up, so bear with me as I explain the two simple rules of engagement. Firstly, touch and go. We don't want any serious injuries here." Li Tao stroked his beard as he grinned widely. "Secondly, you are not to engage in private duels, no matter what reasons you may have. Private duels are strictly prohibited in the First Academy of Cultivators. We don't want you to harbor a grudge just because of a simple sparring match today, or have private grievances affect your work in future. Principal Xu." He looked at Xu Hongguo and smiled. "Shall we begin?" Xu Hongguo turned around and nodded with an amiable smile on his face. "Let's begin. This old bag of bones can't wait any longer. Everyone here are hunter-class experts under the age of 35, and possess S-class potential to boot. I'd very much like to witness the performance of the next generation of geniuses." Both men headed down the arena together. Then, just as they arrived at the last of the steps leading out of the arena, Xu Hongguo suddenly added, "Oh, that's right. We've just finished printing the invitations for the enrollment of the first batch of students here. The first enrollment isn't open to the public. Instead, this batch of invitations is targeted at the sex, lineages, and underworldly craftsmen. Sex and lineages only require a letter of recommendation from their respective affiliated organizations. Cultivators with differing classes of potential ranging from B to S will be pouring into our campus. That said, there are far too many underworldly craftsmen out there. Apart from the few major clans, the rest will all have to show proof of their qualifications, including proof that their potential is at least B-class. If any of you have someone in mind, there's no harm in writing them a letter of recommendation." Chen Yi looked at the two old men before lowering his head once more. Life was fraught with competition. This was a universal truth he had already known for a long time. But with a lifespan as long as his, there was simply nothing worth fighting for. With that, the First Academy of Cultivators sparring competition had officially begun. The two cunning old men had set up a competition with completely no frills, be it decor, opening speech or any opening ceremonies. Everything seemed to allude to the fact that this sparring competition was hardly important at all, and that it was merely a routine competition. It even seemed to encourage its participants to go with the flow and not take it to heart. But Chen Yi might well have bought the lie had they not added the final few statements. The students that are arriving possess differing classes of potential ranging from B to S. If that were the case, would the lowest-ranked instructor possibly be assigned S-class students? He chuckled coldly as he glanced warily at the two cunning old men who were chatting and laughing casually. There were no exceptions to the rule. Even teachers in ordinary schools knew that students with good grades were always assigned to be nurtured by the core group of teachers in their school. If that were already the case in ordinary school, wouldn't the situation be even worse in the cultivation world, which prided itself in the laws of the jungle? There's a gap between various students as well. Compared with A-class, B-class and C-class students, S-class students tend to achieve far more results with minimal efforts, whether in terms of breath control, controlling the energy in their meridians, or otherwise. And the only thing that matters at the end of the semester is results. Furthermore, there are also regular assessments throughout the course of the semester. If one's access to resources are lacking to begin with, and they consequently fail to show results at the periodic assessments, the amount of resources that they will be allocated might very well decrease even more, perhaps even to the point where one only receives the baseline remuneration. It would become an endless vicious cycle. How is this asking us not to fight for the crown? This is clearly a signal to us that the present competition represented the top spot in each faculty. Everything began to click in his mind, and he continued contemplating the implications. Why would the school do this? Simple. This competition isn't just about one's individual prowess. Rather, it also has got to do with the individual instructor's perceptiveness. Perceptiveness with regard to both people and affairs. After all, there were millions and millions of ghosts in the world, and one could only expect to meet the most unexpected and unpredictable of circumstances. Therefore, over and above mere individual prowess, perceptiveness was naturally one of the most fundamental traits of a good instructor. Only cultivators who possessed such characteristics could be entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future. Going even further, why was there a need to groom such talent to be able to take on such responsibilities? It seems like this isn't done with the sole purpose of nurturing freshmen. The leadership has an intention of grooming instructors as well. This might very well be the Whampoa Military Academy 1, of the Special Investigations Department in the SRC, isn't it? So should he fight? Chen Yi smiled faintly. Absolutely. The Special Investigations Department was his greatest asset and treasure trove in the re-establishment of Hell. He couldn't remain in the same place for too long. After all, a person who had consumed the fungus of eons was an undying person. At best, he could only stay for approximately 5 to 8 years before he absolutely had to leave. Since that was the case, he had to make the best of the time to get as much out of them as he could. Even if I can't seize all of the assets hidden in the treasury, I should still do my level best to seize a small corner of it. Otherwise, I'd be letting myself down. Even hamsters had their dignity. The first series of competition would be among the 5 instructors from the Faculty of Combat. Xuanguo smiled radiantly as he announced, "The Faculty of Combat is one of the most important faculties in the Academy. Everything that our students learn from their lectures and books are all for the purposes of practical application in combat. In turn, it is the duty of the instructors within the Faculty of Combat to ensure our students' safety and facilitate the process of internalization of their head knowledge. This is why we have especially selected 5 instructors who have a wealth of combat experience under their belt. Without further ado, the first battle shall be between S9527, Instructor Chen Yi, versus S8541, Instructor Lin Han. I'm involved in the very first match?" Chen Yi took a breath and made his way to the arena. Lin Han also walked over with a heavy expression on his face. Li Tao smiled. "Instructor Lin belongs to the Blaze Squad. As everyone knows, the Blaze Squad boasts one of the highest efficiency ratings in completing their mission among all S-Class squads. I'm sure you don't need much more introductions from this old man." "Him?" Chen Yi's lips twitched discreetly. This is a man who couldn't even defeat a Hunter-class ghost after half an hour of arduous battle. Are the cultivators in the mortal realm truly this weak? And Instructor Chen Yi is most well known for his amazing feat of breaching 9 hunting zones in the span of just one night. His speed and efficacy are unprecedented. That's why he's been given the classification of S-Class. Before he finished speaking, the audience below was set abuzz with clamor and chattering. Innumerable gazes landed on Chen Yi all at once. With that, begin. With one loud command, the entire scene was silent once more. True energy erupted from Lin Han's body as he glared at Chen Yi like a ferocious tiger hunting its prey. Whoosh! With a fine rustling sound, hundreds of copper coins suddenly flew out from his sleeves, spinning around in the air as they locked on their target, Chen Yi. "I won't hold back." Lin Han gritted his teeth, "Even though I know I'm not your match, but I don't want to rank last." Chen Yi smiled and curled his finger in provocation. "I'm not underestimating anyone. It's just that everyone here is trash." Just then, Lin Han's body suddenly vanished from where he had been standing. Chen Yi's eyes flickered, and he immediately noticed that Lin Han had already appeared by his side. Lin Han sent a powerful kick whizzing through the air, aimed straight towards Chen Yi's shoulder. Faced with such an opponent, Lin Han knew that there was no room for conserving his strength. Boom! Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr ground. Qin Yi had lifted his right arm to block the attack. Silence. Dead silence. Lin Han was dumbfounded. Xu Hongguo and Li Tao opened their mouths wide and stood up from their chairs immediately. No way. Su Feng blinked vacantly. Did I just see an imposed S-9527? Qin Yi was likewise stunned. Nothing had changed about the arena. And the people were still the same. But he had just been sent flying a distance of well over 10 meters. A deep crevice that was tens of meters long had appeared on the ground, and his right hand was burning. The pain was excruciating. Bloody hell. Something's not right. How did the talents of the mortal realm suddenly become so strong? Hang on. Have I gotten the wrong script over here? Even Hunter-class ghosts aren't able to send me flying such a long distance, right? There's absolutely no way they can. So how did some slag like you who struggled so hard against these ghosts send me flying for such a long distance? Your speed and strength is well beyond that of the average Hunter-class ghost. Lin Han blinked his eyes, and his face quickly turned red. Chen Yi. He growled as though he had just been humiliated, I know you're strong. But you don't have to give me face like that. Are you insulting me? Then even before he finished speaking, the innumerable coins around him suddenly condensed into a gleaming golden whip that quickly zipped through the air with a whirring sound, smacking Chen Yi on the waist. Chen Yi's heart was filled with bitterness. Wait a minute. Can't you read the atmosphere right now? I'm already doing my best. Why is this happening? Chapter 100, The Unexpected, 2 Boom. The golden whip cracked in the air with the faint trace of a dragon's roar. Chen Yi's eyes widened, and he immediately raised both of his arms to defend against the powerful oncoming attack. Crack! The golden whip left a stinging red mark across his arms, and gravel scattered everywhere. In the aftermath of a rising dust cloud, he discovered that he had just been knocked back yet another 10 meters. WTF? Are you still going to hold back? Fine. I'll see how long you can keep holding out for. Chen Yi was stricken with abject astonishment, while Lin Han was filled with a commensurate amount of fury. In a fit of anger, his body flickered as quick as lightning, leaving several afterimages in the air, almost as though there were several people attacking Chen Yi from all directions at the same time. 7 stars flashing moon. Lin Han doesn't have any specific profession or belong to any particular lineage. Instead, he had by chance come across an ancient scroll that had probably been left behind by the Freedom Sect some 1,200 years ago. He's been practicing it well. Xuan Guo's smile had already vanished by now as he stared at the arena with a grim expression, S9527. His abilities shouldn't only be at this level. That's right. If this is all he has, there's simply no way he could possibly have breached 9 hunting zones in the span of a single night. We've personally looked into that incident and confirmed that this feat had indeed been accomplished with his own strength. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this achievement alone sets him apart from everyone else in his generation. Li Tao stroked his beard as he furrowed his brows, unless. Both men exchanged glances as the same notion crossed their mind, staged competition. How dare they stage a fight in front of the 2 principals of the academy? Are they revolting? The principals were not the only ones astonished, everyone else in the audience were as well. They knew how strong Lin Han was. But the instructor who was rumored to be the strongest contender among the younger generation of cultivators had actually been forced into a position where he could only defend himself feebly? How can this be? A middle-aged woman exclaimed, is he going easy on his opponent? Or is he really having a hard time living up to the expectations? I don't know. A man standing beside her stared with his mouth agape. All I'm seeing is that Mr. Chen is struggling to even defend himself. Chen Yi was oblivious to their thoughts. However, he could only curse profusely under his breath as he looked helplessly at the 7 figures in the air as they converged on him. How did you even learn of a technique so bizarre? This isn't like you. Hurry up and tear down your pretenses and let me see who exactly you are. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake among the 7 figures. Each of their attacks whizzed through the air with a stifling sound, and their punches, elbows, knees and kicks were all aimed at his vitals. Everything was quick as lightning, almost as though they were 7 divine soldiers armed with sharp weapons. Chen Yi didn't dare to pull out his demon head saber. He had earlier been able to bamboozle the Blaze Squad. But there were Hellguard-class experts around, and he didn't know whether Zhou Shanlong was hiding in the shadows either. As long as he revealed even the slightest flaw in his cover, his hamster plan would be thoroughly routed. What do I do? With countless complicated thoughts played out in his mind. It wasn't that he was unable to defend against the oncoming attacks. However, what would the Academy think if a person like him who had breached 9 hunting zones in a single night could only defend feebly against Lin Han's attacks? Wouldn't they assign him a team of C-class slags and deprive him of the yet unknown benefits accompanying the top rankers of each faculty? Lin Han. Just you wait. The day you die will be the day that I sentence you to a lifetime of hard labor. As these thoughts continued to churn in his mind, the 7 figures quickly arrived in front of him. Chen Yi drew a deep breath, and the entire arena exploded with a powerful blast of true energy. It was like white mist that slowly dispersed into the surroundings. Within moments, the white mist scattered, revealing the image of Chen Yi standing in the midst of everything with his hands in his pockets. His expression was as calm as the tall mountains, and he glanced at Lin Han placidly. "Is that all?" Nobody could see that his hands were trembling in his pockets. "Bloody hell! How can you be so ferocious? Are all of the geniuses in the mortal realm just like you? How were you unable to hurt the hunter-class evil ghost despite struggling against it for more than half an hour last time? This doesn't make any sense." Lin Han's gaze turned cold, and he bit down on his lips. "Even the 7 stars flashing moon wasn't able to hurt you." Then, Chen Yi's face remained completely calm as he literally displayed a smug expression that seemed to imply, "Why don't you admit your loss?" Lin Han sighed deeply. "I hadn't intended to use this move." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the true energy in the surroundings began to surge towards him like a sea of dragons. His camouflage uniform fluttered with a loud bang. "Hang on! You've still got more? You're not done yet?" Chen Yi's placid expression froze on his face. A drop of sweat slid down his jaw. Then, just as the true energy around Lin Han's body was about to erupt, he calmly stated, "Then I'll admit my defeat." PHLBBT. The true energy surrounding Lin Han scattered like a deflated balloon as he stared at Chen Yi with disbelief. With a smile on his face and 1,000 swear words in his heart, Chen Yi nodded at Lin Han. "Not bad. You've improved since the last time we've met. Even my arms are slightly numb from your attacks." Lin Han's chiseled appearances suddenly turned red as he gritted his teeth. "I don't need you to go easy on me. This doesn't count. Let's start over again." "You're still going at it?" "No. A loss is a loss. You've won." Chen Yi smiled as he walked off the arena, preserving his name and reputation. He completely ignored the countless pairs of widened eyes that were staring at him from the audience. "Interesting." After a protracted period of silence, Li Tao suddenly quipped with a faint smile on his face, "Instructor S9527's way of thinking is rather unique. Instructor Lin is victorious," he announced in a cryptic fashion, "but, Instructor S9527, I hope you won't regret your humility today." Chen Yi continued to maintain the smile on his face. "Of course I'll bloody regret this. But what's the use of regret? The precondition is that I need to be able to defeat him. Why should I be helping other hunter-class experts?" Xuan Guo smiled faintly. "Instructor Chen has displayed the spirit of unity and camaraderie. If not for the fact that Old Man Li and I have personally verified your amazing feat of breaching 9 hunting zones in a single night, even we might have been fooled by your performance today. However, when it comes to cultivation, you should still fight for what's worth fighting for." Nevertheless, Chen Yi continued to maintain the same smile on his face. Just then, a dark, imposing figure that was taller than him suddenly appeared in front of his face. Lin Han's expressions were ashen. He stared at Chen Yi for a long time, before asking, "Are you looking down on me?" "No. I've done this precisely because I look up to you." Chen Yi revealed a perfect smile on his face. "What are you talking about?" "Then, why didn't you give it your all and fight me properly?" Lin Han's chest rose and fell heavily as he barked, "Do I not even justify the use of your sword? Where's your saber? The saber that you used to slay those hunter-class ghosts that night. You've only used 1/10 of your strength today. Stop trying to deceive me." "I'm not deceiving you." The smile on Chen Yi's face was perfect and flawless. Then, as his smile faded, he muttered, "Is there any meaning to this? We're acquaintances, no matter how you look at it. And it's not like I'm lacking in such points in any event." He gritted his teeth slightly and then sighed, "I didn't want to display my strength because I'd rather leave you with a glimmer of hope." "You." "Lin Han." Chen Yi's tone of voice grew higher as he added genuinely, "My saber is reserved for slaying evil ghosts. Blood must be spilled the moment it's unsheathed. I don't want to leave you with any regrets." Lin Han had bitten down on his lips so hard that they were almost bleeding by now. Then he turned around and left without another word. Chen Yi stood at the same spot as he continued to receive complicated glances from all around the audience stand. His voice control earlier had been perfect. He had just put on a masterclass representation of a person whose emotions were teetering on the edge of losing control. Holy shit! I've finally managed to muddle my way through. But then there's still another round of competition to get through. The 5 instructors were separated into 2 groups. The final slot was considered a walkover. In other words, he had to put on yet another perfect performance before he could put the unbelievably awkward competition behind him. This series of sparring matches were a true test of his acting abilities. The next round was a match between Su Feng and Li Rongxu. Chen Yi would have to compete with the loser of that matchup. If he won that match, he would have to compete with the winner of the very same matchup, and then beat Lin Han, before he could finally face off against Zhou Qianfen, the one who lucked out on the ballot with the walkover bracket. It was a double elimination bracket system. The battle between Li Rongxu and Su Feng was far more exciting. Both of them knew each other's abilities inside out, and each and every move unleashed was aimed directly at the other's vitals. Their exchange was so blazingly quick and laden with such intense true energy that it thoroughly frightened Chen Yi. These geniuses of the mortal realm are far too scary. I can't beat them. Can't beat them. Why don't we have a ghost-slaying competition instead? In the end, it was Li Rongxu who barely defeated Su Feng by a narrow margin. It was close. Li Rongxu made a polite fist and palm salute towards Su Feng. Her entire body was already covered in injuries. Su Feng shook his head weakly, adjusted his glasses, and then turned to Chen Yi. Chen Yi immediately bowed down his head. Turn back around. Don't look at me like that. I can tell exactly what's on your mind right now. Chen Yi. Unfortunately, Su Feng didn't hear the desperate cries of Chen Yi's heart, and he continued, I hope to be able to see you draw your saber in the next match. Ha! I refuse. As Su Feng leapt off the arena to work on his recovery, everyone in the audience immediately turned their expectant gazes right back to Chen Yi, causing Chen Yi to gnash his teeth. When all of you die, I'll be sure to have the 18 abysses of punishment waiting for you. Off to the other side, Su Feng swallowed something and sat down to rest. After 10 minutes, Li Tao smiled at him, Are you ready? I'm ready. Su Feng nodded his head. I'm eagerly anticipating the fight too. Li Tao glanced at Chen Yi. Instructor Chen had ostensibly used a saber that night. In fact, his true energy was so thick and powerful that almost all of the ghosts had died with a single attack. If Instructor Su can force Instructor Chen to use his saber, I'm sure it would be an eye-opening performance for all of us. Chen Yi was nearly unable to maintain the smile on his face. I shouldn't fight. Su Feng was much weaker than Lin Han, and Chen Yi stood a chance at victory if he fought for real. However, this was an S-class expert who had razed 9 hunting zones to the ground in just one night, versus another S-class expert who was struggling hard to stay afloat in the competition. This was a fight that he would have to be incredibly shameless to take on. Instructor Chen, you. Before Li Tao could finish speaking, Chen Yi calmly raised his hand and interjected, I admit defeat. The entire audience was silent. Su Feng propped up his glasses and stared at Chen Yi as though he had just seen a ghost. No. Are you really not going to try? I'm quite the easy picking. I'm skinny and weak. Why don't you give it a shot? You might even be able to knock me over with a light push. Was he unable to force Chen Yi to draw his saber either? There's no need. Chen Yi waved his hands dismissively, You're no match for me. An instructor who couldn't even harm a hunter-class ghost, and even needed me to come to his rescue later on. There's no need for me to waste time here. Principal, please make the announcement. No matter how he looked at it, Li Tao couldn't help but feel that there was something amiss with the current situation. If the premise was that you're no match for me, shouldn't the following statement be why don't you give up? How did that suddenly become I admit defeat? Was there something missing in causation here? But then again, if one made an extrapolation from everything Instructor Chen had just mentioned, everything still seemed to be in order. Su Feng's face flushed red. This was the truth, and there was no room for any refutations. Instructor Chen. Xuan Guo paused, wouldn't you reconsider your decision? Chen Yi shook his head adamantly, not interested. I've lost interest in the entire sparring competition. But, to everyone else around, his words actually meant, I've lost interest because you're all too weak. That's wild. A male instructor who was flipping the dagger in his arms furrowed his brows, seriously? He's going easy on Su Feng as well? What else could it be? A middle-aged man with a chiseled face shook his head. I'd heard it from the horse's mouth that it had all been one single attack. All of the hunter-class evil spirits were completely obliterated with a single slash of his saber. None were spared at all. Otherwise, why else do you think the rest of the competitors are all raring to compete with him? It's just a pity that the gaps in their abilities are so wide that he doesn't have the intention to make a single move at all. That's right. Another female instructor sighed, and one can only be this wild if he truly possesses the strength to back his claims.